Yeah, why not? All right, welcome everybody. Welcome to the sixth Bug Bounty Bootcamp that we are hosting. Six means that we are well trained, but it also means that I'm going to train you well. I'm going to do my best to make you suffer, and I'm going to do it live because you guys are going to work harder than I am. I'm going to explain to you a concept. Can't hear anything? Is it on my end or is everybody else? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
All right.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Seems to be on your end, Valendir. All right. So my name is Wesley. You've probably already got that somewhere. I am an ethical hacker for about 6 years now or so, 5 years. I started out with, first of all, a bit of my background story. I started out in QA. Well, I actually started out in anything that was IT related because I did networking in school. I got my programming afterwards, like for 7 years of programming. Then I went into QA, and when I did QA, I started to learn about all of the different software exploits that are possible. Um, sorry, we can hear you, Volunteer. I don't know if you can hear us now, but we can hear you. All right, so yeah, I wanted to become what I really wanted to become was a hacker, of course, for like many years, because I saw it in movies and I thought it was cool. And I thought it was awesome how they could hack into these systems and all of the green flashing letters on screen. You've all seen those cliche hacker movies. Used to love them, used to eat them up. Wanted to become a hacker as well. Tried for certified ethical hacker, then somebody told me that OSCP was the shit, so I went for OSCP instead of CEH. And it was a really good decision. People still didn't want to hire me, so I went into bug bounties because I wanted to prove that I could do it. Proving that I could do it for me entailed getting 33 vulnerabilities in 2 months. Um, let's see. So yeah, it's I got like 33 vulnerabilities in 2 months. And it expanded from there because I didn't want to do too much more into bug bounties. I already reached my goal there. My goal was to get into the top 20 on integrity, and I did that. And I did it mostly through broken access control and IDORs and business logic flaws. I was against the grain as you get them. I was one of those people who, if everybody went and started their technical shit, I went and got my business logic out. I started exploring the application. I started clicking around, reading manuals, doing the shit that other people weren't doing because in bug bounties, it's hyper competitive. Hyper competitive. You have no idea. The thing is, they always say that in bug bounties, you're hacking against other people. That's perfectly fine, but these people are fucking maniacs sometimes. And they will get to a program the second it comes out. The second it comes out, they are there hacking. Are you going to hack along with them, or are you going to be lazy sloth who says, no, 4 hours is enough for me, 2 hours hacking is enough for me, 1 hour hacking is enough for me per day? There are people out there who are hyper competitive, and if you want to be better than them, you have to be smarter than them or faster than them or both. But you can't be lazy sitting back waiting for good shit to happen because bug bounties is part of a lottery. It's sort of like a lottery. That's how you have to see it. And yes, there's skill involved, but you should see it as a lottery with some skill involved, but mostly luck. And how do you win the lottery? You play it. You play a lot. The more you play, the more chances you have to win. What does that say about bug bounties? The more you play in bug bounties, the more chances you have to win. I hope that's clear. You're not going to get there by doing nothing. And believe me, I know what the fuck it is because nobody's gonna come up here to me and tell me, oh, I have children, I can't do it. Dude, I have a fucking 4-year-old running around here that's making me insane and I'm working 80 hours a week. Why can't you do 50 or 60 in bug bounties? Not to discourage anybody, but I do want to give you a dose of reality. They say that everybody can be a bug bounty hunter. I disagree. It takes a very select breed of people, people who are not easily giving up people who bite through all of their misery because they know that the discipline is going to get them freedom and not laziness and just laying around on the sofa and watching Netflix. And that doesn't mean that you can't have fun every now and again. Believe me, I'm a fucking weed smoker. I know all about having fun. Sometimes you have to have fun. Sometimes you have to do things that are not in your area of well, work, basically. Sometimes you have to relax. But a lot of you are taking the relaxation a bit too seriously. Let me put it that way. Now, again, I'm not talking down to anybody, but I'm just saying if you want to be the best, if you want to be a great bug bounty hunter, and if you want to belong to the top, you're going to have to put in tons of effort because guess what? Bug bounties is nothing like normal hacking anymore. We're past the point of hacking. Want to go hack? Go play a CTF. Want to go hack? Go do some pen testing. But this is much more than just your average pen testing assignment. I'm going to share my screen for a second with a short presentation, but I think it's necessary that we at least go through this. If you have questions in the meantime, don't hesitate to ask. I would propose that everybody introduces themselves, but it may be a bit too much to work in a group like this. So we will do that in the break. We will have a little bit of a chat if you guys want to, of course. Nobody's obligated to stay for that. But for now, the intricacies of bug bounties. I'm going to give you some basic tips here. I'm going to tell you what bug bounty platform you're going to pick, and I'm going to tell you what target you're going to pick. And how am I going to tell you this? I'm going to give you advantages and disadvantages of a lot of types of targets, a lot of platforms, and you're going to make up your mind. I'm not going to make up your mind for you. I can only tell you what worked for me. That doesn't mean it's going to work for you in exactly the same way, but you have to start somewhere. And if somebody would have told me 5 years ago that I would know most of the web exploits by heart, I would have laughed at them. But now if you ask me about a exploit, chances are big I will know it. 1 second. My headset decided to die mid-journey, but that's okay. You guys can still hear me all right, right? If not, feel free to let me know. Should be.
Yes, yes, we can hear you clear.
Okay, perfectly fine. So we'll continue. Some basic tips. Let's start with that. Basic tips. Bug bounties is not pen testing. What do I mean by that? I think it's abundantly clear. But pen testing, you get first to a target. You get to do it internally. You don't have to worry about any of the security mechanisms such as firewalls in place sometimes because they will sometimes pull them down for you. Pen testers beat us to the punch by a mile. So that means that we are definitely not first to test, and we are definitely not the first to test when it comes to the lineage of all hackers, because there's also your security analysis, your software source code analysis. Bug bounties, my friends, is a league of its own. It's a separate class. And I think it's important to make that distinction. Why do I think it's so important? Because then you won't be disappointed if you don't find anything. Because you can be hacking perfectly fine. You can be hacking 100% accurate to what it's supposed to happen. But then you still might not be able to find some things. Why is that? Because we have to think outside of the box, whereas a pen tester has to provide coverage. They're going to give repeatable results every time. We as bug bounty hunters do whatever the fuck we feel like. We're not going to be bound by rules or, well, of course, your rules of engagement, but we don't have these rules of time that some other pen testing programs have. We're much more free in scope sometimes. It's different. It's a totally different story. And that's exactly why you need to pick a target well. Don't just go for the best targets, because there are good and there are bad targets. Your good targets will give you joy, will give you fulfillment, will teach you something. Your bad targets will give you frustration, will give you hatred, will teach you nothing. I hope the difference between those is clear, but I would think so. If you have questions about which one is which, if this specific target is a good or a bad one, we'll get to that later. So hold your questions for that. I am pretty sure I might be able to answer that for you to a degree. But you do need to spend time picking a target, and spend a lot of time picking a target. This is not something that is done lightly. A target is something you commit to. If somebody asks me how long I spent on a bug bounty target, regularly up to 2 weeks, and then I will return to it every now and again. So it's a big commitment that I'm making to that company. And it's not per se even a written commitment, but if you want to get good results, you're going to have to put in the time. One of the very best tips that I can give you, my friends, is learn how your program works. That might sound silly, but why do you think that it's a good idea to open a target and to start your tools and to start attacking and to start throwing random shit at the wall and seeing what sticks? Why would that be a good idea as a hacker? Isn't our goal as hackers to hack something is to use it in a way that it is not intended to be used? How are you going to use it in an unintended way if you don't even know the intended way, if you don't even want to put in that trouble to go through? And that's why it can take weeks for me to get to know a target. I get to know it first. So tonight, once you're clicking around in one of the bigger labs, I want you to first realize what it's doing. And as we go through these sessions, I want you to really make a checklist for yourself. I'm going to give you a checklist at the end, but I also want to see your own checklists. Why? Because you are not effective with my checklist. It's my checklist. It's how I am effective. And it can be a good seed for your own checklist, but it can never be the driving factor behind it. So as we go through it, recognize the attack factors you're throwing at it, the things you're trying to get the exploit to work. And once you've popped that initial exploit, how you got to your real proof of concept. Some other tips that I can give you: finding a valid bug. I already said it before. You're either going to have to be first or you're going to have to be second, or both. But you cannot be last and also uncreative. You really need to start thinking outside of the box. Every single exploit that's within the box, you can be sure of that it's either pen tested before or a scanner has done it. But you are going to have to think about the things that are not so easy to scan for. Business logic, broken access control, IDORs, that's your task. You're not a scanner. You're a fucking human. You're a hunter, and you know what to do. Outsmart scanners, get the things that scanners can't go to. Why do I say broken access control and IDOR? Because you can't teach your scanner, well, you can teach it which resource should be accessed by which person. It's definitely teachable, but it's a lot harder, and people aren't usually going to go through the trouble of that. If you ever hack, there is a fallacy of testing that you need to be very aware of, and it's called the clustering of defects. The clustering of defects, me as a developer, imagine me, I make a bug. There's two things that can happen. Either I'm systematically stupid around this area and I make this bug in every single place that I implement this specific factor, or I just had a bad Friday. It's Friday, I want to fucking go home, I don't want to work anymore, let me just commit a bug. So these are the two options that we have, which for us are very good news, because if it's a shitty Friday, that's not the only bug that the developer is going to commit. He's probably going to commit multiple bugs. So you have to keep looking at the same thing that surrounds it. So things that he has worked on that surround that specific feature. Let's say that he worked on, or you found a bug in the feature invoices, you have to dig deep in invoices. Another option is that that developer is systematically stupid on that area, and that bug exists throughout the entire application where that same implementation remains. Is that clear what I want to say with this? Once you find a bug, don't stop testing because you found a bug. Keep on testing because, well, you know the old saying, where there's one, there's more. So keep testing and make sure that you are very fast or very creative, or both, of course. What do I mean by fast? Scans, automatic scanners, automatic enumeration tools. All of these bigger hackers have these automatic tools. And if you want to be good at it, it's not enough to just run AMAS on a subdomain, because every hacker and their fucking grandmother knows about AMAS. Go subdomain brute forcing. Nobody's doing brute forcing. Everybody's doing enumeration, meaning they're just trying to get the results that exist from other sources, such as DNS records. We are going to brute force. We're going to try a request and see if it works with random strings, but the strings are words, of course, that we got from word lists. But still, we want to do some brute forcing there, things that other people aren't doing. It's really not helpful for you to go and follow other people's methodologies. You're doing a disservice to yourself if you're following other people's methodologies. Again, can be a good starting seed, but you need to build your own intuition. Let's say that you are going to follow my exact methodology and you find a bug in an application. Fucking nice, right? But can you replicate that finding if it exists in another target? Maybe, maybe also not. Who's to say? So make sure that you develop your own intuition, your own methodology. Make sure even a full methodology doesn't really help here because every target is different. Like for a pen tester, a methodology will help. Pen tester can follow their methodology step by step. We can't really, because there's, even if you do, the things in your methodology are probably going to cover 90% basics, where it's all about creativity here. If you ever do get a vulnerability and it does appear to be a dupe, don't go crazy over it. Just be happy you found a valid vulnerability. Just try to be faster next time. That's all I can say there. And don't forget to take notes. Every fucking thing that you think is out of the ordinary. If there's even an error message out of the ordinary, I want to see it in your notes. You never know which information you're going to need later on. You don't know that. And a lot of people think it's useless for me to write down all of the information that I don't need, but they forget that they are also not writing down the information that they do need. Get where I'm coming from, so note down everything. Also, if you're going to test complicated scenarios, that's a very big help. I'm going to give you an example. We all know IDORs, right? Well, or if you don't, we will get to them, don't worry about it. But IDOR is basically, I have invoice question mark ID is 1. So it will get the first identifier. Well, now I might get the second identifier as well. So I get change the number to 2 and I get the resource, even though it's not mine. That's an IDOR insecure direct object reference. Simple enough, right? But now let's say that you have multi-tenancy. Multi-tenancy means that there are multiple customers on the same database. So you have one database and it's only separated by customer number. That's how you have to see it. So data A, customer A, data B, customer B, data C, customer C. That's how it's separated in the database. Okay, then customer A might be able to get customer B's data because they're not physically separated into multiple databases. Well, now you have multi-tenancy that you need to worry about. Let's take it one step further. We're going to add organizations within a tenant. So one tenant can have multiple organizations, which all can have either inter-tenant IDOR broken access control, or they can have inter-tenant IDOR or broken access control, or they can have inter-organizational IDOR or broken access control, or inner-organizational IDOR or broken access control. IDOR is not simple. Everything that seems simple, if it was really, really that simple, it would have been found before. That doesn't mean that simple shit doesn't exist, because I found stuff which will make you scratch your head, where a stupid manual tells me not to disable super admin accounts because it's not possible. I try it, and that was the easiest 125 euros I ever made in my life. Just reporting a 5-minute bug by reading a manual. Thank you very much. I will take that money. So just to show you that there are definitely still easy bugs out there. They're just not as plentiful at all. Logical, I would say. So when we pick a platform, there are 4 types of platforms that we can actually go with. We have the more well-known platforms. I'm talking about HackerOne, Bugcrowd, Integrity, some of the bigger players in the market. We have regional as well, lesser known platforms. Now, what am I talking about here? Something like Yogosha, Yes We Hack, BugBounty.jp. Silly what I'm saying here, right? But these are all bug bounty platforms. Why haven't you heard of them? Because you're not looking. So bug bounty platforms, I would stay away from the top ones. I would stay away from the major ones, except for Integrity. Those are people that I can wholeheartedly recommend, but only because I know them and I work with them well. They're always good people. And besides that, you have good programs, they have good support, etc. But you also have those regional platforms like Yes We Hack, Yogasha, bugbounty.jp. And these bug bounty platforms, they offer less, maybe a little bit less programs, but they also offer a lot less competition. So if you do want to go out of your way, you can start at some of the smaller ones. If you want to go with some more competition, but you want to go with some more well-known ones, you can have Integrity. You can, that's the one I would pick there. But you can also go for private platforms such as Synac. Now, Synac, you need to apply to actually join. There's Cobalt.io. These are all great programs to join, or platforms, I should say, but they're not easy to get into, as you might imagine. Now, we also have self-hosted programs such as google.com, yahoo.com, or Yahoo, Google, their entire shit is in scope, basically. But these self-hosted programs, especially if you're able to dork a little bit, or you just go to firebounty.com, firebounty.com. Here you can see all of the public programs that are out there on all of the platforms. So you have 697 pages of bug bounty programs. If that's not enough for you, I don't know what is. You will never have enough at that point. So yeah, some of these major platforms. One of the biggest advantages of HackerOne as well is that if you enter something and it's not valid, they will give you negative reputation for it, which is a horrible idea in my opinion, because I actually found a valid bug at the very beginning after I reported some shit and I got some negative reputation for it, and I couldn't even report my valid XSS anymore. So I had to wait 30 days. Then I reported it and I got a duplicate out of it. So I am not for that negative karma program. I understand where they're coming from, but everybody makes mistakes. Everybody shits up from time to time, especially in the beginning. What you don't need to do is punish your users. You need to guide your users. So I don't understand where they're coming from with that rhetoric. Some more regional platforms, some that I always recommend. Definitely a lot less competition, but you're also going to have some smaller program selection. Also really important there is that you might need to use translator plugins, because bugbounty.jp Japanese, I don't know about you, but I cannot read Japanese yet. So I need to just use my translator for it. Yes, we hack. Some of these programs are in French. I don't really speak French that well either, so I'm going to have to use translators for it. The regional platforms also have a disadvantage that sometimes you have programs such as somebody's baby wants to join, I think. Mine is asleep, so I'm happy for now, at least. But yeah, these mostly regional platforms, they also have banks that you might need to join, for example, but you need to be part of the bank, and then you need to be customer, and you need to live in that country, and it's a whole just jazz. Sometimes it's only for the people that live in the country of the program, of course. All depends on the program itself, not particularly the platform. We also talked about private platforms, but you are going to have to apply for those, and your self-hosted are going to depend really on the program itself. It might be just a security.txt, or they might have a full-blown program such as Google. When you pick a target, there are many different considerations that we have to make. Do we going to go for business to consumer platforms or programs? Do we going to go for business to business programs? It really depends. Do we want a wide scope? Do we want the main application to hack? Are we going to go for web app? Are we going to go for mobile app? Are we going to go for desktop app? Are we going to go for APIs, VDP versus paid? If you don't know, VDP is vulnerability disclosure program. And then that's usually not paid, but rewarded with points or swag sometimes, as they say as well. You know, the fucking awesome t-shirts. This is not swag. You can win, by the way. This is mine. Hands off. And then we also have the public versus the private programs. Private programs, the holy grail. Everybody wants to join private programs. I can wholeheartedly tell you that most of the issues that I found are on public programs that have been open for ages. I'm not just saying that to make you feel better. There is still a lot out there, but you have to think outside of the box. And the problem is, once a motherfucker like me comes along, he's gonna go test all of the programs, all of them, and then he's gonna report all of his shit, and then he's gonna tell you how he did it. Do you really think that I'm going to test one program and then report it? Oh, I did this and this and this. No, a motherfucker like me is going to keep that to themselves until we have everything sorted out. And you might say, hey, Dick, that's an asshole move. Maybe, but it's a hyper competitive world. And contrary to popular belief, there isn't enough bugs to go around for everybody. There's a lot of bugs out there, and then you can look at my methodology. You can use it as a basis. You can even go and try to hunt on programs that I haven't hunted on, but I can guarantee you if 10 people do that, it's barren. It's a barren wasteland. And that's why I say just copying my methodology will not work. Right now, I still use the same methodology to a large degree, but I don't hunt myself anymore. I love to see other people hunt. So what I do is I watch their screens while they hunt in coaching sessions. It's a different way of working, but I prefer it that way. I am not the kind of person who needs this anymore to report bugs or to get fame or whatever. I mean, for me, like I said, I have certain goals in mind, and once I reach them, I'm perfectly fine. And that's the same with bug bounties. So for me, it's really a matter of where do I spend my time? Do I want to spend it in pen testing where I'm guaranteed to get paid? Do I spend it creating content? Do I spend it bug bounty hunting? And for me, definitely the lowest return on investment is bug bounties for me. It doesn't mean that I get nothing from bug bounties if I don't try my best, but it does mean that living in Belgium, here the prices are so high that most of the money that I've made, well, half of it goes to fucking taxes anyway, so that's a bummer. Hey, you made 10K? Nope, half of it's mine. Thank you very much. So that's one thing. And second of all, the costs are so high of living here that mostly what I got from it was a learning experience. That is my biggest takeaway from this, not the money. That's not what I did it for. And I don't think anybody else should be doing this for the money either. If you're doing it for the money, you're probably in the wrong profession, because guess what? A minimum wage job at McDonald's pays more than this sometimes. So flipping burgers or hacking targets, what's it gonna be? Sorry, sometimes I'm a little bit sarcastic and a little bit of an asshole, but I love you guys. I hope you know that. I see we have a chat message as well. Got to train the kids about bug bounties young. Definitely. My 4-year-old is starting right now. She has a tablet in front of her face, and I make her practice for 4 hours per day. So what do I usually go for? I go for business to business applications because they have a lot more scope available. I hear a lot of people say, oh, I don't get why you go for a main application. There's not a lot of scope. There's not a lot of features. These people are just testing business to consumer web applications. They're testing things like web shops and newspapers, which I would definitely avoid. I always go for main app and business to business, such as HR, invoicing applications, anything along those lines. That's what I really thrive and live for, because there I have a lot of broken access control, IDOR, I can make privilege matrices, I can do a lot to help myself advance in business to business. Versus business to consumer, they usually say, you can make your own account. You're just a regular user on our system, etc. You know how it goes. I prefer business to business because of this reason. Now, we also have web applications. That's where I start at. I started at. Now I do mobile, I do web, I do API. I know a little bit of everything. And it's mainly because of bug bounties to a degree, but it's also pure out of interest, because once you get to a certain degree in web applications, it gets boring. Like learning always has this diminishing return. Like the more you learn at the beginning, you'll learn like a hell of a lot and it will go really fast. And then you'll hit like the speed bump where even if you put in exponentially more hours, you're not learning the same amount. So then I just switch to mobile, and then I get stuck there, and then I get to APIs. And it's also got to do with my main knowledge base, which is basically everything. I'm a QA engineer, so I can do mobile test automation. I can do API testing. I have all of these skills in my skill set. The only thing that was missing was the specific exploits for all of these things, because you have platform specific exploits, and you also have exploits that are the traffic between your application and your API. So what I always say is, once you basically know API and web hacking, once you can then insert your own certificate into the application, you're already well on your way, or into the cell phone, I should say. You're already really well on your way at that point, because then you know how to intercept that traffic, and all that's missing is the platform specific bugs, such as the mobile bugs. I recommend VDP, but I didn't do VDP. I didn't do vulnerability disclosure program to start with. I got for paid. That's what I went for straight away. Do as I say, not as I do, because paid has more competition, as you can imagine. So I always say, don't avoid paid, but don't go too high in the payment, because they're not going to pass out 20K for nothing. They give a really high reward, because the higher their reward, usually they're also much more to lose on their end. So they're going to be more secure. They have much more to lose. They want to make sure that their shit is in order. So I usually go for either like a low level paying one, or I go for a vulnerability disclosure program. Private, that's a big one. Everybody wants private invites. I had like 60 private invites at the end of my career on integrity. Well, at the end of my career, I act like I'm fucking retired, but yeah, I had like 60 invites. I didn't give a shit anymore, dude. Like, I would just, the programs I had were fine. I didn't want to throw away those. I was testing programs that released new features every few weeks. So I had always had something to test. And I'm a force of habit. Like, every time that I get a target that I really enjoy, I'm just going to keep on hacking on that same target for a long ass time. That's just how I work. So yeah, I hope that makes a bit sense. If you have questions around this, let me know. But I usually go for business to business applications, main applications, lab apps. I get paid for those. I don't do it for free. I know that's the wrong attitude. Again, do as I say, not as I do. And I go for private programs if I can. Sometimes, if I feel like it, I'll just go for public program. I do whatever the fuck I feel like. Like, if a program feels right to me, that's a big click. That's a big indicator that I'm going to stick with it in the long run as well. What you shouldn't do is go for high payouts in the beginning, because these targets are usually going to be a lot more hardened. You want to avoid newspapers, because there's usually very little functionality, and same for web shops. Banks are usually very hardened. Anything with currency, anything with insurances, usually I would stay away from those. And also mobile. Same thing, learn some more basic things first, and then get a little bit of a niche. And for me, the advantage is, since I know all of these things, I have an advantage on most people. Like, most people know web app hacking. I know APIs, I know mobile on top of that. I know web app hacking, I know network hacking. I have a big advantage as opposed to people who only know one type of hacking. And don't get discouraged, because again, it seems like impossible, but don't forget that just a few years ago, I was a stupid, ignorant fucking junkie who was spending 10K a month on coke, and now I'm here. So impossible is fucking nothing. That's what I want to say. If you really set your mind to it, if you really work hard enough, if you really work extremely hard, I don't see how anything bad can come of this. The only thing that bad can come of this is maybe a bit of frustration because you didn't find anything, but you learned, you grew, and you expanded your own knowledge. So I hope that makes sense. A little bit on these private invites. If you want to get invited, be active, report vulnerabilities. Of course, that's logical, but also know that these platforms keep sort of an Excel sheet on you. They want to know what skills you have, what private programs you would be good at, etc. So they keep stats on you, they keep an eye on you, and you can also participate in the CTFs on HackerOne. but I don't like that. They sometimes give lower quality programs and it discourages newer people because they think that's what bug bounties is. Well, it's just in reality a shitty program. Again, you'll have good programs and you'll have shitty programs. Another way you can look at these programs is look at what's been reported in the last few days. If there's nothing reported in the last 2 months, chances are that you're not going to find anything on it either. If there's a shit ton reported on it and a shit ton gets closed on it, chances are that they're not going to accept your shit either. So just look at the previous history of reports and see if you can get any conclusions from there. You're a hacker, your mind should always be working in that way. Can I use the information I have to my advantage? See, we have a chat message. All right. So anything else that we need to go about? I don't think so in this particular part. Maybe just one thing that I would like to really highlight is that bug bounties is really never a reliable way of getting money. Reliable? No, not at all. Why not? Because even if you can report bugs up the ass, even if you can keep on getting mediums at scale, even then the company pays out when they pay out. They have the power in this regard. You don't. And if they want to take, believe me, it took like 4 months to pay out my 33 vulnerabilities. Or 6 months even, and I think I'm not 100% sure anymore, but it took a long ass time. And of course, you can't do anything about it because they own that money. All right, my friends, I think it's time for us to dive into the exploit types. What do you say? We've had an introduction. I don't know you yet, but I will be keeping an eye on my labs to see how you're doing. No, I'm kidding. But we will be doing some labs because I like practice. I don't like just going about shit. So let's just go to labs.hexpert.com and we'll go to the CSRF. I will paste that in chat, that link, so we all have it. And you don't have to do anything yet. I just want you to pay attention. Now, can anybody in the chat tell me? I have this right here. Some people might know CSRF already, but what could be wrong here? What kind of mischief could I do? Can anybody give me a clue? Anything that they think can help here?
What was the question again?
So right here, I have a page, right? Just analyzing what it does. I can send money, an amount, and I can send it to a person. Is there anything bad you can imagine that can happen in this scenario? There's no wrong answers, just throw out what you think.
Maybe switch the receiver's end.
That's a very good one, and I like that you say it because almost nobody says this. You can just fill in here whoever you want, but let's imagine that I am logged in now. Let's imagine that you cannot change this information normally. Do you think that there's still a way to change this information? Let's say if I host this entire website, I just copy it to my site and I let you click on the information on my side, but instead of this, I just add in the same field here and I make this one invisible and the real recipient is going to be me, but you think it's going to be sent to mom. If I host this on my own website and I trick you on clicking on this, there's nothing stopping the website from processing that request at the moment. And what do I mean, right? Sorry?
You can clone the whole website, right?
Yes, exactly. And I can make a request from my own website to labs.hexpert.com. Come here.
Nice. And now, because I have a question. Sorry to bother you.
Of course,
Because I know with Metasploit you can create this clones website, right? But at the end, like the URL, it will stay on like the IP address. Is there a way to make it look like more sophisticated?
Definitely. Yeah. Like right now, this is hexpert.com. But if I buy like just the domain like this without the, is it, nope, there, without the K, for example, let's say that I buy this domain somebody's going to think that they clicked on my website, but they really aren't clicking on my website at all. And like you said, it's going to show the IP now. What you mean is I'm going to do it manually now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate a proof of concept for that. So I'm going to go to my sources, to my network, I mean, and I'm going to send in this request. And then right here, I can see 10.php has been sent with an amount and a recipient. Now I'm going to go to this handy dandy little tool, which is going to allow me to fake this request. Well, fake it. Basically, I'm just going to make a very similar form. And I had two fields here, an amount and a recipient. So this, if I just take it away, you see value 1 equals and value 2 equals. All right, so value 1 equals, and this is going to be to the attacker. Attacker is going to be me in this case, and I'm just going to, oh, I forgot to fill in my URI. And I'm just going to download this and click it open. Now, here, oh, something went wrong. Apparently, oh, I forgot my ampersand sign. So here I forgot the ampersand. There we go, download the book. And now I have two fields, 1000 to attacker. But let's say that I'm a nifty hacker and I just hide this, all of this. And I make the text of the button say, congratulations, you won $1 million, click here. And that person clicks, but the form is still hidden in the background. So the request will still be made. So imagine if this just is gone now. And imagine if this says, click here to win $1 million. And then it's going to send this to the attacker. Now, of course, I copied the wrong URL because I'm a moron. I changed it, but I forgot to change it back. But if I do change that back to hackspert.com, now the request is coming from my computer. You can see that this is clearly not on the web server, but I'm making the request anyway, and I'm sending over that money. Can you see how that's bad?
That's bad.
How bad?
As the victim, for the victim is bad. For as a hacker, it's perfect.
True, true. Yeah, good if you receive the money, that's true. But yeah, this is bad, of course, for the website owner, very much so, because he's probably going to get sued up the ass. But this is something that is a problem. Now, how can we protect against this? I am logged in here. So imagine I'm logged in. As I log in, I get what's known as a session token. And to that session, I can bind a CSRF token. CSRF means cross-site request forgery. From my site to another website, cross-site, and I'm forging a request because I'm making this seem, or this making seem like it's a real request. So I'm forging it from a different website. Now, if there is a token bound to this, because I know what my own token is, I know what my own CSRF token is, but I don't know what yours is, because I can see these fields, these will be the same for me. Both fields will be the exact same for me, except the value of the CSRF token will be different from me than it will be for you. Now, what does that mean practically? So if I go back to my labs for a second, and I go to the listing and I go to 00.php, here we can see that we have that session token, but we can also see the CSRF token right here. And the CSRF token, you don't know my token. Everybody's token is going to be different. None is going to be exactly the same. And if it is, that's a super big coincidence. But this token, if I forge the request right now, it's not going to work, because the server is going to check with every request that I do that that token is there and correct. And since I am sending my token, but you're logged in, it's never going to work. So this is only a problem if I am logged into the website that you're trying to fake. If I'm not logged in, the request will not go through. It's the same as any request. If I just click something and I'm not logged in, it's not going to do anything. So we have to be logged in to protected research that we can change, update, or delete, or create, update, or delete, I should say. And that's a CSRF problem. Now we have CSRF tokens to protect from that, but there are potential CSRF issues with it. Now, I want you to first try 10.php, and I want you to do what I have done. So I want you to try 10.php, go to the network tab, and go to this right here, and generate a CSRF proof of concept and send it in chat. So just the file that's being generated, send it over, and I want to investigate it, see what you can do. Now, just try this for a second. I'm going to grab some coffee, but it's important that you are able to do this because if you ever encounter a CSRF issue, you need to be able to generate a proof of concept for it. You need to prove that it works because sometimes CSRF is also protected against in other ways. Even if it seems vulnerable, you prove it. You always prove it in bug bounties. Get that well in your head, proof of concept, or get the fuck out. If you have questions, one sec. If you have questions, let me know. I'm glad to help, of course. Yeah, didn't think you'd have to work tonight, right?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this. No, that's cool. Nice.
I don't like just talking about things because I found that people don't remember it at all.
No, man, this is great because it's practice at the same time. Great, man.
Yeah, for everything, I try to build a lab, and I think it's really important to have that kind of practice. But later on, we're going to attack a red site, and that's why I say make a checklist. Not now, you don't have to, this is not something that should be on a checklist, but if you didn't know what CSRF was, it might be best to make a little bit of an overview for yourself. CSRF. In West. Oh no, somebody sent me a virus. Good job, Theo. Good job. I always need to watch the time a bit with these things. I tend to talk too much. But it's good. It's necessary information. Are you guys okay? Are you having trouble with the exercise? Feel free to let me know.
Yeah, I'm struggling here, but I'm gonna try it.
No worries. Believe me, I've struggled enough when I first started with this shit. Now it's natural to me because I made these labs. So if I would have problems, Let's take about 3 more minutes and then I'll show it again. If you don't have it fully, no worries. You can always rewatch the recordings, and these labs will stay online, by the way. They're not going to go away.
My question is, once you're in network, right? You get to network by the page source, right? Inspect. Sorry. So once you get to there, where do you generate the CRF code?
That is in this website here. So once I have that request made, once I'm in here, I click send my greetings, and then I get this page here, .php. And here I should see which fields I have to fill in.
Now I got it. I was missing the part of sending the request.
I gotcha. Yeah. It's also funny because sometimes pages redirect you. And then if they redirect you, the request is gone from here. It disappears. So you have to be really careful. Sometimes there's a middle request, and that's why I really recommend Burp Suite. But we will start with Burp later on. All right.
Okay, I have one last question before.
Of course.
If I did the request, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a given payload headers, right? And headers, I see 10 PHP. That's the request. It gave me post status code 200 respond header.
Yeah, but you need to look in the payload tab.
A payloads tab. Okay. So now it says view source. Okay. On the page.
What you're seeing here is the fields that are being sent, basically. And this is the body, the data.
Okay, so yes, I got it there. It says mom amount 1,000.
Yep. Then you can copy them, but be careful because if you paste them in here, it expects like an equal sign instead of a semicolon and an ampersand instead of an enter. So I paste this, I need to remove.
So I will post the amount or
in the chat you mean?
yes.
Or you can just post the file that it's created. So when you click download, then the file that is created, you can just send that one over.
Okay, perfect.
Nice, good job. Awesome. I'm clicking all of these buttons. I should check the source code before I click anything. Not smart. Does anybody recognize this cable? Seems like a normal iPhone cable, right?
Yes.
Shit will fuck up your phone. That's an
That's a Hack 5 cable.
Yeah. Fucking awesome, dude. Like, and also the rubber ducky. Today I had a conference meeting with like a bunch of business people and entrepreneurs. And when I left the room, I left my headset there. But this headset, I can hook it up to my phone and I can just record. I can just record whatever they say. And we went out for like lunch and some people left behind. And when I get back, I let them listen to their own voices and they were like, what the fuck? I hope they're a bit more careful now. But yeah, there is no real difference. Like you can't see a difference. I don't really see anything anyway. And they even got that little plastic on that all of these other iPhone cables have.
They have some crazy stuff, but they're always sold out.
Yeah, and that Flipper Zero as well. They're sold out, but they sell for double.
Yep. Every time I try to check on them, they got their Flipper zero saw that.
Yep. But anyway, I think most people have it right.
Yes, I did. I think I just did. Let me see.
All right.
Yes.
If you have problems, we can always go over it during the break as well. I just wanted to show you guys some exploits as well, because in the next one, we are going to have a token. There will be a token here. If I inspect this, you can definitely see that token exists. Now, let's look at a little bit of an exploit here. What can I do? Well, basically, I'm a developer, right? Imagine that. Imagine the stupid bad developer, and he makes his website. Now, what I'm going to do is I need to implement a generation of a token. How does CSRF work? Basically, in CSRF, first of all, you check if a token exists in the session. If no token exists, you generate a token, and then you put that token in every form. And then when that form is posted to the server, when the request is made, you check that token. If you're a stupid idiot like me and you forget to check that token, well, then you have a problem, because that can be a CSRF issue. But I can also be a bit of a noob developer, and I can check it. I can check the length of that token, like I do right here. As long as the token, because this is not even a valid token, K doesn't exist. This token is a token in this case is a hexadecimal value. K does not exist in hexadecimal values, yet we exploited the glitch. It's not CSRF yet because it's from this website to this website, so it's not cross-site request forgery, but I've successfully circumvented the token. So I can basically use any token of the same length. I can use any string of the same length in this one. I propose that we try to abuse this for about 10 minutes, and then we are going to go to the solution. I would like you guys to try this. Just try exploiting this with the knowledge you've gained in your previous exercise, and see if you can do this as well. You know the exploit. All you have to do is generate a proof of concept. That's it. Easy as fuck. So there's one thing missing there, Jeffrey. You forgot to fill in your URL. If you forget that, it's not going to fill in that button, and request cannot be made to the proper website.
Okay. So I fill the URL with the URL with the lab one, right?
Yep, exactly. Once that's filled in and you download that file, then you are golden.
Okay. Let me see now.
I wish I could do this more live. Live is more awesome.
This is great. I'm a newbie, so this is great for me.
Yeah, I love this as well. By the way, don't get me wrong. It's just that live, what's so fun about it is that you can interact a lot more. And you can see if there's somebody who forgets to turn off their PC when you get coffee, and you can plug in your rubber ducky, and you can install the Nicolas Cage plugin, which makes every image in their browser become Nicolas Cage. It's fun.
Nice. Nice.
Oh man, we're such assholes. Yes, good job. Really good job, Deepak. That's awesome, my friend. Deepak has the answer. It's not a super hard lab, of course, this one, but I'm going to build and build and build and build on top of this shit. So it's important to know. Now, a little bit of a quiz. Why would changing the email address through CSRF be a problem? Can anybody tell me that? There's a saying in cross-site scripting land, and it's that we used to go for the session tokens, but now all the hype and rave is about stealing CSRF tokens. There's a reason for that. If I can steal your CSRF token, or I can change your email address through a CSRF exploit, well, then you've lost your account fully. Good job, Valendier, good job. If you want, you can go on with 20, 30, 40. What I would recommend though is that you give me 1 second. I will put the. So I recommend that you go on with this one. I believe it is. Let me see. Inspect. Yep. And then we have 4. I think 4 and 5 are the same at the moment. Yep, 4 is the same. And I think 40 as well. Yep, 40 as well. And 50 as well. Yep. So there's not a lot of extra things to do there. But I'm curious. Anyway, if I can change your email address, I have your account. I can just change your email address to mine. I can reset your password and you can never change it back because you don't have your email address anymore. So even if you click forgot password or reset password, the mails would go to my inbox anyway. So it's a big issue, CSRF, and people don't take it serious enough. People think, oh, it's just CSRF, and you will find that in bug bounties, simple CSRF is often excluded, but much more complex or much more impactful CSRF, as long as you can prove impact properly, you probably have a good case for it, depending on the program, of course. Good job, Michael. Or is it Michael? Sorry, I fucking suck with names. If it's Michael, not twice. If it's Michael, not once.
It's Michael.
Okay,
That's
Michael.
Thanks.
Not that I can see you nod anyway, but that's besides the point. So yeah, this shouldn't be too much of a problem for most people either, right? All right. Now for a little bit, sorry, go ahead.
Recording in progress.
Zoom is such a freaking moron sometimes. Like sometimes I want to record with Zoom, and because Zoom has this virtual background swapping that OBS doesn't have, I'll start my recording, I'll start talking, and it'll be like recording in progress, and I'll rage so hard because it does that every time. But yeah, I wanted to go over this lab for CSRF that I've built. This is a big lab. This is one that I'm really proud of. I built it with a good friend of mine. And this lab has exploits that we can enable and disable with just changing a value in a configuration backend that we have. Now in here, we have certain things that we can do. I'm just going to log in with a username test, password test, not the most difficult shit in the world, but default passwords do exist, so try them. I don't get why more people don't try them. Now, I'm going to do something here, which is fun. I'm going to create a new contact, but you can already guess it. Where is the CSRF token in this whole story? It doesn't exist. Is that a problem? Of course, that's a problem. So are we going to exploit it? Of course, we're going to exploit it. And afterwards, I'm going to give you guys some rest. I don't expect you to exploit this after me, but I do want to demonstrate the possibility of exploiting CSRF to insert cross-site scripting attack vectors. Now, where are we going wrong? Let's just try invoices for a second because I want to insert an invoice. Just want to insert some value with a total amount and the date, and we submit that, and we have a submission here for new invoice. And guess what? There we go. We can copy these values just like we did before. And we have a CSRF token in here though. So is this going to be vulnerable to CSRF or no? Let's just give it a shot. Let's try it. Total amount. Let's inspect. And we remove the CSRF value, or let's just change the bit. Submit. Fill in the date field. We wait a second. Submitted successfully. So it's the same CSRF that we've seen before, but Now I'm going to try something different. So here we have that new invoice. I copy this over. I paste this in my generator. I do the same that I've done before. So just remove all of my enters and replace them with ampersand. And this one as well. And for the last one, the CSRF token. Now, of course, the equal values. And then I'm going to insert a cross-site scripting attack vector. The biggest problem with my attack vector, however, is going to be that I'm going to use a character which is not allowed in this instance. So we have our CSRF token as a last one right here. Let's say that in this name, I want to insert an attack vector. So just image source equals X, on error equals alert. This is just your typical alert that's going to pop up. And I want to insert this through CSRF. You can already think, oh, this is going to fail. It's going to cut it off because it's going to think that the ampersand should be or that equal sign should be translated in a new parameter value pair. It's just not. So this tool does have its shortcomings. How you can get around that? Just edit the fucking HTML file. This isn't kindergarten anymore. You know how HTML works. You can just open this HTML file and edit it through the HTML file itself. So you have to be a little bit aware of the situation, know what's happening, and then you can generate a proper proof of concept if you want with your values in it. Do you always have to do this? Definitely not. Usually it's more than enough to generate a simple CSRF proof of concept. I just like to go over the top and I like to completely fuck shit up if possible. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for part one. I'm going to give you a short 10-minute break, and then I'm going to be right back to torturing you where I belong. Thank you very much for your attention so far, and I will be right back. All right. Say hello to my little rat. He's not a rat, by the way, it's a hamster. How long have you guys been in hacking for, if you don't mind me asking, of course? Most of you guys new, or is it like some of you guys are some experience? Really well participated by everybody, by the way. Oh, you're doing good, Falandir. Nice, good job. Do you have technical experience? Define fairly, Mitten. What's fairly new? You're doing good, Deepak. Nice job. Past 1 year on Try Hack Me. Nice, good job, Govi. Try Hack Me is a really good site to learn. I love that site. Yeah. I've thought about making a room multiple times before, but haven't had the time yet. Oh, am I not audible? Or is my speaker not audible? Audible?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Sorry about that, bro. I can hear you
No,
first.
no worries, no worries. Man. I know a little bit, but I still gotta learn a lot to learn. I don't understand very much. Burp Suite, I'm having a hard time trying to understand it.
I can understand that. It's a complicated tool. Don't use Zap. It's even worse.
Which one?
Zap. Wasp Zap. Whoa.
Yeah, I don't use that at all. No. I normally use Nuclei, Nmap, SQL, Nixo.
Yeah. The reason, well, Burp is a man-in-the-middle proxy, but Zap is also one, but like Nikto, Nuclei, those are vulnerability scanners. And we'll get more to Burp as well, because I think it's important to know. Yes, I am. I am using Chrome. Yeah.
But when it comes to like the request, I know the post and get request, but when it comes to like the results, I can't understand like a lot of it.
Then it might be interesting for you to follow our other boot camps as well. We have boot camps where we try to go much more into the beginner things, like what's a request, what's a response, what are the headers, what are the bodies, boot post or different request methods, core networking concepts, different layers of switches. This little guy is have lots of network experience, still learning all the vulnerabilities in Portswigger Academy. Yeah, Portswigger Academy is also a great resource. If you guys want a continuation resource, Portswigger Academy is where I picked up a lot of what I've learned. And networking, well, I have networking experience. I did my OSCP, but don't ask me to do a network target. I fucking hate them. I hate them with passion.
Network is kind of hard, right?
It is. It depends what you define on hard, because website is also a form of networking hacking, because it's just a protocol that's open. It's HTTP protocol that's open. So all of the different, it just depends on what you like. For me, I just prefer I just prefer web app hacking. I don't know why. I'm just better at developing, I guess. I've been a developer for a good 7 years. So yeah, guess it depends on your preference. I just also found that in my company, at least, network hacking isn't that often requested. We get a lot of web app requests, we get a lot of mobile requests, we get a lot of API, but almost never network anymore. Because a lot of these people are going in the cloud as well. And then you have cloud hacking, which is going to be more prevalent there.
So eventually cloud will switch the network.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's all going to stay relevant and it's all going to stay important, because you're always going to have these smaller companies that are just starting out, who have no idea of best practices or who have no need for big cloud infrastructure. And they just have a fucking server in the closet with some AC in it. And that's also a possibility. It's the same as people who are saying that XXE is dying out, or that XSS is dying out because of frameworks. That's the biggest bullshit I ever heard. Have you seen these websites these days? Dude, the government websites look like they come from 2001. Fuck.
Yeah, they don't want to update it or nothing.
None at all. Holy shit. Oh, man.
That's why they constantly hack.
1 second, I will be. So the funny story is that I work at this company and they built a Java application. They built it from scratch, like from zero. And they decided the best course of action was to completely emulate their COBOL terminal, completely emulate it up to the point where you have to press keys to do anything. And it's a brand new Java application. What the fuck? And then I looked at their test cases and I see that all their testing is a 200 OK response code, but nothing in the bodies. So for all I know, all of the software that's been running there is broken for ages. Nobody really can tell for sure. We don't. People say that shit is dying out, but I see stupid shit every day, like stupid stuff. And yeah, it's going to be, there's just going to be more options. Let me put it that way. And especially if you're going to work for bigger companies, they're going to have those newer technologies like cloud, like Docker, containerization. But the smaller companies, I don't see why a small company would need a whole Docker setup, you know what I mean? But you're asking the good questions. I like that. You're thinking about the future. I think AI is going to play a big part in the future, by the way.
Yeah, ChatGPT is twisting the whole game.
Yeah, like it's, you have to really know what the fuck you're doing. But some of the labs that you're hacking tonight are totally made by ChatGPT.
ChatGPT is crazy.
Yeah, like these labs right here, Computer Systems Inc. Everything you see here from top to bottom is made with ChatGPT.
Yeah, it makes, like, you can make scripts and a lot of crazy things with ChatGPT.
Yep. And these are all CSRF issues and CSRF labs. So if you're bored, feel free to hack them as well.
Nice. And I have another question.
Of course.
Because I saw, like, I try sometimes to do bug bounties on HackerOne.
Mm-hmm.
And many of these platforms many of these targets, right? They don't want CSRF tag. What's the, like, my question in general is, what's the security issue if you grab a token of CSRF? Sorry, my English is my second language, so.
No problem. I can understand you perfect. The biggest problem is, let's say that you can grab my CSRF token and you can change my email address. Usually there's extra protection. If you change email, they also require password, which is a second token. Think about it like this. What's a token really? What is a token? A token is just a form of representation of you. So that representation of, if you can steal my representation of me, that's always bad, of course, but you need to be able to prove some kind of impact with it. And I'll tell you a story of my bug bounty days. I feel like a fucking old guy here. I should be walking with a cane. Back in my no, but when I did bug bounties, I found this self-cross-site scripting. Do you know what that is? Self-XSS.
Yeah.
So there's useless, right? I can't report that. But I found an issue where you can make a wish list for yourself. You can make your own wish list. Nobody else can see a wish list. But the name of the wish list was vulnerable to a specific type of XSS. It took me 2 days to get that XSS. Yes, I literally hammered that site for 2 days. And then I reported it. They said self-XSS. I was like, okay, let me see if I can abuse CSRF, because the CSRF was vulnerable. There was no the proper CSRF protection on there. So I could insert cross-site scripting through CSRF. Like I just wanted to show you on red side, basically, it's self-XSS, but you can insert it through CSRF. And that was a valid vulnerability. They never paid me for it. They ignored me completely. Like they didn't give a fuck. And yeah, I was pissed off about that for 2 days, but I can't be mad about it for too long because I have shit to do. But still, it did piss me the fuck off. And yeah, it's a battle, bug bounties. It's a battle not only finding proper issues, but also reporting them well and getting your message across properly and getting the company to give a shit. But these are things.
I did. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No.
I did a bounty for a target on HackerOne, and it was giving me an error for blind SQL, right? So I submitted it, and they were like, "Oh, but I don't see any security impact." But like, since I'm new, you know, I'm new guy, I'm a newbie. I'm just trying, like you say, to try everything, and I was trying to explain like the security issue, right? Because I did my research and whatever. But these people don't want to do, like, they're very hard to make payments on bugs. Sometimes you bust your ass hours and days to get, oh, this is a duplicate or this doesn't have any security impact, and it's frustrating sometimes.
I can totally understand that, but you shouldn't be too distraught by it. You will try, like, the thing with bug bounties is that you have to keep on trying until you find something vulnerable. And with blind SQL injection, often you know that through timing-based blind SQL injection. But you really have to know what's going on to actually prove what the impact of that is. And if there's no impact, or if you cannot prove the impact, they will not pay you. Simple as that. And they might even fix it in the next release and not pay you, because you weren't able to prove the impact at that point. And that's why I say integrity, because integrity, at a few instances, they even raised the impact for me. They were like, if you do this and that, then you have a bigger impact issue. I've never seen that before anywhere else.
Gotcha.
Or like they're not.
I haven't never tried integrity.
Like, I think the problem with all bug bounties inherently is that you're not getting paid to do work, really. But it's hard because, like, getting, like, of course you don't want to pay 50 people to do 50 times the exact same fucking thing. So you put out a bug bounty contract and you say, okay, you can do bug bounties, but it's up to you. And you should compare it to sort of like a salesman that's going on the road and being paid on commission and not being paid as a salary. Whereas pen testing is more like a salary, but there the risks are much higher, not for you, but for your boss. There they having, like, if you miss something in bug bounties, nobody's gonna give a shit about it. But if you miss something as a pen tester and it turns out to be critical, you can have a lawsuit on your ass. So yeah, it's
now, you have your own pen testing firm?
Yes, indeed. I started about a year ago-ish with pen testing itself, or about 2 years. And I did pen testing myself first, but now I usually do just managing and everything around it, like making checklists for the people. And I don't really do the pen testing itself anymore. I don't, like, what I enjoy more is thinking about executions and thinking about new shit to do. And I don't like doing routine. The thing with my company is that if you work with us as a pen tester, for the very first test that you're gonna do, you're basically not even gonna do anything at all. You're gonna do jack shit. I'm not gonna let you touch my targets. I'm very protective of it. So what you're gonna do in the very first few times is port scanning, starting a Burp Suite scan, starting a nuclease scan. I'm gonna check your results extremely, extremely carefully. And yeah, I know that I'm a very paranoid boss in that regard, but I need you to represent me fully if you work for me. So I'm more of a strategist right now, where I'm thinking where my business is going to go, including the testing itself, because I'm one of the few people in my company that can do iOS pen testing, because I have all of the material and shit like that. So I do it from time to time, but it's not my main source of income anymore to do that myself.
Now, what type of certs do you need to become a pen tester? Like have your own firm?
You need to be very skilled at documentation. 90% of it's going to be documenting.
Gotcha.
What I'm mostly worried about is my insurances. I'm worried about contracts. I'm worried about customer interactions. I'm worried about getting new customers. And I'm worried about checking every single result that my pen testers do sometimes. I go very deep into even sometimes giving pen testers, and this is one of the first times I say this publicly. I hope nobody's listening of the pen testers, but I do give them fake targets from time to time, which I seed with vulnerabilities. Or I might just pick an open source software of the internet, or I might just make my own small web application, and I just seed it with issues. And if they miss a critical, they're gonna get a talking to. I don't accept that.
That's training.
It's messed up in the head, I know, but I'm overprotective of my customers, maybe. My problem is at the moment we get a target, we become a target. There are big firms that we work with, and if we get hacked, I don't know if you know this, but SolarWinds,
yes,
they didn't target SolarWinds directly. They targeted suppliers of SolarWinds. Same with Colonial Pipelines. They targeted suppliers of them. I'm hyper paranoid about that shit. But yeah, sorry. I see a question as well from Michael. Is the CSRF token usually different for different requests on a website, or does the user usually have one CSRF token for that session? Great question, Michael. The way it usually works is CSRF tokens are generated per session. And if I open my Visual Studio Code real quick, I can also show you how that's done in PHP. So if I go to the CSRF labs themselves, that's CSP, CSRF, let's take 10. Here, oh, let's take 20. Here we have a token generation. We check if the session, if the token value of session is empty. If it's empty, we generate 32 random bytes. We convert that to hexadecimal, and we put that in your session token, and it's stuck for you as long as that session is valid, basically. And then if the form gets submitted and if the token is not there, it's just not going to do anything. And then here it's going to check if the length of the token is correct. Of course, that's not the correct check to do. It needs to do this check here, hash equals. Never just equals or just length or whatever, hash equals. The two hashes need to be exactly the same, of the same type. And then in the form itself, we need to print that token. So those are all of the elements of a CSRF token generation. This is a simple web application. It gets more complicated as your architecture gets more complicated, because sometimes you're dealing with microservices. And microservices might not always save the session between the movement between the microservices. So it can get complex very fast, but this is the basics of generation of CSRF tokens. And I say, pretend that this stupid rat's developer. I've been a developer for 7 years. I know how to develop code securely. I've developed a big web application, Hacker Rats. I don't work on it anymore, but it's a game. It was a huge ass game with thousands of lines of code. So I know how to code securely. It's just that, yeah, of course, making vulnerable labs is more fun. Because here, for example, in 20.php, we actually have to see if the server referrer is not hexpert.com, because if it is hexpert.com, you're not doing cross-site request forgery. You're just doing a request. I hope that makes sense. Would you recommend using TCM security courses for PEH? What was PEH again? I always have to see, Jesus Christ, with these freaking abbreviations. Let's see. Practical ethical hacking from ProTech training. That's a great question, to be honest. Like, I am not very familiar with this certificate, so I'll be straight up on that. I'm sorry, I don't know. I wish I could help you more there. I feel the CNWPP is a good certificate to get if you're interested in pen testing. That's definitely true. In a week or two time, I believe, from the 17th until the 21st or 24th, a week long anyway, we're going to have a pen testing boot camp with a CNWPP exam certificate, by the way, or voucher, I should say. But that's aimed at everything I'm explaining now. So documentation, client interactions, all of the jazz. Lots of people are taking PNPT from TCM. It's even listed. Yeah, PNPT is definitely a great recommendation. Also from my end as a beginner more. CNWPP is not aimed at being a beginner certificate. I'll be very honest about that. Now, we do have a week-long boot camp, but that's still just 40 hours. That's not a long time to explain all of this. But I am going to continue to the next web exploit. If you have any more questions, of course, we can talk a little bit more later. If you have them, also don't hesitate to ask. I will try to get them as soon as I can. But the next issue is going to be open redirects. And here we're going to have an example of this, for example. Now, look what happened here. This URL right here, if I enter something that's not a URL, it's going to say URL not found. It's going to try to redirect me to somewhere on here. So if I go labs or something, nope, that's not right. I'll go 20.php. It will redirect me to 20.php. Okay, simple. Mic not working. Oh, no problem. If there's anything else that you want to ask, feel free to put it in chat. Now here, the goal is to redirect to facebook.com, which should be real easy, right? HTTPS // would be the solution, you would think, right? But it says I can only redirect to labs.hexpert.com. That's a problem, of course, but what if I do this? Imagine if I just check this. Nope, not gonna work because I'm not doing labs.hexpert.com. Here we have some more redirection already. So you can see instead of this, let's just do facebook.com. Oop, it's not working because I didn't put it in properly. There we go, we redirected to facebook.com. Now, what's happening here really? Let's look at the requests from the network tab and let's submit again. If we scroll up all the way here, we have a URL. I can copy this URL, copy this link address. I can paste it right here. And you guys can go ahead, you can click on this. You can click on this and you will be redirected to Facebook, right? Now, what does that mean? Does that link in the chat say facebook.com/whatever? No, it says labs.hexpert.com. Why is that a problem? Because let's say that I don't put facebook.com here, but I put an evil website here that looks like facebook.com, or that looks like my own website, I should say, but I try to fish the fuck out of you. So I just fake the website. I redirect to my own website that I have faked. And then you are going to log into that website. You're giving your credentials to me. It seems like you're clicking a totally legit link. Remember, nothing in that link is going to tell you that you're not clicking on facebook.com. But the redirection is going to happen to evil.com, and evil.com is going to contain Facebook clone. Is that clear why that's a problem? Now, why would this page redirect me? Because it says it's only redirecting to labs.hexpert.com. Why would this page redirect me? That's fucking strange, isn't it? The clue is in the link. The link says hashtag or # labs.hexpert.com. Let's analyze a link for a second. So you have your protocol, HTTP/HTTPS, // Then you have your subdomain dot your top level domain, or your I should say your what's it called? Jesus, I forgot what the Facebook is called. Doesn't matter. Facebook.com is your top level domain, and then you have /, and then you can have a parameter, a page index.php with a parameter, question mark ID equals 1 with a value, or you can have the pound sign. What does that pound sign mean? That means it's only ingested by the browser. This is not used by the server. This doesn't even really reach the server, but it does reach the checks, and the checks say that labs.hexpert.com needs to be part of your URL. So it's not even going to redirect you to labs.hexpert.com, but it is part of the URL. It gets checked. Everything seems fine for the server, and it's going to redirect you. Very, very hard to protect against. Very hard. Almost never accepted in bug bounties. If it is, you have an easy bounty on your hands if you find it. Now, where do you look? Every single URL, the redirection that's possible. Even in files, if there's a link in a file that you get redirected to or whatever, even check the fuck out of that. These are some things that you should be checking. You will not usually find it super easy, but if you do find it, check if it's accepted. And now you know what to look out for, because this URL, of course, it says facebook.com right now. If I go back to my own labs with my redirect with a specific URL, which is going to redirect me. Horrible, horrible practice, of course, but very hard to protect against. How do you protect against this? You only give users access to part of a URL. You never give them access to a full URL, and that should already stop a lot of open redirect issues. But again, it's super hard to fully protect from this. All right, open redirects, cool shit. Next one, open redirect the broken access control. Yes, my friends, broken access control was top 10 #1 item for web for a specific reason, of course. It is one of the hardest things to check for. You might be thinking, silly rat, that's not hard to check for. But let's get complicated, bitches. I'm going to go to draw.io and I'm going to start a new diagram because I'm going to explain broken access control. Do I really need a fucking diagram for broken access control? Unfortunately, I do, because you have different types of broken access control. Let's start with two users that are of the same level. So doesn't even matter what level the users are on right now. This is Bob and this is Alice. The typical IT usernames apparently, but these stereotypes are going to serve as our example for today. And Bob and Alice have resources. A resource can be an invoice. An invoice is always marked by an identifier. So ID is X, and that can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, now Bob is number 2. Bob comes last today, and we have Alice who has document number 1. They have document numbered. Let me explicitly mention that here. So doc number. This is for the invoices. Now let's say that little Alice here is a little bit malicious and she's going to request document number 2. If Alice gets that document returned to her, that's an IDOR. IDORs are broken access controls of horizontal privilege escalation. Horizon because they're on the same level. Now let's get a little bit more malicious and let's get admin user in here. Admin user has access to specific resources that Bob and Alice do not. Admin users can, for example, go straight to the page to change users or with user info. Now, Bob is gonna be a little mischievous devil, and Bob is going to try to get to that resource. Bob, you little swag. There we go, and Bob is going to do a GET request. If Bob gets that, that's broken access control, but no longer IDOR. This, in this case, is broken function level authorization. you don't need to remember that broken access control is fucking fine. But on API levels, this is broken function level authorization. This is broken object level authorization. You also have broken object level, no, Jesus fucking Christ. I mix them up all the time. There's different types of broken access control. That's all you need to know. Now, for this horizontal broken access control, we can mark this with two types of identifiers. We can give it an object ID. So, I mean, for example, invoice ID, or we can mark it by user ID. Simple enough, right? At least up to this point. So now we have broken access control in one picture with horizontal and vertical level broken access control. Simple enough. Now we also have broken property level authorization, where we can change certain properties of an object that we aren't supposed to change. Don't need to remember that once again. What you do need to remember is that all of this, you need to remember CRUD. What does CRUD stand for? Does anybody know what CRUD stands for? I'm curious. Not a problem if you don't. But if you do, let me know in the chat. What does CRUD stand for? Yes, good job, Theo. Create, read, update, and delete. Every single object here needs to think of CRUD. Good job, Mitten. CRUD is important. Remember that. Create, read, update, delete. For all of these resources, you need to test all 4 functions. Let's say that I have a public resource, though. Then I need to be careful because I need to know it's a public resource. And then I don't need to test CRUD on there. Just a little bit of a tip I gave you. You will see later why that's important. All right, this is broken access control in a single overview. Now let's make it interesting. Different user levels. So we don't have that in a red site, which is why I can't show you that specifically. But let's say that you do have different user levels. We do have that in other labs. Luckily, I can show you on these labs though. So let's see, where are they? We have specific cheese blog websites. Cheese book and cheese blog. Oh, right, cheese blog is broken. I need these. And let's just do one. And log in, and here we have test, no. I think it was admin test. Nope. Maybe this lab is broken as well. It's okay. That's not important. We will do it on red side. I think it's much better to demonstrate it here. So on red side, you have that admin, and test, or admin test. That was the password. That is a high privileged user. So what I'm going to do, let's see. Hey, I have to leave. I have something very important to do. Yes, it will be recorded iPhone. I will share the recordings as soon as I can after these lessons. So no worries. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. For the rest, I'm going to torture you a little bit more because I'm not done with you yet. Now, go to this website and register a low privileged user for a second. And then you have test as a high privileged user. And click around a little bit. See what the difference is between a low privileged and a high privileged user. Just look around, and then I'm going to show you a couple of ways to test for broken access control on IDOR. Just register a user real quick so we have that already. And then quickly look around. You can just already see that users of lower privileges can do less shit than users of higher privileges, but they have a user section. Now, one thing you do need to remember is that this lab is reset every 30 minutes. So if you're hacking on this and you think, why the fuck is my value gone? It's probably been reset. Why do we do this? Because if somebody fucks this lab up, it's up again in 30 minutes and we don't have to do any interventions. Yeah, we've had our fair deal of shit, believe me. We are prepared now. This lab has over 14 different vulnerabilities in it, by the way. So if you're ever bored on a Sunday afternoon, you know what to do. All right. Everybody been able to register? I see some users coming in. That's great. Awesome. All right, my friends. So now that some users have been created, what am I going to do first? I am going to make a privilege matrix. What is a privilege matrix? I'm going to note down the different types of users and what they should or should not be able to do. So I'm going to make 2 users, and I'm going to have one user who's able to do everything and one user who's not. I'm going to note all this information down in a simple Excel sheet. Why do I do that? Because it gets complicated fast. Again, this is a very simple application. Might seem a little bit more advanced, but it's simple as can be. And in the grand scheme of things, there are much more complicated things out there, but still, it's important to practice on something before we go on to some more complicated shit. We can see that we have different broken access control issues. One of the biggest ones, if you guys haven't seen already, is that you can edit users, even have a low privileged user. How is that possible, you might be wondering, or how can I even test for this? When I'm logged in, everything here is bound to my session. So I need to have a second session going if I want to log in as a second user. I can do that in different ways. I can start a new browser, for example, but I can also just open a incognito tab and I can go to website and I can also test some shit. Now, the very first thing I'm going to tell you is that you're forgetting to test something. Everybody forgets to test this, and it's unauthorized testing, not logged in. People usually forget this. I don't know why, but not logged in should also be tested. So I'm not logged in here, and I'm just going to paste URLs in here. Oh, check what I can see. Even when I'm not logged in, that's a terrible broken access control issue. See if you can replicate that real quick. See if you can test this real quick. It's not super hard. You just not log in, you paste the URL, and that's it. Not freaking rocket science, right? Oh, shut up, pig. My guinea pig is yanking. Every time something crinkles, he thinks he's getting food, and my guinea pig is a real pig. He will yoink all night until he gets food. But yeah, enough about my pets. This broken access control is bad. There's more broken access control issues in here. Of course there are. What type of request am I testing here, though, when I paste this URL? What request type, what request method am I testing here? It's mostly, you can choose between get, post, put, delete. What am I testing here? Because we have CRUD, remember, create, read, update, delete. What am I testing here? Exactly for get. I'm reading. I'm not creating, I'm not updating, I'm not doing anything to the data yet. So that's just point number 1. But this should give you a very solid starting base already. Just copying and pasting URLs is better than people who don't do it. But you already see where this is going. You're going to have to do this for the entire application. That can take a while, can't it? Can we automate this? Yes, definitely. We're not there yet. I'm going to torture you a lot more before we get there. But first, we need to look at Burp Suite. Now, Burp Suite, if you guys don't, do you guys have it installed? Does everybody have Burp Suite installed? Let's start a new project, and I'm going to load a project that already existed because I have the Burp Suite Pro version. I'm a spoiled little rat. But does everybody have Burp? Feel free to start Burp Suite up. Excellent, excellent, great. Oh, sorry, iPad, my bad. So Burp Suite is a man-in-the-middle proxy. And the man-in-the-middle proxy is going to allow us to put something in between the website and the server, which is going to allow us to much more easily read and edit the requests. That has a few advantages. We can much more easily just edit requests, but we can also just like I said, to the intruder, and the intruder will send a bunch of requests with rapid succession. And that's going to allow us to do automatic attacks. Exactly, man in the middle. It's a man in the middle proxy. It's a middle proxy. Sorry, but it's bad humor. But yeah, one thing that I wanted to show you guys, Burp Suite Pro. A lot of people think if only I had Burp Suite Pro, then I would be a bug bounty pro. No, believe me. You know how vulnerable my labs are by now. This shit found one medium issue. Jesus Christ, pick up your game, Burp. What the fuck are you doing? But yeah, just a little bit of an intermission. I make my labs to be specifically non-detectable by vulnerability scanners. Some of them can detect them. Of course, I'm not going to say that, but there are vulnerability scanners which are also going to, like, they're not going to find anything. And right now here, you should say, sorry. Sorry. I'm rolling a joint and the creaking of the leaf is making my guinea pig go crazy. It's so funny to hear. I promise I'm not that high yet. But yeah, the Burp Suite is a man-in-the-middle proxy. Feel free to install it, and maybe we should take 5 minutes break, and then we're going to fly right in. So feel free to install Burp Suite. I will put a link. Burp Suite. Take a few minutes, and then we can move on. I don't think you want to be my student. You've seen how I teach by now. Do you really wish that? I wish I could do more live teachings. I love live teaching. I don't know why, but the interactivity is always amazing. But I have to say, with a hand on my heart, this class is fucking amazing. The interactivity is great. You guys are paying attention, and the words are flowing out of my mouth. So I'm really enjoying myself. You guys are doing shut the fuck up. This is not gonna end well if that fucking pig continues yoinking over there. I'm gonna have to give him some food. Oh my god. How professional of me, right? Oh man. Jesus. But yeah, I don't even know what I was saying anymore. Jesus Christ. No, that guy cannot have my devil's lettuce, believe me. He's gonna have to work hard for it if he wants that. If you don't have Burp Suite installed, feel free to install it real quick and yep. I will grab it for a second, then you can see it. It's so cute. It has like this little, how do you call it in English? A mohawk, I guess. There we go. Do I use Foxy Proxy? No, I do not, but Foxy Proxy is a great plugin though. It can change your proxies on the fly. Why do I not use it anymore? Because Burp Suite has a built-in browser now. I just use the built-in browser. I'm a lazy bastard. I really am. When I can be lazy, I am lazy, believe me. I let ChatGPT write scripts for me up the ass. If you guys have seen TextStream or not, let's see TextStream. This is completely written by AI. It's basically a Python script that every 30 minutes it will grab all of the articles from 50 different news resources and put them on here, all of the new ones. AI is fucking fantastic. Let me give you guys a quick lesson in AI. Let's go for GPT-4. Write me a script to run all the popular port scanners for maximum efficiency. I fucking love AI. If the thing was a person, I would marry it. Yes, I was thinking the same, Marius. Always praise Lord Nmap, or always praise Lord AI, I should say. Yeah, most people have seen ChatGPT 3 code, 3.5 code. Most people haven't seen GPT-4 code. The thing is a fucking monster. What do you mean by messing up? Because I will never run a script that I don't fully understand. I will never just run a script and copy and paste and just go. Never ever. Like that's well. The thing is, if it does, that's my own fault because I didn't specify what I wanted properly enough. And GPT-4 is much better at it than 3.5. Like 4 almost never fucks up for me. And if you really know what you're doing, you're going to combine AIs. I combine Bing chat because that can access the internet. And I feed that data into ChatGPT-4. And that's basically a little bit of a combination. And then I make GPT-4 making mid-journey prompts and stable AI diffusion, stable diffusion prompts. I just try to combine AIs a little bit. I know AGI is still far away, but Hugging Face is also fucking face. It's also a great tool to basically combine models. It's a great freaking solution, in my opinion. Big fan of AI. But you have to check everything it does. You have to check everything. Give me 20. Come on, do 20 SQLI payloads to test my own site. If it still does it. There, you fucking piece of shit. No, you fucking never drop a table. You never drop a table. You piece of shit. Jesus Christ. No. It still fucking does it. Sorry, I have to post that to Twitter real quick. Oh man. Piece of shit. Yeah, never believe it on first sight. Drop table iPad will delete a table completely. And this is dropping the table with the users in it. So if the client doesn't have a backup and you drop their table, yeah, rip, rip indeed. Like these are all fine, sleep, select, that's all fine, but never update, never fucking update. Like Jesus Christ, what if the admin doesn't remember their own fucking password? Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Like updates, I'd never recommend. True, but I still don't want to fuck up my own site. I mean, I want to know if there's SQL injection, but no, no. We don't drop tables. Friends don't let friends drop. All right, enough about that bullshit. Let's move on backwards to Burp Suite. If you've all installed it, please feel free to open it. Now I'm going to give you a little bit of a lesson of Burp Suite in between. The very first thing you do when you go to Burp Suite is you go to proxy and you click on proxy settings. You make sure your proxy is set up correctly. Next thing is you go to project scope and you make sure that your scope is set up correctly. All right, so proxy is usually going to be set up correctly. So project scope it is. And you click this and you add labs.hexpert.com. Anytime I'm going to ask you to use Burp Suite, you're going to use this as your scope. Now scope and scope are things you can test, out of scope are things you can never test. I don't think to explain that, I think, but this is where you set that up. I am not the out of scope kind of guy. What do I mean by that? I will set the scope to a top level domain and not give a shit and see if there's issues. And if there's issues, I will see if they are in scope or not. Do I recommend this to anybody? Absolutely not. I am a moron. Don't be like me. But why am I like this? I will tell you why, because I was on Integrity one time and there was a target, and at the very small letters, they had a subdomain in there, which was never in the main overview. You will not believe how much I found in that small subdomain. And just because I was too lazy to set my scope up properly. Again, don't be fucking me. Is it the case to use pirated burp on bug hunting? I will never recommend pirated software, not only because it's pirated, but also because it's outdated. And it can not only be outdated, but it can also be riddled with viruses and malware. You're never sure of that, even if you got it from a reputable source. So am I gonna be like, oh, you shouldn't pirate? No, because I've been a moron as well. I would prefer if people buy my courses, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a moron. I know that people fucking rip my courses off, but I would prefer that they just come and ask me for a free version, because that's at least updated. I don't like people reading old courses and shit like that. And usually I see courses floating around of mine that are old and outdated, and God knows how many times they've been on sale or for free. It's like a stupid thing to do, because if a student really can't afford education, who am I to say no, right? But anyway, that's besides the point. Have you all been able to set up your scope correctly? Because we need to have that done. That's important. All right. There's problems with that scope, let me know. But for now, I'm going to continue. So now we can open the browser and we can go to the website that we've been to before. Oh, it's labs.hexpert.com, not hexpert.com, of course. And now I am on that same red side. Now I can click around a little bit, and now I can really explore. Whenever you're bug hunting, really remember this, or I'm going to be pissed off at you. The first thing you're going to do is start Burp Suite. You're just going to let that run in the background, and you're going to click around, you're going to log in, you're going to register, you're going to do whatever the fuck you want to do, and you're going to explore that website, because in the meantime, this is going to fill up, your site map is going to fill up. That's important, because then you can filter by clicking on this bar, and you can filter on only parameterized requests. Going to show only requests that have parameter in it. Important, because those are the interactive requests usually. So just in this case, what should be answered for the out of scope questions? No, in this case, you don't have to. But let's say that you're testing a website and they're using Google Ads. You might want to put Google Ads out of scope. Or, well, Google Ads is a bad example because it's a different subdomain, but let's say that I have 5 subdomains. I want you to put one subdomain out of scope or something along those lines. It's just a little bit of an assurance. Usually, if you have your in scope set up correctly, usually your out of scope isn't going to be required. But if it is, you know where to find it. And in this case, now that we have set up our Burp Suite, now let's return to broken access control for a little bit. Okay, so we had our requests. Now we can actually go and look at authorization headers for a second. Because in these requests, if I go back to my proxy HTTP history, here I can see the request itself and the response I got. And here I can see a cookie with a session ID. There's no other authorization header anywhere near here. So this session ID in my case, that is going to contain the login information. Everything here is bound to session ID. What does that mean? If I want to test broken access control, I'm going to need somebody else's session ID. So what am I going to do? I'm going to open my private browser like I did before. I'm just going to open a website from expert.com/website/content. And now I'm going to go back to that HTTP history page here, and I'm going to go to my latest request. So we have contacts request here. And as you can see, there is no session header yet because it was a new browser. So the session gets set right here is the session ID. And now if I go back to the request below it, and I click right here, and I click send to repeater. Here in the repeater, I can replace that session ID, and I can look at my response. My response is, if I render this, just load it. So now I am testing with another session ID. Go give that a shot. Go try to grab a session ID, replace it as we do right here. So what I want you to do is open Burp. I want you to open built-in browser. I want you to go to the website with this URL, doesn't really matter. And then you go log in. After you log in, you go and send that request to repeater. And then you go open a private window in browser, and you go to website again, and then you copy the PHP session ID value and replace in the request in repeater. All right, go give that a shot, my friends. Now, this is already a little bit harder, as you might imagine, than the previous exploits that we've done. And that's what I mean with broken access control isn't really as simple as people make it out to be sometimes. You really need to know all of your authorization mechanisms. And again, if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. Can't you, madam? Is that true? Is the CAPTCHA even checked, though? That's the question, right?
Oh, you piece of shit. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like, this is what I find so freaking strange about ChatGPT. It has no problem giving you like a list of potential exploits for SQL injection, but then you ask it for a simple CSRF bypass, and the bitch is like, nope, not gonna happen, bro. Oh, well, at least it's giving us what we have to do. I guess that's good. Educate users about security. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That's a good idea, Michael. That's what I mean. Thanks, Michael. Jesus. Is it working for you guys, by the way? Are you having trouble replacing? Some of these are just wacky, though. Browser plugin vulnerabilities. Yeah, good fucking look at that. Yeah, I just use my own checklists. Basically, I have my own checklists now, and they work effectively for me, but I know what my own process is. I know how I work. And for me, it's always the same, checking the length, checking if any token is accepted, leaving the token empty, leaving the token out. Those are my 4 things that I always check for CSRF. But everybody has their own style and methodology, of course. That's why I also think it's a little bit weird because pen testers are non-standardized, meaning that every single pen tester can say they test everything, but I can say anything. Like, there's nobody checking me. I have certifications. I am OSCP certified, but that doesn't mean jack shit. It's important that we get this right, by the way, that everybody is where we need to be, because we're only going to build from here. All right, if you're not totally there yet, that's not a huge problem. If we're going to go through more later, that's good, Theo. That's really good. You found the session ID. You're frozen? What do you mean doing? How are you frozen? Like here, you mean? If not everybody is not, if not everybody is totally here yet, that's not a huge problem. I just want to tell you guys that you can imagine it can take a long time to test huge ass websites like this. It can take a very long time to test big ass websites. And why am I saying this? Because I'm a lazy bastard and I don't want to do things manually. I don't hate to do things manually. So now what I want you to do is I want you to use the Jython standalone jar. You might be wondering what the fuck is that? I will just link it to you, jython.org. Download, and I want you to use the standalone jar. So just download this file for me. And then you're going to go to Burp, and you're going to go, ooh, that's not what I need, Burp to extension settings. And in the extension settings in your Python environment, you're going to load that Jython standalone jar. That's all you have to do for now. Just install that Jython jar. And then we're going to use an extension that uses that Jython jar. And if you're there, just type something in the chat, like a Y or something, so I know we're there. I don't want to leave people behind on this. This is too important. Something. Good iPad. I like you. You're literal. Awesome. Good job. Not the hardest thing yet, right? We need this for an extension, which we're going to use. The extension is called authorize. And if you're there, you can already go to the Bob store and you can go to authorize if you want. And if you click it, you should have an installation button now. You can just click install. A very, very powerful free extension. Only one more thing, I promise, and then I will leave you alone for tonight, but I'm not quite done torturing you just yet. So if you have that, you can install this extension, authorize. If you need some help, or if you need to step back, let me know. And well, we have that. I am in a little bit, I'm going to put my kid to bed as well. All right. I think if we all have that extension, we can open it. With this extension, we have authorize auth right here. And we have cookies, which we can insert, or specific headers. And we have settings, which we can set up. Now we're going to focus on those headers. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to log in this with a low privileged user account. Let's just pretend that test. Ooh, let's do admin test or something along those lines. Is that able to log in? No, that's going to be admin then. Yep, admin is able to log in. So now I have the account logged in my incognito window. And I'm going to go back to authorize and I'm going to click in the, where is it? My button's gone because it's here. There we go, fetch cookies headers. So here we have all of these cookies in here. Now, what is authorize going to do? When I click around, so now I can close this because I have what I need. When I click around right here and I have authorize on, so let's put that on and I click, you can see that it's going to repeat every single request that has been done multiple times, but it's going to change these session cookies, these headers that we have right here. One problem, this doesn't respect my scope. So what do? I go to my enforcement detector and I click scope items only. So here I did the wrong thing. Interception filters is the one I need. And I click scope items only and I click add filter. Now I'm going to clear everything and I'm going to click again. And this time I'm going to just create a new contact real quick. And I'm going to create the contact, submit. Oh, right, that page was broken. Let's just create a new order then. And we're going to edit this order as well. So we're going to create a new order. This is still things that both people are supposed to be able to do. Remember this very carefully. Both people should be able to do this. So I'm just going to submit and I'm going to see requests and responses coming in right here. All right, so my item was submitted successfully. Going to go to orders and now I'm going to edit this item. error. Apparently I need to fix this page. Not a huge problem. I guess we can delete the item then. So delete item, I guess. And now I have a few requests that have been repeated with a different user. Now in these requests, I have the original request, the modified request, and the unauthorized request, and responses to go along with that. 3 types. So remember, you can always test with your most privileged user. That's the one you're going to be clicking around with. One with the most right, those are the ones you're going to be clicking around with. And then you're going to have a lower privileged account, which is going to have the same request repeated with their authorization headers. And it's going to compare the responses. And if the responses are exactly the same, it's going to say, like here in red, bypassed. But if the responses are somewhat similar, like the same response code, very similar body, it's going to say is enforced with a question mark, like it does right here in orange. And what does that mean? It's not 100% sure. There is resemblance, but it's not the exact same. Why is that? Because when I log in with this other user, they will have another menu. So the responses are not 100% the same because some can see different things than others. You really need to keep your head in the game. This is not something that you can just freewheel, especially not if you want to make some speed here. So right here, it's the intention that you as a high privileged user are going to click around. The request is going to be repeated by authorize, and the session headers, the session cookies, the authorization headers, they're going to be replaced by the ones you've given it. And it's going to do one without any. 65K dial-up. Laughing my ass off. Are we getting old? Fuck. So yeah, this is a broken access control automated testing. This is something that we can do automatically. We click around. We click and we test different things, but it's a lot faster than just trying to mess with requests and responses. It's a lot faster than just copying and pasting URLs. You can see that, right? You realize that this is a lot faster. But do you realize what mistake I've made? Can anybody tell me what mistake I've made in repeating a request? I wonder who's been paying attention. Ja, ja, ik kan niet, ik ben bezig. But yeah, anyway, I deleted an item. I can't delete an item twice. So even if I repeat my response, I cannot delete an item twice. So there is no real comparison there. When you do CRUD, you can't do the delete part automatically. You remember why it's really important to keep your head in the game when you're testing for these types of vulnerabilities. This is not simple. It's not as simple as people make it out to be, and especially not when we're including second order broken access control into the mix, because first order is fucking fun and shit, but that's just what we're doing right now. Second order is like we're making the machine work for us. I may not be able to access invoices, but I might be able to print documents. A document might be an invoice. I print invoices. Bam, you have broken access control. A stupid example that I had before was I was able to upload a Excel file, and that Excel file contained products, and if the product identifier was a product that wasn't mine but somebody else's, it would just change that value. And you can see how that's a problem. I uploaded files and I was able to edit anybody's products. So you sometimes have to dig a little bit deeper to actually find stuff. You really have to keep your head in the game. Now give this a shot, set up authorize, click around a little bit. I'm going to put my girl to bed and then I will be back. And if you have questions, type them in the chat and then we're going to go over them. I'm going to show one last time because I think this is one of the most common vulnerabilities. So we will go deep into that. All right, be right back, friends. That wasn't German, dude. That was Dutch. Hey, Craig. How many of you are new to this? I'm pretty new to this. I'm a pretty big newbie. Ah, got you. Did you live in Africa for a while? Yeah, probably. Sure what? Got it. I like it. Are you guys having problems with this? Is it working for you? Because authorize, if you have problems with this, you can also always just go to my YouTube channel, the thexssrat, very famous here. And you can do authorize. I think I have a authorize. Yep, I have an authorized video even. Copy link address. Definitely. So in authorize a self, I'm just going to clear everything here. This is where you're going to come. Here you need to make sure that you have the authorization header of the low privileged account. Low privilege is important here. Low privilege is really important because you're going to click around with the high privileged users. So make sure you have the low privileged users things near. How do you do that? You log in with the low privileged user, you click around a bit, and then you click on fetch cookie headers. And then when authorize is on, it's going to get everything. It's not going to give a shit about scope. So we need to add this scope items only filter. We click add filter. All right. And then we go and we can click authorize on. And now we have the high privileged account that we're going to log in with. And we're going to click around with them. Now we need to be extremely careful that we don't confuse public resources that everybody should have access to with private ones. Should the low privileged user that I've pasted in have access to this resource or not? If they should not, and it's saying is enforced question mark, then you can always look in the modified request, modified response versus original response. What exactly is different there? Then you can look around, see a little bit what the difference is, see if you should see this, if not, if you shouldn't see this, you should report this. And that's basically how you can operate authorize in a nutshell. You're going to click around with your high privileged user. You're going to make sure that your low privileged users cookies are in here. And then you're going to analyze all of the private requests and resources that that user should not have access to. It's a little bit confusing in the beginning, but that's why I started out with such pumped up speech where I told you guys to man the fuck up. And I didn't mean this in a degrading way at all, again, but I do mean that this is going to require practice. You will have to do this several times over. And it's not always fun to do this. Believe me, because if you've been testing a website, if you have 6 different privilege levels, admin, HR, low privileged user, a public user, a guest user, if you have 6 different levels, you have to test 6 different times. And by the 6th time, you'll be sick of it. But that's where my autism comes in handy, because I love doing this fucking shit. Give me a website that I can test 50 times over with a slight variation and I will flourish. Whereas give me a website where I'm completely lost, I don't like that. I like doing the same thing over and over. I don't know why. Are there books that you can recommend? I've read Vicky's book and it's way too technical. The Web Application Hacker's Handbook too. That's a good one. Web Application Hacker's Handbook. Web Application Hacker's Handbook 2. There you go, friend. Turn to using to prompt my laptop up. I like your humor, Dune. Can Authorize handle more than 2 users and on-auth at the same time? No, it can't, Michael. But Authorize is just one tool that we have in our arsenal. We can also use off matrix, where we can literally say for every resource what every user should be able to do. We also have access control in Zap, and that's the same thing. But you have to literally tell it for every single URL what that user should and should not be able to do. The Portswigger website is also really great. The Portswigger Academy. That's a really great resource. And we also have, of course, blogs, labs.expert.com. I recently restored blogs again. So if you're interested in any, well, I don't know, it depends. Like, let's say, for example, the Zap one, I try to be very practical and give you a little bit of instructions of what to do, where to click, step-by-step guides. And there's also a little bit more like technical shit, like the API hacking exercises. Here you have my methodology a little bit. So if you're interested in that, yeah, Rana Khalil is also a great resource. I love her. She's awesome as well as a person. Any other oh, right. This is also, if you haven't seen this yet, this might be familiar. CSRF, open redirect bypasses, broken access control, IDOR. Once I visit a site, that if I intercept a request, then the site stop all requests, but when I open the site without burp is going normal. What do you think about it? That is usually JavaScript that's being a little bit bothersome. It can happen, it can happen. I've had the same thing happen to some websites that completely stop working through Burp Suite. Then you're on your own. I don't need Burp Suite to hack. Believe me, all I need is Firefox. Why Firefox? Because in their developer consoles, I can repeat a request and I can change values. I cannot do that in the Chrome console. So that's why I prefer Firefox for hacking specifically. But all I need is Firefox. Honestly, I don't give a shit about tools. I am the kind of person who will not use tools on targets except for these types of tools where I try to semi-automate things. But well, I really prefer business logic over anything else because it's impossible to automate, which also means that any vulnerability scanner is going to miss it totally. We can't even teach logic to humans. How the fuck are we going to teach it to a computer? And I know AI is coming up and shit like that, but dude, like logic is a big factor. And I think AI might help there, but still. Do you know of any training for developer tools for different browsers, Wesley? I do not, but I should make some. Although, hold on a second. Developer tools. Yeah, guess what? It's not huge. Copy link address. But I do have some shit. Oh, there's also this really great training. Ugh, Jesus. Who gave it again? I can't remember. It's ethical hackers. Jesus, my memory is a mess. I wonder why. There was this really great talk about on Stuck's channel, I think. Yeah, this one. I've copied the link in here for the Web Application Hackers Handbook. There is a link to the PDF in here. If it's the Internet Archive, I guess so. It's the first one I found on Google. That's a good question. I don't know, dude. If you're supported by it, that's what I always say. Like, that's what I always did with video games as well. If I liked them, I bought them. But yeah, I understand it now. As a content creator, it sucks if your shit gets pirated. It just sucks. Understand that. By the way, these are also some CAPTCHA bypasses that you can try. That's true, but you want to know what I did against plagiarism? Like I have a lot of Medium articles. You guys know that, right? And I noticed that some people started copying my articles and just posting them on their website, like literally copy and pasting the whole entire source code. So what I did was I inputted a secret blind cross-site scripting attack vector that wouldn't trigger on Medium because Medium is protected against it. But these morons, their websites are vulnerable as fuck. So I would know exactly who pirated my website, my content, and I would get a direct link against it. There's nothing I would do against it, to be honest. Like, I don't care. Like you say, it's a form of flattery, to be honest. I just don't like that these people are making advertisements on things that I don't advertise on, for example. I hate that when people do that. I'm not making money on it. You should neither. Like, that's just my opinion, but yeah. Thank you, Dune. David Bumble is fucking awesome to work with. He's a great guy. But it's cold. It's cold in Belgium. But yeah, I hope you guys find these lessons useful. I hope that I'm going to share this as well. That might be useful. Let's see. Export as PNG. Yeah, I can imagine it's cold in Canada. Jesus Christ. I'm very visual, by the way. So if I want to do something, I make diagrams, I make notes, I make drawings. Even if I'm trying to understand the website, and I use pen and paper mostly because it's a very solid way of working, very fast, and you can scribble, you can draw across, and then later I correct my notes. I take time to go through them, and it also helps fortify the knowledge of my target. Golden Dubai? Jesus Christ, Dubai. And by the way, you guys will get lesson materials. I just don't want you to look at my lesson materials while I explain. There's no fucking point in that. I am not very much theory. I like you guys doing. I hate it when people don't participate in classes, and I can understand for some people that don't want to participate or can't participate at that moment. But they should know that there are people who do, and there are people who are fighting, and there are people who want exactly the fucking same job as you do, and you're not participating and others are. I'm not saying you should, but it's a choice you're making. And I get it. Some people have kids, some people it's a bad timing for them, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've spent hours doing bug bounties while I could have spent gaming, while I could have spent walking, while I could have spent doing other shit. But I was awake at night, fucking glued to my screen. And now still, you guys can ask the people who work for me. I don't know if Orcus is still here. I fire him a lot, I know that, but whenever he talks to me, I'm working. Marius as well. I always work, and it's not good. It's definitely not great to always be working. But I also don't think we should be lazy, and I also don't think we should be people who. I don't think you should do extreme work for 14 hours, 15 hours a day. But I also don't think you should work for 8 hours, then come home, drag your ass to the sofa and sit the fuck down. And the fact that you're already here, the fact that you're already participating, gives you a jump ahead of the people that aren't doing that. I hope you can see that as well. You're doing something to improve yourself in a way that other people aren't, and you're lapping everybody who's sitting on the couch. Even if you think you're going slow, even if you think you're not making the speed that you think you should be making, don't focus too much on trying to reach that goal, because I'm gonna tell you a secret. There's no fucking end goal to this. There is no stop. There is no finish. You're not racing towards anything. The only thing you're racing is towards improving yourself. And even just doing some work every day on improving yourself on this, even if you just read through your notes and try to organize them, even if you just write down a little bit, you're already ahead. So try to implement that. I always say if you work an hour extra every day, even in the weekend, you're already a full day ahead of everybody else every single week. If you do that for fucking 100 weeks, you're 100 days ahead of people. People need to realize the power of doing these little things, little extras. I did an interview once on pen testing and I was asked how can I extract data without being traced, and I went blank. How can you extract data without being traced? Well, it depends on what kind of data you are extracting and from what kind of systems, of course. The very first thing is you need to know what they're logging, what they're monitoring, and what they're alerting for. So if you have any possibilities and enumeration techniques for that, that's great. First of all, do a SYN scan. Don't do a full handshake if you do a port scan, because otherwise you're gonna find you out quicker than fucking, like it's super easy to find. Next thing is we need to make sure that you don't make any fucking noise. So don't make any out of the ordinary requests. Don't do anything fucking stupid. Just try to recognize what your environment is, what you're trying to do, and don't make any automated requests either. Especially if these automated requests have a very set steady period between the automated requests themselves. So that's something you should realize. Another thing that you need to be very careful with is if they are ever able to find some trace of you, that you're not traceable back to your root origin. So multiple VPN addresses, multiple proxies, I mean, that's going to be one of the big ones, hopping through multiple proxies. It's important to mask your MAC address as well, of course, so you spoof your MAC address so that can be traced back to you. There are certain precautions that you can take. I'm not an expert at this by any means. My OPSEC is horrible. I mean, you can find my address everywhere because I'm a business owner, but besides that, my OPSEC is horrible. But these are just some things that I would implement. And one of the things that I always recommend for OSCP is don't just look at OSCP as a way of, oh, I'm going to hack this, but how am I going to retain access afterwards, and how am I going to clean up my own steps? If you want to be untraceable, you have to clean up your own steps as well. Delete log files, shit like that. You know, if you're on the server anyway and you have write rights, overwrite the log files or just clean the entries that you are in. Those are some things that you can apply. Hope that helped, my friend. Hey, earning is better than down the pub. That's true. This community seems helpful. Been doing day job for 20 years so far. And so far, Twitter and courses, it seems a bunch of good people. Got to balance the gym and exercise in here too. I need to do that as well, Dune. I need to go and exercise much more, but I have fibromyalgia, so I have pain everywhere. And I shouldn't use it as an excuse. I'm standing up most of the time because it helps strengthen my muscles, and I don't want to sit down for fucking 14 hours a day. So yeah, balance is definitely a big thing. And I've noticed this as well. The community is extremely helpful. I hope you all realize that you're not buying the things that you should be doing from me. You're buying the things that you should not be doing from me. You're buying my mistakes. You're buying the things that you should avoid that I fell into. And that is what I do different with my courses. I don't just make a PowerPoint presentation about using a tool. I use it. I tell you how I use it in the real world scenarios. That's what I try to do different. I've seen this problem of course after course after course. And my mom always told me, if you think you can do it better, don't complain, but do it. So I just fucking did it, and look at me now. Stealth mode. Everything is locked, even if it's run in quiet mode. Notice when I learned digital forensics. Well, yo, you haven't seen Belgium companies, my friends. We log jack shit, dude. You can break in, you can steal all the data, you can leave a fucking thank you note, and they won't see you, believe me. Evasive techniques, good topics for the course. That's a good one. Mentorships in this area would be very helpful. Yeah, but it's not my specialty, and I only teach things that I specialize in. Maybe some of the other pen testers that I work with can teach that kind of stuff, but I only teach what I know best. And if you guys are ever interested in mobile pen testing, we will also be doing boot camps for that. We're going to do a lot more API pen testing boot camps in the future as well. And the thing with these boot camps is I think they're more valuable than a course because you can ask direct questions and you can get direct feedback from the person teaching. If you have problems, I want you to do shit. I don't want you to watch shit. I want you to do shit. And if you have problems, you can tell right away. And you can ask your issue right away. So yeah, those are just a little bit of extras. I don't think we should continue with the other iDoors. I think we should leave this for the next time. I'm going to leave you with a fun challenge though, because homework time. I will be here for a little bit, so if you want to do this with me here, feel free to. Name me 3 exploits by tomorrow's session. I'm going to quickly have a toilet break and then I'll be here for another 15 minutes or so, and you can ask questions if you want. Be right back, my friends. If you're going to go, thank you very much for staying so long. I will be sending out the recordings as soon as I can, but it might take till tomorrow morning. I'm sorry, I'm knackered. I've worked a 40-hour work week on top of all of the extra shit that I do. We released 2 courses this week, so I'm done. I am freaking ready to go to bed, but I'd want to stay a little bit longer because I want to see what you guys can make of it if you want to. If you want to leave though, you're free to, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, my friends. You were awesome. Be right back. All right, still about 12 people in here. Oh, sorry. Business logic exploits. That might be can be also CSRF if you want. Can be anything. It's a nice little web shop. You can add items to your cart. You can view your cart. You can proceed to checkout. You can fill in your shit. There we go. You have checked out.
Good question. See, you're paying attention, madam. You're paying attention. It was a really good session, by the way. I'm impressed by everybody's progress. I don't know if you see this, but some of you before the start didn't really have an idea about some of these exploits, and now you're exploiting some of them like nothing. Well, it will take some practice, of course, but the shit is you can't learn this fully from A to Z, and we can't. You need time, lots and lots and lots of time. And you need to never give up. You never know how far you are from the goal. It can be that the goal is just around the corner and you're about to give up. Then what? That's fucked up. Do you guys like this website, by the way? Guess who generated it? Yep, ChatGPT from A to Z. I am not addicted to AI. You are addicted to AI. Prove it. Shut the fuck up, Marius. Fuck. You guys are putting me on the spot here. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT what to do. Oh, it's turning into that kind of meeting, is it? How? Fuck. Holy crap, 5,000 pages of models. That's insane. Holy crap. Good morning, Theo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know if you guys have any more questions, but if you don't, I am going to go as well. Hugging Face is a collection of AI models, basically, and you can chain AI models here within spaces. A space is basically just a chain of different AI models, such as ChatGPT with stable diffusion or something along those lines, where you simply chain artificial intelligence together. And you have basically different types of transformers here with different data sets as well. I would like to thank you, everybody else as well. In case you guys were wondering, it's not hard. Check this out. I only have items in stock for 8. I can just add to cart as much as I want. Now check out this source code right here. We have pricing, which should never be here, of course. But even if we go and do this, so let's say that we have our request right here. We see that we have a request with this payload. We can just repeat it, but we can also change this product ID, which is never intended to happen, of course. Now, we have 3 in stock of the Hack 5 Essential Kit. Let's try to buy 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let's view our cart. The cart has no problem with giving us more essential kits than are even in stock for this. It also has no problem with the cart total, even though that should be 5 times 3.99, 1 times and 4 times. It doesn't even give a shit. And also it doesn't subtract from the wallet. So if we do check out and we fill in this data, we see that it just doesn't give a shit about that. So those are some exploits. If you're ever on a lab of mine and you're looking for the solutions.txt, it's usually the file you need. There are more issues, as you can see right here. Quantity is not used, stock never decreased. You can buy more items than are in stock. Wallet amount never decreases. You can buy more than you have in your wallet's worth. And the price is a hidden field. Quite a few issues. Yeah, it is a 3-nighter, so same time tomorrow. But again, there will be recordings, so not a huge problem if you can't be there. But I would recommend you pause the recordings every time and you do the practices with us. It's just better if you do the practice. But again, I'm not your boss. You can do what you like. I just know that I practice better that way. I appreciate everybody being here. You have been awesome. You can really give yourself a pat on the back. I would do it, but it's a bit far. I'm not traveling to your country. I'm sorry. I am an internationally warranted criminal, so I can't do that. But I will see you tomorrow through Discord in my magic layer of the Phoenix. Thank you very much, my friends. Again, you have been awesome. And I'll see you later. Bye, amazing hackers.
There we go. I will ease your suffering. The problem here is everything is calculated client side. And how can you know this? You need to investigate the source code a little bit. Like what's happening here, there's only one thing really happening. And a lot of people will directly go for things like cross-site scripting and SQL injection, and they won't properly read the page and they won't be very business minded. Here, the company stands to lose a lot of money because since everything is calculated client side, we can view that if we just look for the script tag in here, not the one that's for my Google Analytics. There we go, calculate fake distance. Here we can see all of these calculations being done client side, and you might be thinking, Uncle Rat, that's fucking silly. No, it's not. I've seen this in a bug bounty program, and I'm not even lying here. This wasn't a bug bounty program that I did that I got a fucking duplicate for. The stupidest shit you can imagine. Like, who would think to do client-side calculations for things like this? But yeah, it did happen, and it said like it didn't say you get refunded this much, but you gave a starting point, you gave an ending point, and it calculated the distance between the 2 points. But the distance between the 2 points was calculated client side, so you could pass any distance. I can say I can travel from Antwerp to Brussels, and it can take me 5,000 kilometers. The system would just accept this bullshit. So yeah, don't be so sure that you are that business logic is out of this world yet. It's still there. You just have to look for it. And I love this kind of vulnerability type because it's extremely difficult to filter for automatically. You will have to have AI basically for this kind of shit to find it out. And I think there is a big, big, big gap available if somebody wants to do some research into AI cybersecurity. Well, have a look at business logic because that is one of the things that we can't put into a template. So that would be the ideal place to have research like this aimed at, in my opinion. It's just my stupid little humble rat opinion. We also have a discount calculator with a official price or original price. We can calculate the discounted price if it will show me, of course. And here the issue is that we can go, sorry, did somebody want to ask something? If you want to ask something, don't hesitate to unmute yourself either. You can always put it in chat, but don't hesitate to unmute yourself if seems like I'm ignoring you. Sometimes the chat window just pops away. But anyway, the discounted fuel price here is negative. Why is it negative? Simple, because it allows for way too much of a discount rate. And do you think that this is over the top? Again, no, this is just shit that happened in bug bounty programs for real. These labs are mostly based on real life scenarios. And we have the same thing for the national voting system. Like we have some votes remaining here, but here we don't properly, again, check that this is all client side checks. So we can still send more votes than we were able to. There's a large European organization that has an emissions calculator. The algorithm is their protected IPR, but the results are free to use. It's all implemented client side. God damn. Jeez, some people are so fucking stupid. Unbelievable. And yeah, I worked at enough Belgian companies, big Belgian companies, to realize that in Belgium, logic is like a superpower. It's incredible. Fucking insane. But yeah, that's business logic for you. We're going to continue with IDOR a little bit more. We've done IDORs yesterday already, but I would like to see if somebody can find me the IDOR here in this page, right here. Now, this again is probably going to require you to view the page source a little bit. Here we might be able to find something. In this case, we can of course see that there's a solutions.txt, but unfortunately here, there's nothing here that we can use. We have some links. We have a very basic style sheet with nothing really in it. How do you get to this? I'm going to let you do this for like 2 minutes because I don't want you to stare yourself blind at this either. But there's a trick to this. I wonder if people can find it.
We need to find the IDOR on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Yeah, I heard that it's counterproductive to put things on fire. Much better. All right, now the whole plot here is that if you just add an identifier of 2, we don't really see much. But here, if we try adding user ID 2, we can see somebody else's. Yep, very good, Jeffrey. I like you. Good job, dude. That's
Thanks,
awesome.
man. Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
How did you get that? Did you just guess it?
I went to
Nice.
page source and logged in at like clicked on solution text.
Sorry, on which one? Oh,
Solutions text.
you should just
Solutions
click the
text.
solutions. Okay, gotcha. That's also a possibility. Yeah, but sometimes it takes a little bit of creativity here, and you have to guess. You have to guess a little bit. And here, of course, it's just guessing. But we can do parameter brute forcing as well. And I know that a lot of these bug bounty programs say that you can't use tools, but that's something that's like you can almost forget about that now. You can use tools, but they give you a requests per second that you have to keep under. And even though you might use tools, especially something like brute forces, because like, for example, if you have a broad scope program, how are you going to do that without using tools? Like a subdomain enumeration tool is a tool, because I would say that's a tool, but apparently that didn't fall under tools because it couldn't cause the company any harm.
Yeah.
I,
Now, do you think do you still believe that, or you know, you're the expert here, that brute forcing still works?
yes, definitely. Very
Okay.
much so. Because especially what brute forcing is super reliant on 99% of the time is your word list, not the tool, because the tool is super simple to make. I can have ChatGPT write me a brute forcer in literally 2 seconds. And
Okay.
here the word lists are super, super, super important. And here I have a few word lists on screen, sec lists. Yeah, I love using sec lists. They have almost payloads for everything, and it's an open source. So if you have a better list, just update it. Like this is one of my favorite resources for lists, but it also for certain goals, such as password brute forcing, it's really great to create your own word lists based on their company website. Because I can guarantee you that every company in the world, except for the ones that are very security minded, are going to use some kind of variation of their company name and an underscore or any special character and like a year. Usually it's 2011, some kind of like 12, what am I saying? 19-year-old, what the fuck? 19, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, people are lazy with their security. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
and the problem is that with these word lists, it's really vital that you take one that's not too big and one that's not too small either. Like
Gotcha.
I can, for example, I can do a full brute force with a list that's millions of characters wide, like millions of entries. And then it's going to take me days before it's finished. Or I could segment it up and do something that's much more limited, but it's going to take me a lot less time to finish. And then I can start my huge word list scan if I still haven't found much, or there's techniques there, but start small. The smaller you start, the less time it's going to take and the quicker you can adjust. You have to think that if you run a scan for a few days and then you come back to find out that it was bogus, that's fucked up. That's really fucked up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I always say start small and then build up from there if you haven't found anything. But for parameter brute forcing, I think they have a specific word list on here as well. Wasn't it in this repository? No, where did I get this word list from? Then? Well, you can use this one, for example. That's not the one that I need. It's okay. There's also specific plugins, for example, such as Burp Suite Param Miner. You can also use that. I'm not sure if this one is paid. This seems to be for the free version as well. So you have different options there, but it's sometimes it's best to just look at the situation. Where am I at on a user page? I don't see user identifier. Let me just try adding a user identifier. And that might not always be valid, but it's like that's what hacking is about. Just trying a billion different things, and then one thing will go right, and you're like, Eureka. It's very frustrating sometimes, but For some things, you just have to think a little bit what's happening here. I have a user page in front of me. I will add a user identifier. Same thing for that post here, edit post. It's the same thing. Of course, we can do question mark post underscore ID equals to, and then we have that second post. Now, this is something that you need to, IDORs is a very, very often overlooked issue because especially second order IDORs, and these are really, again, difficult things to scan for. The second order IDOR comes from making the system work for you, do a request for you. An example I can give there was yesterday, I gave that example of the printer service that might be accessing documents, but I might not be able to access invoices, but I can still access a resource with an identifier. So I have a second order there because I'm having it done by a service, not myself. Now there's also the example of what's often used is a classroom full of students, but I just like to take it one step further and go with a real example from my Bounties. My second order IDORs were usually uploading files and having the identifier in the file, and then having products overwritten, having customer data overwritten. I was able to export data, and the exports contained issues. I was able to find IDORs in exports themselves because people would make an export, like you would make an export, for example. You had all the rights in the world. I did not. So you made an export. You could see everything. And I would just go and look at your export ID. And then I had your export with all of the freaking files that I wanted.
So uploading a file to a web application is that's a little bit more complicated, right?
Yeah, it was just a CSV file or XML file, or at a certain point there was also like a proprietary format, but there wasn't really anything in it. It was just a text file. You just called it .act.
So you go to the source and or you edit the HTML and you try to upload the file, or how does that work? I'm sorry.
No, sorry. So let's say that I have a website where you can edit products. We have a web shop, and you work for my web shop, but you are not allowed to edit the products that I have created. Like I create products, I can only edit my own products. You can create and edit your own products, but we cannot interact with each other's products. But I would then upload a file containing the identifiers of your products in my website. Just upload a CSV file with product identifier 12, and that's your product. And then it would still override your product details, even though that was like a, even though I couldn't see that normally. So that's just a simple file upload with product identifiers that didn't belong to me. Through the normal.
I have one question. I just want to make sure if I'm doing this right. The XSS payloads, they go in the URL plus in the input boxes, right? Or they can either go either or.
Sorry, you mean this one, right? This list.
Let's say yes. Let's say a random payload where I input it at the end of the URL or in the inboxes, or it could be both in the input boxes or URL.
It depends a little bit. It really depends on where values are being reflected from. Sometimes you can input the values in the URL, like a parameter value, but sometimes it's also in the body of a request itself.
Okay. So it doesn't mind, I could try both.
Yeah, if we look at Burp Suite, for example, this is what a request looks like from the backend. So if I just send this to the repeater real quick, this is what a request looks like in the backend. And now I don't have anything here. There's no values being added. But the moment that I start adding values, like through the post here, for example, here I have values being added in the body itself. So here it's not in the URL. And now I can change them in the body. Like I don't really look at the user interface and see user interface. That's just what some developer programmed to protect me from my own stupidity. I look at it and I see this. And here I always insert my payloads in my values, of course, and not in the names of the parameters. And basically, we always have a parameter value pair. So parameter equals value. And they're always connected with ampersands. But sometimes in the bodies, you can also have JSON. It depends on how the website is set up a little bit. For the cross-site scripting, we will get to that later as well. I will spoil you all on that. Believe me, you will not be bored. I didn't think any of you were bored until this point, but just in case you were. I think one of the things that we also skipped yesterday was, no, we did open redirect. Good. All right, so we have that now. Let's look at, we've done CAPTCHA bypass. We all know what CAPTCHA bypass is by this point, and I'm looking at my template here. Let's do SQL injection. All right, my friends, let's do SQL injection. Now, do I look for SQL injection manually? No, of course I don't look for SQL injection manually. I'm not a maniac like you, but you are going to. Now, in my labs right here, in this directory listing, there is a website Theme Park Tycoon. And in here, we have a very clear SQL injection capacity. Voila. I would like you to look at this a little bit, give it a few minutes, try a few things. Now, I will explain what I've done just for the people who for the people who have a little bit more technical knowledge, just go through this, see if you can find out what it is in a few minutes. For people who don't, I will explain what's happening in a few minutes. Don't worry about it. Just enter this in the fields and then press enter. You should see that it says something about that the column count doesn't match the value. Now, why am I saying that even people without technical knowledge or who aren't this far yet should be looking at this? It's a weird request to make, isn't it? It's a bit of a waste of time if you don't have any knowledge about this. But I'm sure that 99% of you are forgetting something very important, which I told you yesterday. I told you from the moment you are exploring a lab, I want Burp Suite open in the background. Did you guys do that? Haha, gotcha. No, but don't worry about this. I wanted to trick you. I wanted to trick everybody. And why do I want to do such a cruel thing? Because it's about details here. Bug bounties is all about details. And if you forget these steps and you've been clicking through your application for 4 hours and then you realize you didn't have Burp open, you're going to have a big head smack. And if you look at this shit and you remember something, or you find an error like this, for example, but you're not really able to exploit it, and then you learn SQL injection, but you don't remember this, that's fucked up because you don't remember where you found that exactly, but now you know, now suddenly you know how to exploit this. And even though I said it was super important yesterday, I gave you a super huge clue. I said, this is important. I want you to do this every time. You still didn't do it out of habit, and you will get this habit, don't get me wrong. But even if I tell you something is super important and you still miss it, what are you gonna do when something is very not obvious at that point? So keep your head in the game. And I know it's hard, I know it's difficult to always remember and always look at everything, but I just look at everything like I need to remember it and I write it down to a degree. And then I go through it later on. That's how I take notes. that's a little bit of a tip of how I do note taking, is I scribble shit down on a freaking piece of paper. I don't do note taking directly in the right style or whatever, because then I have to focus on stylizing it and putting it in a way I can understand. That's for later. It'll also help me solidify the knowledge that I've gained. That way I can just go through something, I can scribble down my notes, I can come back and I make a nice note package out of it with diagrams and whatever I need to understand it fully. But yeah, it's hard to exploit this without proper knowledge of what's really happening, of course. Now, what I did is I inserted a single quote, and I'm going to give you guys a tag vector right now. Yep, indeed. Good job, Jeffrey. And the single quote is basically, why does it say this? Because my SQL statement is set up in a way where I'm not filtering or sanitizing any user input at all. I'm not sanitizing anything. That's horrible, of course. That's not good. That can lead to several issues, several vulnerabilities, such as cross-site scripting, but among which SQL injection. What's happening here is that we're trying to add attractions to a list, just a list below here. And there is cross-site scripting in this list as well. But because we enter these single quotes, what it's trying to do is it's going to be like this. It's going to be insert into attractions, and then it's going to list the columns. So column 1, column 2, column 3, and then it's going to say values, and it's going to list the values, all between parentheses, the values. So we say val1, and we say, for example, val2. Now, if you look at what I've written here, and where the val1 is written, and you insert a single quote instead of val1, you can immediately see where this goes wrong, because then you get something along the lines of this. And this is a incorrect query. So we are allowing unsanitized user input in our queries. This is horrible. This can have devastating consequences. And when I asked ChatGPT to give me a SQL injection payload, and it told me drop table as one of the first options, now you know why I was so freaking pissed off and laughing. Because drop table destroys table. That's what the fuck? Like, Jesus, never ever do destructive SQL injection testing. Ever.
Drop table could be damaging for the web page.
For the whole website, applications that are built on the database, everything that relies on the data source. You can destroy the whole thing. And if these guys didn't take backups, which 9 times out of 10 they didn't, then they're totally fucked. They're never getting that back.
Then I have a question. What are your thoughts on SQL injection, SQL map?
I love SQL map, but it's
Yeah.
Yeah, I use it a lot because I'm not great at SQL injection. I know SQL injection because I know how queries work, and I've set up my own labs plenty of times. But that still doesn't mean I'm great at it, because there's so many database management systems out in the world that it's fucking crazy. There's like, you have SQL, MySQL, there's MariaDB as well. Then you have the NoSQL. NoSQL is things like DocumentDB is a NoSQL, MongoDB I believe is NoSQL. There's hundreds of database management systems out there, and they can be either relational or non-relational, and they can be either queried or structured or non-structured.
Pain on the ass.
Yeah, each has their advantage and their disadvantage, but NoSQL injection is a big one coming up these days. NoSQL databases are finding their way into the mainstream.
Okay.
Yes, it can be a devastating attack if you're doing to do it well. And SQL Map doesn't do destructive testing. What SQL Map does is time-based SQL injection testing. And time-based SQL injection testing is, well, it's just gonna try to make the database wait for a few seconds, and that's it. But
This is not constantly attacking, it's giving it a break between requests.
no, it's saying literally, it's saying like we do right here, single quote, and then it's saying comment everything out and put a sleep in there or something, or end your statement and put a sleep in there. And then that sleep is literally a database sleep. The database is gonna sleep for 5 seconds. And
Gotcha. And I have a question. When it comes to programming, right? Which language out of all you suggest it would be good to get on base knowledge on it? Python, C++?
definitely Python.
Python.
Yeah, that's your Swiss Army knife as a hacker, basically. If you need any scripts written, you're either gonna do it in Bash or in Python, or in Ruby if you're a statist.
And Rust is getting very popular too as well, right?
Yeah, Rust definitely, but Python is easier to learn, at least in my opinion. But I'm an old school guy. I love Python. I still love Python. Python is so freaking easy to write for me. But even now, I just like don't get in the habit of letting ChatGPT write Python scripts for you if you're still learning programming. The problem there is that you can have it write shit for you, but the moment that a complex bug turns up, you're fucked. And you don't really learn anything from copying and pasting code. So what I would recommend is just make a website. Just make a website, just a normal static website to start out with. And then add some CSS, add some JavaScript, and then add like some PHP for some dynamic websites. And then you can even add some database system behind it for like coming full circle almost.
Gotcha. There's a lot to learn, man. There's a lot to learn. And every time you think you know something, there's something new ahead of it.
Yeah, and for me as well, do you think then fair? Like this is what we have now is the beginnings of an age of AI. So AI pen testing is going to be more important. We're going to be able to supercharge our pen testing, but it's difficult and dangerous. And for me, it's super strange to navigate towards quantum computing. Same thing. Like, what the fuck is even quantum computing? I don't even fucking understand, dude. I'm not even gonna try anymore. I'm getting too old for this shit. I just want to sit on my porch with my shotgun and my fucking glass in my hand.
I know. Yeah, sometimes it's frustrating to see, like, yes, I just learned this. And when you look at like, oh, there's a new attack, or there's a new technique, and like, fuck, I just been doing this for 3-6 months and there's something new.
But you have to specialize at a certain point. Like, there are generalists, people like me who can do everything. If you ask me to do an API, I can do it just as well as web, mobile, network. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm very adaptive. I can do cloud pen testing. I can do crypto pen testing. I can look at crypto contracts. I can do code reviews. I can do organizational wide assessments of their security. But for me, if you ask me a very specific thing about a very specific exploit, I won't be able to answer. And I have people working for me. In their field, you can ask them anything. Like, they will literally know the answer to anything. And I am more of a generalist. I've always been that way. Funny enough, also, because I think a bit different, I'm also very well at business logic. I love business logic, if you guys haven't been able to tell yet. And not enough people are focusing on it. I originally thought about writing a book about business logic, but fuck it.
Great idea.
It's all too niche.
Yeah,
The business logic book.
Yeah, because like you say, nobody talks about that part of the game.
Yeah, nobody at all. And it's really difficult because you have to work at a company to understand business logic. It's something, I don't know why people aren't really talking that much about it. It's also difficult to make labs for, of course. Are they going to make something intentionally vulnerable to business logic? And it's so difficult to teach people, but I think it would be worth looking into more. But yeah, right now, I think API pen testing is more the way to go. API, cloud pen testing, CI/CD, DevOps, these are all things that are super, super interesting. Organizations have quite a few things that they need to improve on in the coming years, and it's going to only get more difficult with AI because there's
Right.
going to be script kiddies that are going to be able to generate better phishing mails than any of these Persian princes together.
It's crazy how social engineering is so popular, and it's like out of all the vulnerabilities, social engineering, because human is the weakest link in everything. So sometimes you think that this is not gonna work, but I can't believe how people fall for a lot of things. Even for at the beginning when the scams were beginning, it was like my friend from my rich prince from Nigeria died, and you gotta give me your email. I'm gonna send you thousands of dollars, and people fell for that, man.
Yeah, and you have stupid people that just fall for everything, but it can also come very unexpected. I was super tired one day and I was at a pretty bad standing at my job because I fucked up there. And like I got an email from my boss, and my boss asked me to buy gift cards. And it was like $400 worth of gift cards because he was in a meeting with an important client and he had to give it to them. And I was like, ah, that's a way to win back the confidence of my boss after not sleeping for 4 days, mind you, literally 4 days, because the kid was up puking all night for nights. You fall for shit at those moments, dude.
Yeah. I fell for one, man. I had some board. I surf, right? So I had a board for sale on like a site like Craigslist on my where I live. And this lady, I don't know, it was a verbal talent or whatever. She told me, oh, okay, I was selling it for like 200, and she said, I'm gonna send you 1,000, and you change it. And I was so broke at that moment, and I was gonna move from Puerto Rico to United States. And man, I fell for that. I went there, I cashed the the money order, and it was a scam. And I sent her $900, and I ended up paying the $1,000 to the bank because I fell for it. It was a very low point in my life when I was broke and I wasn't, like you said, needing the money, and I fell for it.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up for it, dude. I've lost
Yeah, no,
4,000
I
euros
learned
as
from
well.
that.
Like the stupid bitch sent me PayPal payment requests, and I couldn't block her on PayPal. I don't know why, but she kept sending me fucking PayPal pay requests, and I wanted to pay my employee, and I was fucking sleep deprived as fuck. And I sent it over to her, like 4,000 euros. That stabbed me in the heart.
It's
That was money I
crazy.
worked hard for, dude.
Yeah. That's the sad part. If I was
Definitely.
rich, I wouldn't get a phone. But yeah, I need money. I'm here like paying what I don't need, what I don't have.
Yep. But yeah, we all fall for shit. It's a learning. I should have learned my lesson when I got scammed on RuneScape all these years ago when I got my armor trimmed and I didn't get my fucking rune armor back. I should have learned my fucking lesson.
Yeah. Sometimes we're so focused in the need that we don't even think.
Yeah, but
Life lessons, right?
yeah, exactly. So it's just learning money, I guess. Learning money.
Yeah.
But yeah. Um, indeed, madam, humans are always the fucking weakest link. It's so easy to like just get a fucking pretty girl, pay her a few €100 to fucking seduce some kind of like you can pick out girls that are pretty, that are very manipulative, and you can send them off to your targets, and it's fucking easy as hell. And I know it shouldn't fucking be like this, but this is fucking hacking, and you have to use every advantage you can. I don't want to be sexist or anything, but it's just the fucking
Bro.
truth. Gary, the
See,
security guard, is gonna be seduced by a pretty chick much better than me, unless he's gay. And even then, I think he has better options.
anyone falls for a hot girl. Anyone. Bro, if women knew the power they have in their hands, they will take over the world. Sex
Yeah,
sells, yeah. Yeah, man, they will take over the world.
definitely.
Mhm.
All right. So I've gotten a question. What do you think about SQL Map? I love SQL Map, and I even love it to a degree where I'm stupid. You see, this is what I mean. I'm clicking around for ages without realizing that I don't have my proxy browser open. I only have my freaking normal browser open. God damn it. So yeah, ignore what I just did. Don't be like me. Do as I say, not as I do.
Hmm.
And don't you fucking dare gotcha me. All right, so let's make another request. If you use SQL Map, make sure that you don't already try SQL injection. If you ever do that, because then SQL Map might freak the fuck out. It doesn't know what to do, and it's like a fucking lost puppy. Why isn't it showing? Oh, right, because I'm gonna have to stop sharing for 1 second. Here we go. Um, Lemon is in the room. Lemon will know what the fuck this is about. All right, now we can share again. Pretend like nothing happened. Oh shit, this is recorded, isn't it? I'm gonna have to scrub this recording. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. But yeah, I've set my scope up properly. And now we should be able to get some more interaction there. So if I go and get that request going again with a description, a capacity, and a price. Now we should finally see some requests coming in. And now I have some extension options here because I've installed SQL Map. Isn't that fucking awesome? And now if I send it to here, there's a certain amount of settings that I have to fill in. If I send a request to SQL Map myself, then a lot of these settings will be filled in for you. SQL Map uses an API or has an API, and that is what makes this possible. Because we need to start the SQL Map API first, and then we have, again, a server to listen, a port to listen on. And once we start that, we can either connect to the one that we've set up or a different one if we want to. There's nothing binding us to this one. We don't even have to start our API. We don't have to start it from here. As long as we have another SQL Map API started somewhere that we can connect to. You can see that it fills in the URL for me, and it has these post parameters in here with the cookies filled in, the referrer filled in, and the user agent filled in. The rest of these options, you can worry about them. You don't have to. But in any way, you can scroll to the bottom and you can start your SQL Map scan. If you're really super paranoid, you can even run your SQL Map scan through Tor. We're not that paranoid yet, so we're going to see what our scan is doing right now. We can see that it started, and as you can see, it's just started that Python script, sqlmap.py. And then it's going to go to the URL with the data already filled in, with the cookies passed. And why do you think I want to pass those cookies? Think back to our broken access control IDOR lesson from yesterday. That's why I block paranoia. Don't be on bug bounties. Don't worry, madam. Don't worry. You don't have to be that paranoid on bug bounties, thankfully. We have what's known as safe haven policies. But why would I want to pass these cookies? Yes, really good, Michael. Excellent for authorization. Because even if my request doesn't require me to be authorized to make that request, like let's say that you make a request, and even though this request right here, I can make that request, not be authorized for that request. And you might be thinking, I'm sending these values and these parameters anyway, aren't I? Even if I'm authenticated or not, does it really fucking matter? I'm just sending these values. But yes, it does, because sometimes the server processes these values before authentication, but that's extremely rare. Usually these queries are only going to get filled up after authentication, after it's checked that you're authenticated. So you need those cookies in there for your authentication headers. Sometimes it will also give another header called the authorization header with a bearer token or a JWT token. And that is also a way of handling these authentications. There's also basic authentication. There's different types of authentication, but just know that it's important to have in there. You can also see some other options here, such as delay, the timeout, the retries, the level, the risk. You can all set that in here, level, risk, the extra parameters that you want to test, the thresholds, the DBMA system, the DBMS system, database management system. It's all settable from here. And then you can see that it's going to try to make a connection and it's going to execute a few requests. It's going to test MySQL version 5.5 and up. For end or error-based and here it's going to take, we're having order by or group by clauses. It's going to execute a shit ton of requests, all of them, as you can see, or a lot of them I should say, time-based SQL injections. This is, if I explain you the concept of a time-based SQL injection again, just sending out a request, it's going to take longer than anticipated or than a normal request would. So I send off my request, it will take longer than a normal request would because I added a 5-second sleep timer. Now, a normal request takes about a second, my 5-second sleep timer about 5 seconds. So my response should return in about 6 seconds. Can anybody see how this can go wrong, especially on dial-up? Have I ever found risk level 3 to be destructive? Not in my experience. I will have to look up exactly what these risk levels are again, but I don't think is there destructive testing even built into it? SQL map? I will have to look into that. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know if level 5 even has destructive testing in it. Good question. I like your question, Michael. Synac doesn't want us running risk level 3. I've never looked at the payloads to see why. I don't even think that there is any real destructive testing in their SQL map. But now I'm curious. Payloads. Go to the payload list. Well, it'll be difficult to see like this, of course. Well, this is for generic error-based, which is going to try to trigger some errors. This generic blind, generic SQL injection, generic time-based. Nope. Generic union select. I would be very surprised if it had any real destructive testing in there. I don't think people want to use it after that, to be honest. Oh, if you SQL map and drop my database, wouldn't be good advertisement for the tool. But great question. But damn, I can imagine. Fuck, that would be an awkward moment. Yeah, sorry. You completely, totally dropped the database in production on accident by using a tool. Fuck. Now, the reason why time-based SQL injections might be an issue sometimes is because they're time-based. And it can occur that a hiccup is just occurring on the network, which is going to make it last a bit longer before the response returns. So 5-second time-based 5-second time-based SQL injections, it's a little bit like I would add maybe a few more seconds, but even then, the risk of a false positive always exists. So you always have to validate this yourself manually. And if we go back all the way to the SQL map, the logs that we have right here, we can see that it's testing several things. Most of them are the time-based ones. URL appears to be injectable with union with 21 columns, and we can see it's testing even a little bit more on that. Normally, a simple time-based SQL injection should have worked here. Oh fuck, I just wasted all the logs, didn't I? Well, don't click that fucking button apparently. But yeah, I hope you can see that it's not a huge deal to use tools like these, like especially if you have indication of SQL injection. What I do think the wrong approach here is to just haphazardly scan everything that you see under the sun. You shouldn't just throw every parameter at every endpoint, or every value at every parameter, I should say. You should really take into consideration, first of all, is this even a parameter that could be doing something with the database? People will throw the most random shit at parameters, and some of these parameters don't even get reflection, and they will try cross-site scripting anyway. Why? The parameter is not reflecting the value anywhere. And if you try even for blind cross-site scripting, that's another thing. But people are trying for regular cross-site scripting on these types of things that don't even reflect. It's strange. I see this when I see people hunting on stream. Sometimes they do crazy shit. But yeah, SQL injections, I think I have covered everything that I wanted to cover there. If you have more questions about it, don't ask me. I haven't got a fucking clue, dude. I just run a tool as just the same as you. Just make sure that you don't don't do any drop tables, please, 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 for the love of God. And if you ever tell anybody I told you that you should do that, then I'm gonna find you. For the next part, I would like to look at the vulnerability, local and remote file inclusions. Although maybe we should continue with JWT first. Has any of you heard of JWT before?
First time for me.
So JWT is a way of authorizing. It's you authenticate first, you log in, and you don't want to log in every single time. So like every time you click on something, you don't want to log in again. So the system needs to remember who you are. And sometimes that's through that session token, but sometimes that's through that JWT token that we're talking about now. And I have JWT labs specifically as well. And a JWT token consists always of 3 parts. It has a header, it has a payload, and it has a signature. Anybody can decode a JWT. Yep, indeed, madam. Good job, everybody. But a JWT encoding can only happen with a valid signature. So decoding can happen by anybody. So if you have a web application, you see JWT token, you can always plop it in right here. It doesn't matter which one it is, and it should decode just fine. You can even write things to decode this yourself. It's not super hard. For the sake of brevity, we will keep it to this though. Here we can see we have that header, and in that header we have the algorithm which is used to encode that JWT token with, and that's in this case HS265, I believe, yep. And we have the type. Now the algorithm can also be algorithm none. That is a vulnerability that we saw a little while ago, very often return. And if that algorithm was changed to none, then you don't need that signature. And if you then decode that JWT, very first thing that your decoder is going to do is it's going to read algorithm none, and it's going to say, okay, it doesn't matter what the fuck that signature says, I'm going to decode it anyway. That isn't as prevalent anymore. You don't see that. People are getting wiser to this. So there are still exploits that happen though, and one of the often things that you see is leaking of keys. These keys can leak through several ways. Either you can have things, the key itself can leak, for example, or developers can create what's known as a long-lasting token, because the payload right here has an expiration date. And these JWT tokens, they can signify certain things like can flag, for example. Can flag is false. But I, as a software test engineer, don't want to log in every time. I want to test functionality. I don't want to test the login system with every test case that I run. So what am I going to do? I'm going to use a long-lasting JWT token. As long as I have this signature right here, I can re-encode this with whatever the fuck I want. I can change this to true, and I should be able to view the flag. So if let's just try this. If I change this to true, and I enter it correctly, that's one of the main keys. It says wrong key or token expired, which is pretty normal. I don't expect it to work with this key. If I go, however, to 10.php and I try the very same thing, so I just go and copy this and I paste it in here, and I change this to true, and I then paste it in here, you'll see something very different. Now, the reason for that is that in here we have a signature implementation, but the signature never gets checked. If I show you in Visual Studio Code what this looks like, and 1 second, there we go, let me see my screen again. If I show you in VS Code what this looks like, so jwt/10.php, we have the generation of the JWT token in here, which first starts with a base 64 URL encode of whatever in these headers. So we have the headers right here. That's what passed along. That's that data. We have payload. Remember, headers, payload. So if I go back to this JWT.io side again, we have the headers right here. We have the payload, and we have a signature that should also be passed along, a secret right here, encoding as well, in this case, because we have to create it. And then we encode those things in base 64 URL, encode them, and then we make that signature with the hash hmark function, and we base 64 encode the signature. So we have the header.payload.signature. Now, let's say that we want to check if that JWT is even valid. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to explode, which means split up all that period. So it's going to split it up into 3 parts, header, payload, and signature. And then it's going to check the expiration date, see if the token is expired. And then it's going to verify that signature. So it's going to build a signature based on the header and the payload that it has. And then it's going to verify if those match. So the signature provided with the base 64 URL signature. And here it's going to see if the token is expired or the signature is not valid. Then it should return false. Now, the thing is, though, once you click that get flag here, you have that body is JSON decode get body, but you never see that. There we go. Is JWT valid in there, right? So if I just look at this, it is implemented in 2 places. Here in that get body thing. Hold on, that's not correct. So we split the valid. Hold on, something's wrong. I don't think this is the correct lab. Anyway, I don't check my JWT validation here. That is why we can get the signature, why we can get the JWT in without validating the signature. In the other ones, there is a signature though, but the signature is hidden. So in 11.php and 20.php, the signature is going to get hidden somewhere in the source code. Now, can you find that real quick? Take a few minutes while I check out what's wrong with my labs. Exactly. I'm a moron. All right. The reason I didn't see it was because I'm just blind. But here we give that get body. We have the function get body. You see, even for me who created these labs, my own implementation can get quite hazy sometimes. But here we have that get body with a default value of secret being secret. And we don't give the secret here. So we don't change that secret, meaning the default value is being used. And that can be a problem, of course. That can be a huge problem because now we have the value secret here being used. Secret equals always the default value being used. So even though we check the signature, we check its validity, it's valid because we pass the key everywhere. It's not taken from the JWT token as it should be. If we look in 11.php, we do see that it's taken from the JWT token. So if we go down a little bit, we can see here the generation of the JWT. And if we go back up again a little bit, well, I'm not going to show you the exact value right now, but you will see that here is JWT is valid, is going to take it from the secret that it got from, well, basically, I'm not going to show you, but here it does take the secret into account properly. And that does result in 11.php not being as easy to crack. But if you look in the lab's source code itself, let me make that a little bit bigger, view page source, we can see something happening though. Is this one the one with the source code issues? Nope, sorry, my bad. It's not even in the source code right here. It's in the cookies in this one. So if I just go to inspect, I go to network and I make a request again, and I click this request, I can see my response headers right here, set cookie, and I see my secret. And that's also the secret that's in the actual source code of these labs. I just wanted to introduce you to JWT issues, but this JWT, it's not as vulnerable as people make it out to be. Like JWT is pretty well designed. The non-algorithm doesn't really work anymore. What can happen though is leaking of the keys or the long-lasting JWT tokens on something like GitHub, for example, or GitLab, or anything that has source code management. If you have more questions about that, don't hesitate to let me know. You have tried the cookie editor extension. Yep, in my normal browser, I do have that. Edit this cookie. This one. I love that one. I really use it on a regular basis. It makes it easy to edit your cookies on the fly. But yes, it is definitely. The problem with the built-in Burp Suite browser, though, is that you will have to install your extensions again because it doesn't take these extensions over. But yeah, fortunately now at least remembers the extensions. It didn't used to. Like it used to erase everything every time you restarted Burp Suite. That was quite frustrating, but yeah. Thankfully, that's over. But I don't know if that's in the community edition, by the way. That is the paid edition that I am talking about, because there I can save my project files. And I'm pretty sure, well, no. I think it is saved between sessions. Just make sure that you validate, though, not that you install everything on your browser and that you lose it again. But we did have that problem. We lost everything when we closed down Burp and we reopened our browsers. Yeah, it wasn't the most fun times. That's why everybody stuck with Burp and with Firefox in the beginning, because we were too lazy to every time. One thing is that that a lot of us used to save our passwords in Chrome. I know shouldn't do that. I know how wrong that can go, but it was for bug hunting, not something super important account. I will show you why that's important later on, by the way, when we get to cross-site scripting. Did you know that if you save your password in Google Chrome or if you use the built-in password manager of your browser, then if you run into cross-site scripting, they could steal your password potentially, because they just summon a password field, they click in it, and what happens when you click in a password field? It suggests to autofill it to right, and then they just click on the autofill, they copy the value from the password field, and they have your password for that website. Pretty nifty, right? But yeah, good job everybody so far. Let's move on to the next section. I'm really happy with the participation, by the way. It's awesome that you guys are doing so well. Should we do LFI, RFI? Oh, the reason I am doubting is because I think these are some of the more LFI, RFI, especially LFI, is becoming less of an issue with microservices, with containers, because the problem with these things is that they are very segmented. And even if you manage to get local file inclusion on a container, there's usually not much files to look at. Even on like a VPS that's microservice, it's a microservice for a reason. So we might get back to this later. I think it's better if we move on to cross-site scripting for now, but I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a break first. Sorry, I totally forgot that. I was going to plow through to cross-site scripting. Let's take 5 minutes of a break and let's go to cross-site scripting. And with that, the same template injections is in that same ball field, of course. So we will be doing that at the same time. All right, my friends, good job so far. Let's take a bit of a break and then we move on to cross-site scripting. The origin stories of the cross-site scripting rat. I should write a book about that. It would be a very short book, probably like a page. Imagine like what I always loved was like XSS rat tools like Beef. Beef can give you remote access. So yeah, of course, rats are cool. Rats are fucking smart animals. Rats are amazing at a plethora of different tasks. And they make great pets. Make sure they don't fucking escape and overrun your city though, because they'll fuck your shit up. We went to Walibi, Belgium today. It used to be Six Flags, part of Six Flags. It was a really fun day. We were, like I said, we were actually just supposed to go to a theme park, but then she wanted to go for a swim, and you know how kids are. If the kid wants to go for a swim, you want to go for a swim. There is no compromising. There is none. Like, I'm scared of nobody but two people, and one of them's my fucking mom, and one of them's my fucking kid. My mom always said, I've given you life, I can take it away." And my kid, she can't take my life away, but she can make it a fucking living hell, dude. She has the power. Yeah. Dude, does any of you have kids? Do you guys have kids? Kids are our time teacher. Oh, what class, if you don't mind me asking, what's their ages? Oh man, I'm not gonna lie, having a kid was one of the hardest things ever, and also one of the most rewarding things ever. Also, well, not having the kid itself, like I didn't feel any pain from that. My wife did, but I didn't. Uh, she's looking at me like, "Fuck you." All sixth grade. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, that's hardcore, dude. That is fucking hardcore. Mine's 4. All males. Oh crap, dude. Fucking testosterone fat.
Bro, these kids are like a pain on the ass.
Some of them are straight from hell, right? Like, where did these
Yeah,
get these
man.
kids?
Bro, I love dealing with kids. I've been dealing with kids for many years. But bro, these 4 kids have tested my patience like you don't want to know.
I know there's this guy in my class called Jeffrey, and he tests my patience 2 days in a row. And then, no, I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding.
Bro, I'm telling you, there's one of these kids. He comes late every day to his classroom, and he's like all pissed off all day and very demanding, bro, every day.
That sounds like me when I was in high school. Oh man, I was fucking menaced. Good, my fucking teachers deserved it, pricks. But yeah, I can hand on my heart say that having a kid is one of the most difficult things in your life, but I always laugh at people who say that they have kids and they don't have time for hacking in the evening. But they do have fucking time to sit on the sofa and watch series for 4 hours or what? Like, what the fuck? No, they don't want it. They don't fucking want it. And that's the problem with them. I do. And I've made plenty of enemies in this field already. Like, but I'm telling you guys the same thing I told them at the point that I blocked them. I was like, bitch, I fucking want it and I'm going for it. What I always wanted and what I'm doing right now is I am directly contacting these companies that are like more middle, like more, how do you call it, middle-sized companies. And I'm trying to directly talk to their CEOs, CISOs, to their security people, and to their decision makers. And I'm sending them direct messages one-on-one. I'm trying to get some sales going myself. And then if I had sales going myself, I'm going to hire some people. But I first want to be able to check on them. And it sounds like I may be a fucking maniac, but I need to be able to check on my people. It's super important for me. I need to check on the results. And what one of my guys, Marius, has taught me very well is that everybody needs to be accountable for everything they do. We work in a company. And if you work in like big fucking tech, I don't know if you already like, I've heard teacher here. I don't know what your other professions are, what your guys' professions are, but I've worked in QA for all my life. Well, no, I've worked in programming for a few years. Then I've worked in QA. I've worked in tech for all my life, I should say. And yeah, shit's fucking insane. Dude, I can imagine that every day is crazy for you. I can imagine. I can imagine, my dude. We used to, like, I did chemistry in high school, and we used to always have these tests where we would have to make certain chemicals for the exams. And like one of the tests was to make an indicator for a base called I can't even remember the name of it anymore, but it would make base fluids purple. And we had to make it, but all of the glassware in our class was so fucking filthy, dude. Like every time I tried to make it, it would fail. And it wasn't because of me, because I knew that my formula was right, because it worked for so, like the thing is, it worked on some of these bases, but not enough. So I knew that it wasn't strong enough. It wasn't concentrated enough. So I just went into the fucking chemistry closet and I took the substance that I fucking needed. I poured it in, and the teacher was like, "Oh wow, you did so well, Wesley. Good fucking job." Oh man, I don't know why I'm telling you this. This is recorded. Yeah, the problem with your own business is that you have to be hyper competitive, though. You really have to be competitive, especially in this world, because there are so many people like me who also want their own business and who also want to have the best for their kid. And I don't want to be rich. I never wanted to be like fucking Jeff Bezos rich. I didn't give a shit about that ever. But I want to be able to comfortably afford my apartment and not have to worry about it and just be able to comfortably afford my fucking gas these days. Fuck, dude. It's like they're, Jesus Christ, like they're shitting oil into these fucking fuel tanks, shitting fucking gold into it. Yeah, me too. I fucking sucked at math, bro. I fucking sucked at math. I was horrible at it. That was never my strong point. I was always interested in chemistry, so that's why I did that. I still don't know if it would have been better for me to go into chemistry or to stick with this, but then I see how uncareful or unprecautious I am with certain shit, and I'm sure that I would have burned two of my balls out by now. I would have probably lost my hearing from some kind of explosion. We did we did all kinds of crazy shit when we were kids, dude. Like fuck, I can remember when we made spud cannons. You know what a spud cannon is, right? A potato gun. Like you put a fucking potato in, it has a big chamber, you put some axe in it, you make it explode. Well, we used to weld them. We used to make them out of fucking pipes, like literal pipes. Yeah. Yeah, I did some other shit that I'm not gonna tell you guys because it's recorded, but well, you can say that I loved science as well. Explosives, well, I still like explosives. You can put it that way. I mean, the people who know me already know this, but it's, what are we now? April? And this is my current, mm, this is my current setup. I have some nice explosives up there, and there's some shit down there. Normally, there's a lot more. There's a lot more. You can ask my wife; she goes crazy from that shit. Yeah, I like explosives. I like playing with fire. Oh, poor janitor. So I wasn't the only menace in school. Good to know. I was still a good kid. I got all my grades that I had to. We had like this class called CT, which was chemical, well, the normal chemical processes basically, and it was easy as shit. Like how big companies make sugar, for example, very basic extraction ways, super basic. I always passed it with flying colors. And then on maths, I sucked. On French, I sucked. Now I speak French, but now it's just because I wanted to, not because I had to, because I was forced to speak French. I hated that in high school. Being forced to speak a language. It's like if I was perfectly fluent in English. Like I've always been perfectly fluent in English from TV series. I just picked it up from watching shows. But my teacher would always give me like 60% because I couldn't explain why a certain word was written that way. I had to explain why it was written in the past tense. Why it was, what the fuck, dude? Like that's such bullshit. I hate traditional school systems. But yeah, I think we're about ready to get started again with one of my favorite topics. And I think you will pretty easily see why they call me the cross-eyed scripting rat. I'm going to fly through this explaining everything from a real quick perspective. And then I'm going to calm the fuck down and slow the hell down. So don't worry if you don't get it the first time. Why am I doing this? Because repetition is key. And I know repetition in rapid succession might not always be the best way of bringing on repetition, but I still think that it's better than bringing on no repetition at all. So we're going to fly in with cross-site scripting. Now, what's cross-site scripting? Cross-site scripting is when we allow unsanitized user input to be somewhere on our website, and that unsanitized user input can execute scripts. That can be any type of scripting language. That doesn't just have to be JavaScript. You can imagine that since Python is also a scripting language, and there's a new module to introduce Python to a lot of Python to the web. Python is also vulnerable to cross-site scripting to a degree. You can also imagine that Flash was a scripting language, and I think we all remember that fucking dumpster fire. So I don't have to explain to you that cross-site scripting isn't JavaScript exclusive, but a lot of people think it's JavaScript exclusive because that's just the most common form of it. Unsanitized user input with any type of scripting in it, any type of scripting can lead or is cross-site scripting. Now, why did we call it cross-site scripting, such as they call it cross-site request forgery? The theory there is that the inventor of cross-site scripting, the guy who first found it out, was testing cross-site scripting by loading a script from a resource that wasn't local. So he was just having a website, he was testing it, and he was loading a script from a different website. That's what he called it, cross-site scripting. That is what is theorized, but of course, that's really hard to confirm. We can't exactly go back in time and ask the guy, and he's dead, I think. So yeah, cross-site scripting, it can happen in many forms. We have reflective cross-site scripting, we have stored cross-site scripting. Those are two major ones. We also have DOM cross-site scripting, but there's also newer ones being developed all the time, such as mutation cross-site scripting, which is a newer quote-unquote type of cross-site scripting. And we're not going to go too deep into it here, but just imagine that mutation cross-site scripting is you have a attack vector, and because your browser has this tendency of correcting broken HTML, your browser fixes your attack vector and actually execute cross-site scripting instead of keep trying to fix it and properly sanitizing it. So mutation cross-site scripting is a little bit different than what you're used to. Forget about that. DOM cross-site scripting is important though. DOM cross-site scripting is document object model. Let's go back to the basics of web for a second. A website exists of source. You can inspect the source code of a website, view page source. And here I can never find DOM cross-site scripting because DOM stems from the document object model, and document object model is everything around my URL, around my website. So I'm thinking about URL, I'm thinking about history, I'm thinking about those types of things that are not the source code itself, because when you click that back button here, it needs nowhere to go. Well, that's part of your DOM. Your values can go into your DOM. That's called a DOM sink. And you have your DOM source where it gets put back into the source code. All right, so that's your DOM cross-site scripting in a nutshell. Why is it different from the other two? Because your attack vector never really hits the server. If I talk about the hashtag segment of a URL, remember that never gets processed by the server. Remember that from Open Redirect. If I have an Open Redirect and I put hashtag labs.hexpert.com on it, it thinks it's part of the URL, but it's really not. This never gets touched by the server. So this is DOM cross-site scripting. It's not reflected, it's not stored, it goes through the DOM, through the document object model. Now, what's the difference between reflective and stored? Of course, reflected is never stored anywhere in a data source, while stored can be stored in any type of data source and not just a database. So as long as it's stored somewhere on the server, then you have stored cross-site scripting. Blind cross-site scripting can be DOM, reflected, and can be your stored. So it can be any type. That's why it's not really a separate type in my conclusion here. Now, where your attack vector occurs can occur in basically different contexts. JavaScript literal, HTML context, HTML tag attribute, your JavaScript context. These are all different parts of a website, but it's what's known as the context. So these are where your cross-site scriptings can actually occur. Now, what does that actually look like? We'll look at that more in detail later, but you have to remember if you have a reflection somewhere, so if you have a value it's stored somewhere, or if it's just reflected from either a parameter. So what does the parameter mean? What do we mean by that? If I go to rxss, and if I go to get, for example, and if I go to 01.php, if I do something along these lines, I have my script, unsanitized user script, being executed. So that's one thing that we can take into account there. But if I send you this link, if you all click on this, you're going to get the same pop-up. That's what reflective cross-site scripting is in this instance. The value is reflected, but that's not the only type of reflected cross-site scripting that can occur. It can also occur through your post cross-site scripting. And now my values are never really in here. So if I do this, I have John here, but I cannot send you this because if I just do the same as I did before with my script alert script, I click it, I send you that link, you're not going to see that pop up. But this is never stored on the server anywhere. So this is still reflective cross-site scripting. Is that clear to everybody? Okay, perfect. So you can do all my labs fine now. Don't need any help. Awesome. I don't hear anybody complaining. Let's go on to the next section. No, I'm kidding. No, I know that this was very fast. That was just an overview of cross-site scripting, and we will go
I have a
much
question.
into it, of course. Sorry, yeah, go ahead, my friend.
The reflective cross-site scripting, that does it have any value like on the bounties? Or they
Definitely.
don't value it much, right?
They have value for sure. What you're thinking about is self-cross-site scripting.
So,
Self-cross-site scripting is where I insert an attack vector, but only I can see it. If we go into our stored cross-site scripting labs, like let's open these for you. So I can go to SXSS. No, it's not sex, even though sex sells, but this is just stored cross-site scripting, a lot less sexy. Here, if I log in with a username password, I have, this is self cross-site scripting right now. This would be self cross-site scripting. And why is that? Because you log in and you can see your values. I log in, I can see my values, but nobody else can see our values. So it's self cross-site scripting. That doesn't mean it's less dangerous though, but we will get to that later. I will not bore you with that yet. Let's just get into reflected cross-site scripting first. So a lot of people have seen script alert script. Forget about that. I don't really want to see you use script. I don't want to see you use alert anymore. I'm going to have to tell you a little bit about the anatomy of HTML, of an HTML attack vector. So when I talk about cross-site scripting, I'm sending over some type of script. That script is going to land somewhere in my page. So I'm going to go back to the reflective cross-site scripting pages right here. And here in the get pages, we're going to start. We are going to start with 10.php. And I'm going to let you mess around with this for a few minutes. Just try to insert something. Give you about 2 minutes for that, because I don't want you to dwell on things for too long. But right now, just try a little bit first. It's important, I think, to fail before you see the right answer. And normally I would like to take more time to let you try things on your own. But unfortunately, we don't have a huge amount of time. I'm really enjoying these lessons, by the way. Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody being here. You guys are doing awesome. Good job, Theo. How did you find that? That was awesome. That's a good one. What I like about Theo's solution is that he does forget about the alert. So he inserts a prompt there. Now, what the huge difference there is that alert, you guys have probably seen script alert slash script somewhere. Like if you've ever looked into cross-site scripting, you've probably seen that floating around. Every developer and their grandmother knows about that shit. It's the most filtered word out there. If there's ever a filter in place and alert isn't on it, these guys are morons. Morons of the first class. So yeah, should I just put 2 cubes of sugar on my coffee? Fuck. But yeah, script alert script is filtered very often. In here, he uses prompt, and prompt is a very good one. Now, what Theo has done is he has replaced the script itself. So script prompt slash script. He has replaced this JavaScript itself. These are the HTML tags. So you insert HTML here. Why is that? Why are you inserting HTML itself? Because if I go and look where this value comes from, where it's actually inserted, I can see, oh, it's inserted straight into the HTML itself. That means I also have to insert HTML myself here. If I insert a B tag right here, an HTML B tag, very good, Michael, as well. If I insert my B tag right here, I can see that I have bold text. Well, that's a nice one because this B tag allows me to already try, and I see I have HTML injection. Now, this context is the HTML injection context, so I craft specific HTML things in here, HTML tags. What Michael has given, and I love seeing this solution as well, Michael has given us a image source equals X on error is prompt 1. What is that? You have in here your image, your HTML tag itself, your HTML tag attribute. Remember that for later. Your value of your attribute. And then you have the event handler. This is what it's called an event handler. And this is, as the name implies, it handles events such as on click, on error, on scroll can be one. Basically, there's a lot of on. So if on is filtered and you have this, then you might already have a problem. Because then this is filtered out, but for the sake of this lab, it's not. And then we have this prompt in here. That's your JavaScript itself. So your event handler contains your JavaScript. Any script tag list that you suggest. I will get to that later, Jeffrey. I will get to that later. I don't suggest you use lists for cross-site scripting, except for one, and that's mine, of course. What I want you to do instead of lists is try this image source. I will type something in chat on our, well, no, sorry, not even that. Image source is that, and then something on those lines, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then 7 times 7, and then this. Now, what you're doing with that attack vector that I've given you in chat, whenever you paste that in, you're testing for your 3 contexts. You're testing for your JavaScript context with that single quote, double quote, because then if it enters into JavaScript, it might break out of it, might break the JavaScript. You're testing for HTML tag attribute insertion because you might land in here as well where that X stands. That's where your value might come. So if I type in anything here, it might come where that X is related now. And then you're also testing with this whole first part, your single quote, double quote, and then your image source equals X. You're testing your HTML tag attribute insertion. You're testing your HTML insertion with that image source X. And you're testing for CSTI, SSTI with 7 times 7, curly brackets, 7 times 7. And you're testing for SQL injection with single quote, double quote. So why the fuck would you want to use a list if you have this attack vector? The problem with lists is that lists are often containing filtered things. 9 times out of 10, they're going to contain something filtered. The chances of anything being filtered here are very slim. And if they're filtered, we can find a bypass for them somehow. But then it's very specific things that are filtered, such as your greater than and less than signs. They may be filtered out here. So this attack vector, be a lazy hacker and insert this into every field that you see when you're exploring. I told you in the beginning, explore, 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 click, 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 learn about the application. Well, with this right here, with this attack vector, you're a lazy hacker. And when you later on, this is very important because later on, if you register with this as your name and an invoice is made and it uses your name, guess what it's going to test for? All of these different things. And you won't have to make an account again because you see that you've been a dumbass and later on in the application, you have that name that's being used somewhere and you have to make an account again. It's happened to me before. And that's why I'm lazy right now. This is the passive method. You can also use the active method, but this will help a lot already. And in all of my labs, it will get you at least something, or 9 times out of 10, it will get you something. So even in here, if I paste this in here, I can see that I have a broken image. And then I can start digging. Then I can see what type of event handlers are accepted here, if any. What's happening? Why do I get this broken image? If there's anything filtered, how can I bypass what specifically is filtered? And I have this great cheat sheet. Of course I do. I am fucking amazing. I don't really believe that, by the way. You guys must think I'm a prick. I have these cheat sheets available for specifically. Don't I have a cross-site scripting one? Fuck, I need to look at that again. It's on my Twitter. If you go on my Twitter or on my LinkedIn, I share the cross-site scripting cheat sheet. And I also have one in here, cross-site scripting sheet. And in here, it's basically the same thing that I've told you before. So types of cross-site scripting being reflected, stored, and DOM, where the value reflection occurs, the test objectives, the steps to test, passive XSS hunting, very same thing. Name, last name, address at registration, and basically where you fill this in, of course, names and content of every object you create, everywhere you should fill that in. And here it's an explanation again of what you're testing with filtered evasion techniques, basic modifiers in here, attributes and tags that you can use, event handlers, delimiters. So if your brackets are, if your backticks, if your parentheses, your delimiters and brackets, and to eval, you can use eval to get cross-site scripting alerts as well. Using filtered words in filtered words is sometimes an option, but I will give you this in a PDF because I think that might be more useful than just talking about it. Let's see, export. Is there a central repository for these links, resources? I have a GitHub called security testing, and a lot of these resources are on there. Okay, no problem. Markdown. Ask me easy questions like that. I'm a policeman. Why the fuck? Where did I put that here? Export as markdown. Export as markdown. My pleasure. So I will put this zip up and this PDF if anybody prefers PDF. but that might be useful. And also on my Twitter and LinkedIn, there's a cross-site scripting specific cheat sheet. If you want, I can also give you guys these cheat sheets for SQL injection, NoSQL injection, broken access control, and IDOR and command injection if you ever need those. Let me export those to PDFs real quick. Export to PDF, export to PDF, and export to PDF. I think you guys would like to snoodle through my Confluence someday. There's a lot of shit like this on there. There we go. Yeah. All right, this is the educational one. We have a checklist as well. Checklist. Web app vulnerability testing, for example. Here's a bunch of web app issues that you can check for. Tools, which tools to use, in what situations, credentials on Jenkins hacking community checklists, network scanning, things that we do for network scanning, then what we do when we get to HTTP, if we get to SMB, WebSocket, web security testing guide, WebSocket testing, OWASP web security testing guide, a little bit of a checklist that I've written for myself, web app hacking checklists. These I have shared, by the way, these checklists. And I will get these resources to you. If Marius is in here, can you please remind me to send off these resources? Single point hacking techniques. I was still working on this one. But yeah, I think you guys, this is minimum. If you're ever interested, this is minimum what we require to check for every single web application. So basically all CWEs. That's basically this whole list. All right, my friends. Cross-site scripting, let's continue. I'm sorry I got a little bit distracted, but let's try 11.php now because you have my cross-site scripting checklist, so you should be able to bypass 11.php just as easily. All still within the HTML context, of course. So you can just send HTML tags there. And some of them might be filtered or blocked for some reason, who knows? By the way, without my notes, I'm nothing. You guys need to know that as well. Like, I need these notes. I need them desperately. And also check out /blog, by the way, if you're ever bored. We're working on this. We're working on this. We're working on this. blog.hexpert.com. As you can see, there will be a proper blog soon, but for now, this is also interesting maybe at times. XSS cheat sheet is on there as well in web form. That's my biggest problem. I am disorganized as hell. You'll find all kinds of shit from me everywhere, everywhere. Organization is not my strong point, and it will never be. I've accepted that. That's why I have Marius. I'm like, you be my organizer now. Thanks, bro. We also have an XSS room on Try Hack Me, by the way, if you're ever interested in that. That might be fun to learn XSS a little bit more at your own pace. Try Hack Me. Uh, Well, I don't have my login right now. I remember. I need to get that room. Try hack me the access. I think maybe if I do it like this. Created the rooms. Nope. I don't even think it's published anymore. I will get that to you guys. I'm quite proud of that. I actually stuck to their framework for once. Also a bit of a fun reflected cross-site scripting game. Why the hell is it in here though? I need to change this because this also has race conditions in here. That's a fun one, by the way. Quick intermezzo, race conditions. I'm gonna show you guys something. So we have a balance of 1,000 that we can withdraw, no more than 1,000, because if I submit, you can see that if I want to withdraw 30 now, that's not possible. I don't have enough balance, right? But guess what I can do? Yeah, I can still withdraw money. There's nothing stopping it really. It's funky race condition or insufficient balance, but it's still withdrew the money. Why? That's a race condition, and this happens because it's artificial. By the way, this is an artificial race condition. This isn't real. What do I mean by this isn't real? This is emulated by adding like a multi-threader in there, and there is like a 2-second delay between each request, so it seems like there's a race condition in here, but there isn't really. Well, there is a real race condition in there, but it's not like you would find it in a real system. You would find it a little bit different, but this is still a valid race condition. And what's funny is that I am a pretty good performance tester, if I say so myself. I've made JMeter courses myself. I went to Paris to get my expert certification in Neoload, so I am a decent performance tester, all things considered. And guess what's great for testing race conditions? Yeah, you guessed it, performance testing. One of the funny things that we found at work a while ago was that we had these systems set up for getting for Lambda servers. Basically, a Lambda server is an AWS system. If your server has a bit too much load, Lambda will spin up to catch the request, and it will spin down when the requests die down a bit. But the problem is when a Lambda starts up, if you send in another request and Lambda is not fully booted yet, it will start up another Lambda. So you can already guess it. We would gather millions of requests, send them all the exact same time, and we would bring up the bill dramatically. Like we wouldn't execute this request, but we knew that we could do it, and we reported on it, and they were pretty thankful for finding that issue, as you can imagine. Can anyone else not access the files above? Access files restricted by your admin account. That's your admin account, Michael. That's not mine. Well, maybe. Let me see. It should be accessible. Can you guys access this file? If not, let me know. I'll check my settings. It's enabled. Not sure. I'm not really sure either. Can you guys open these files that I've sent, these PDF files?
The ones you sent in PDF?
Yeah. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I was able.
Dude,
I
my
was able to
fucking
open that.
heart, dude. Holy crap. Don't scare me like that. The fuck sneaking up on me like that? Shit, dude.
Yeah, mine's worked.
If you keep having trouble with that, let me know, Michael, because then we can look at exporting them or translating them maybe into a Word document. Maybe that's more helpful. For 11.php, has anybody found anything yet? Because here you can see that suddenly script alerts. Oh, you're getting the same mitten. It's strange. I will look into that. I will get you those files. That's not good. Why can some people open it and once people can't? That's messed up. But yeah, I will look into that in the break. I will quickly go over the solution here. Yep, that's a great one, Jeffrey. The one that I have sent script alert doesn't work. Jeffrey sent an input with a value, so he has sent not cross-site scripting, but HTML injection already. We can upgrade that to cross-site scripting by adding that event handler on error, and we can do something like prompt as we saw before. So no, not on error on this one. What am I doing? We should do something like onload in here. Onload equals prompt. Ooh. On click maybe. It is loading it properly, so we should just add maybe on click equals prompt. And there we have it, our cross-site scripting event. So yeah, that we can upgrade that. What did we saw something from Theo here? Let's inject that in here. Unfortunately, this one isn't working. Let me see why. I think I know why. Can you just send me the link you have, Theo? Just send me the link you have in here with the pop-up. If you send me the link and I click it, that should work. I think I know what's going on. But yeah, it is good what you have already. Image source equals and then X, and then you have on error equals prompt, something along these lines. And yep, that does work. Why? Because in here we filtered script, we filtered alert. These are filtered out now. So script alert isn't going to work anymore. But if we look and we adapt it a little bit, what am I doing? Script prompt, something along these lines. It still works because I am basically just filtering script, stuff like it. I'm just filtering script here and not script with the capital C or anything. I'm not putting it in the same capitalization. So I can bypass my filters here by just doing something silly, like doing script the way I did it. Now on 12.php, you will find more filters. Going to not go too deep into it. 12, 13, 14. It will get harder and harder and harder as more filters get added. But what I would like to go into the break with is if we just go back to the listing real quick and we go to the 20.php. Here, I would like you to take like a few minutes, take like 2 minutes, I would say. And then we will, or 4 maybe, and then we will have a short break of 10 minutes before we continue with cross-site scripting. I wonder if you can figure this one out. Look really well where the reflection is. Don't just throw shit at it, because if I do this, you can see that I don't really see anything. So actually look in the source code, what's happening, what's going on here, and try to break out of that. You're in a different
PHP 20.
Yeah, 20.php. Okay. You're in a different context here. Every 20, 30, 40, every round, every multiple of 10. That's what I'm looking for. Every multiple of 10 will be a different context or a different type of filter that I've implemented. Funny thing is, if you run a cross-site scripting scanner on these labs, a lot of them will miss like 70% of the labs. They might find 30%, but they will miss 70. I've built it that way. People think cross-site scripting is dying or dead, but they are dead wrong. They just don't know how to look for it properly. The thing is, a lot of frameworks filter out cross-site scripting on their own now. Good job, Michael. A lot of these frameworks filter shit out on their own, but developers can still use HTML unsafe eval or HTML unsafe functions. Basically, dangerous functions can be used still. Why is that? Because some developers don't want to use the internal framework, or they need an exception for some reason. It can happen, and if your values end up in there and are not sanitized properly, you have dangerous cross-site scripting on your hands still. It all depends, of course. There are also other protection mechanisms such as CSP, and they can protect against cross-site scripting, though they're not specifically only for cross-site script. They can protect against it. But if your CSP isn't set up correctly, you're still fucked. So yeah, it's a little bit of a, for security, to secure program securely, to program securely, you need to be really at it. I've built this game that I've told you guys before about hacker rats, and you can imagine what it takes to build a game for hackers. We got hacked left and right. I'm not a fucking saint. Like, I made a lot of development mistakes, but I have to admit that I'm pretty damn proud of myself for making it so secure in the end. Now I know a lot more about security, how it's implemented, and how I can circumvent it as well. Because these fuckers gave me ideas. Yeah, big pocket so good job, Bor. Good job. Right before we start our, sorry, that's the wrong lap. Right before we start our recess, Bor comes in clutch with the right solution. Excellent. Good job. Now, if you're bored in the break, or if you just want to continue working, feel free to do 21, 22, 23, etc. But this is indeed a different context that we're in. If we look at where our value lands, we don't see it initially, but if we look at the page source with this, and we look for the values that we were inserting, I didn't even know what I inserted anymore. So I just insert this, I inspect, I do Control F, and then I see that it's inserted right here. How do I break out of that? Simply put these ending characters in front. Now I see that I've broken out of it, and now I can just insert my normal HTML again. So good job, Bor. This is your HTML comment context. Does this occur often? No, not really that often, but you have to be able to recognize it when it happens, because that's one of my cross-site scriptings before. The developers put part of their code in comments, and my value landed in those comments. So I had to break out, and I had to recognize that my value landed in there. I hope that makes sense. All right, good work, everybody. Let's take 10 minutes break, and then we will be back for more cross-site scripting. See you in a bit. Going Guys, it's fucking happening again. The guinea pig is yoinking. Fuck. It can't fucking keep my posture when he does that. Sometimes in the middle of these motivational speeches things, type of dealies, and this fucker will do his yoinking deal, and I can't fucking keep my posture, dude. I laugh my ass off. Jesus Christ. It's one of the funniest pets I ever had. Like ferrets as well. Ferrets were these guys were fucking insane, dude. I used to have this couple. First I had Izami, and Izami was my ferret. She was mine, only one. And I used to have a really close relationship with her because she was my pet. She was with me every time. And every time I went for a smoke as well, you know, she would just come with me and sit with me and stay with me and lie with me, sometimes sleep with me. But then we had these two fucking assholes, Ferrin and Barrett were their names, and they would get into the most mischievous situations, dude. We would come home and we would find paper everywhere because one of these fuckers had found a way to open his lock, and everywhere, dude, everywhere. Oh man, ferrets are fucking funny, but this fucking guy, he's a real pig. He's a real piggy. He acts like he never gets food. By the way, if you guys find a bug after this, you have to let me know. That's a promise. Not because I am, not because I want part of your bounty, believe me. I don't care about that. I just want your success. I want to know if you're successful. It's always so fun if people actually find stuff after these type of sessions. That race condition that I showed you, right? Remember when I clicked a bunch of times? That's a race condition that actually happened as well. Not with withdrawing money, but with likes. You can only give one like normally on some platforms. But I found platforms which, if you just kept on clicking, like LinkedIn, for example, I will give you an example of LinkedIn. And this is not really an important anything. It's not really an important real race condition. But if I go, for example, to my network here and I click, fuck off. I click this, look here, see all 672, right? I click this button a bunch of times. Now it says 655, right? If I refresh this page, it says 667 because it's a race condition. It's not really sending to a server or anything. So it's a client side type of race condition thingy. So it's not really a big deal at all. It's not security related or anything, but this is like I found this on voting systems where you can only cast one vote. I found this on systems where you can only like a post once. Yeah, there was some dicey situations there. That's why race conditions is a really good one to pick up if you want to get into that. Like it's something very often overlooked. What you need is a limited resource, like coupons. Coupons, for example, is a good one that's often overlooked. Remember to drink water, bitches. I heard it's good for you, Marius. Especially you. You should be drinking more water. H2O good. Yes, let them. I would prefer it if you stay alive, Marius. We need you a little bit longer, so fill up on that H2O goodness. I know it's Saturday night, but it's no time for beer. Yeah, me too, thanks to cola. Jesus Christ. The fact that I haven't gotten the worst diabetes in the world yet is a miracle to me. I drink so much cola from day to, like from the moment I get up to the moment I go to bed. I'm suckling on that cola teeth. When we get closer to the end of the session, I'm gonna have a nightcap though. Maybe some whiskey or something, or like some Geneva. I don't know what it's called in English. Geneva. It's like my grandmother always had and my grandfather. Like these ones as well. These are like fruit flavored. I know it's fucking girlish. I don't give a shit. Goes to me. Especially the lemon one tastes good. Or limoncello. Oh my god. I love limoncello. Mary says there's a joke. A dude died after drinking 36 cans of Coke. That's the best comment, okay? So it's 1685. Yeah, I wouldn't try it though. My my dad always said, water? I don't fucking drink water. Get the fuck out of here. Water is for the fish fuck. Dude, Marius, I went in this roller coaster today. It's called Pulsar. Dude, I've had a fucking heart attack. Holy shit. Wallaby. The thing is fucking intense, dude. If you haven't seen it yet. Oh man, I love roller coasters. There's also one in there that I went on last time. Like, whenever I go to a theme park, I go there with the annual pass. I love annual passes. And I always have the annual pass with the speedy passes because I don't have a lot of time. So when I go to a theme park, we go for 2 or 3 hours. That's it. And then we go home. So I like to be able to cut in line because I work my ass off. But yeah, I always have those types of annual passes to have cut in line and like I can do a few roller coasters, have some fun while my kid is doing something in the playground, you know. Please give a tip for 30. What to look? Sorry, what do you mean, Por? A tip for 30? What to look, where to focus? Yeah, I got fucking soaked today. And then there's this bitch as well. This is also a fucking good one. Ah, yes. Sorry, sorry, Por. I am a moron. Oh my god. That's what I mean. Lovely rat, but disorganized as fuck. If Orgus was here, I would fire him just to get rid of my frustration. I miss Orgus. Where is he? I want to fire him. Fuck. Be right there, by the way, taking my medications. Anybody here like roller coasters? This is one of the least scary ones because it doesn't even flip you upside down. It has no loopings. I used to work at this one. Yes, I used to work at the theme park and I used to fucking love it. It's my dream to do that again someday. And I know it sounds fucking stupid, right? Fucking attractions operator, sitting in a fucking attraction all day, pushing buttons, but it was the people contact. That was what's fun outside, having contact with people. And I used to work at this one in Toverland called Troy. It's a Woody. I miss this, man. I fucking miss working here so bad. Yes, working at a stupid fucking theme park. Bro, I'm scared. When no Six Flags. Six Flags, yeah. All right, my friends, let's continue with the last chapter. So for 30.php, a tip is that indeed you are again what? What the fuck? 30.php, you're again, oh yes, labs.expert.com. What? Oh yeah, it's not labs. There we go. So you're again in a different context, so you're going to have to break out of it. But I am a devious little rat, aren't I? It seems like you can just break out of this by entering a double quote and something along these lines, right? And you're breaking out of it. But that's not what's happening when I do this. Why is that? Because I'm an asshole and I am not really doing what it says I'm doing right here. I am not entering a double quote. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm entering a single quote in my PHP. If you look at my PHP file, you would see a single quote. Remember why I gave you that attack factor in the beginning? Single quote, double quote, that image right here. Remember that I gave you that at the start? If you would have used that, you would have seen that you would have broken out of here immediately. And that's why I like it's no worry, poor, no worries. I would have expected this. And it's important to remember this. I forget this sometimes. Don't get me wrong. I am no angel. I am no fucking not perfect at this at all. I forget shit a lot, but it's important to look what's happening here and to imagine what a developer could do. That's why it's so important to build a website. And you can't have that knowledge if you haven't built a website before yet. But this is why mutation XSS works as well, because browser is quote unquote correcting my mistakes. And why is that? Because of the RFC for HTML. HTML RFCs are interpreted by every browser a bit differently. That's why cross-site scripting, some attack vectors only work on some browsers. Because in cross-site scripting, the RFC for HTML makes a big difference, and also the RFC for JavaScript, the RFC for implementation. There's a bunch of RFCs that together they make a big difference. And of course, you can't know this if you don't read this. Don't read this yet. Just explore a little bit with making a website and seeing what's happening. Then you might see, oh, I have a bug here. Why is that bug happening? That's happening because of this and this. Oh, that's why we do this and this and this language. So here we have the very similar thing where we can just break out and then we can just insert our HTML again. Now, that's the HTML tag attribute insertion that we talked about before. If we look at 40.php, you will find a different context altogether. Like right now, we can see, oh, this seems like we just have HTML injection right here. And you would be right. You do have plain HTML injection here. But the keen-eyed viewer might also have noticed that we have more than just HTML here. We already have a script in here that we can break out of and we can just prompt alert. We can whatever. I'm sorry. The bell is ringing. I don't know why. It's almost midnight. But anyway, got a little bit distracted there. So if I just try to break out of this, what the fuck? Yeah, if I just break out of this, I can insert my own JavaScript in here. So that is definitely a possibility. All right, my friends. I have my JavaScript inserted in here, so that is done. Anything else that we need to think about or remember? I think there are some more contexts in here, but that's going to be it for reflected cross-site scripting. So reflected cross-site scripting, there are more contexts. Feel free to snoop around. Post-reflected cross-site scripting is also a thing, like I said before, but in post-reflected cross-site scripting, we can have the same thing. I can just have my script alert / script right here, but that is something I cannot send to you. So how can we still get shit like this to occur? Well, we can use that CSRF attack that we've seen before, because remember, we can sometimes insert values through CSRF into somebody else's accounts. That's what we're doing right now as well. So we're going to try that real quick. If I do that right here, if I go to my network tab and I click John, whoop, there we go. We have our F name equals John. And if I then just go to that security.log/tsrf block generated again, and I insert this, replace the semicolon with the equal sign, and I get the correct URL in here, which is going to be, in this case, this one. Now my name is John in this case. If I download this, I can see that that occurs, but I just want to go to my downloads itself. There is the Finder. Let's go to downloads and let's open that CSRF proof of concept with something like text edit. If we do that, we can insert our cross-site scripting attack vector as well. So let's give that a bit of a shot. F name John, no F name. Ooh, F name. Are you sure you want to modify it? Yeah, override. Image source is X. Let's save that. Let's click it. Ooh. Well, screw it. Let's do it the other way then. Let's just download this. Let's click it and then do it in here. We provide the image source equals X. And we have our cross-site scripting. So I can send you this link. I can host this on my own website. I can fish you into clicking that link, and you have potential cross-site scripting. What can happen with cross-site scripting? What's the real impact of this is that you can steal things like session cookies if they're not protected properly. You can also steal CSRF tokens, but you can even run crypto miners because that can happen in JavaScript. You can steal passwords because you can just summon a password field. And as I said, if you have a saved password there and you click in that field, it will suggest to autofill it for you. So these are all things that can occur with cross-site scripting. Now let's try to just steal a cookie. Let's just try that because I think we should be able to do that. There is a repository that I often refer to called Payload All the Things, and it also has a cross-site scripting cookie stealer on it. XSS cookie stealing. If we go look for these, this is on the Web Hacking 101. Let's put that on here. So here we have different attacks that we can use to steal these cookies with. Like, for example, this one's right here. And these are gonna give you the best results on my labs usually. And here we can see that we want to steal cookies by calling this is our website. Imagine this is our website. We want to call our website and we want to add a cookie there. Now, where can I check this as a website owner? If somebody makes a request to my website, I have what's known as access logs, and I see the URL that has been requested. And since the document.cookie, the cookies are part of the URL, those cookies I can view in the logs, in my logs, because this is my website. I hope that makes sense. Now, you can use different out-of-band web servers for it, like webhook.site. I'm going to send you guys the URL to that webhook.site, and you have a unique URL in here. I want you to copy that URL, and I want you to paste it into this attack vector right here. So I want you to just take the very first part of it, then paste your URL in there, copy to clipboard, your URL, and then the question mark, and then the cookie. So like such. And then I'm going to do that for myself as well. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put my URL, copy that to clipboard. I'm going to add the last part, the question mark. And then I'm going to be able to copy that. And if I go to this contact form, for example, and I submit this value, I can see requests coming in right here. You can see this as my access logs. And here, the URL contains all of the cookies, all of them. Do that. Do that on 10.php or something, like this one, for example. So go and steal your own cookies for once. For once, get your hands off of my cookie jar and put them in your own. Where is my phone charger? There we go. That baby can use some juice. Ugh. I'm a moron. I really am. I bought myself this. Oh, and if you're done, by the way, just put something in the chat, something so I know you're done. I bought myself a Steam Deck a long time ago. How many times do you think I played that thing? Yeah, it's about as many as you imagine. Near zero, like maybe 2 or 3. There's one game I like to play, that's Old School RuneScape. And that doesn't even work properly on the fucking damn thing. Well, it works on my fucking phone. I don't get that. Works on my iPhone. Shit. The age of information, my ass. Age of technology. Yeah, forget it. I'm not salty, you're salty. I'm going to stop this, by the way. For all this, before they fucking sue me. Too many requests. It definitely is poor. I love webhook.site. Can be used for so many things. It can be used in terms of your Burp collaborator as well. Burp collaborator is often paid, and well, the I don't know if they still offer that public version, but they have a paid. In the paid version, you have Burp collaborator, and if you don't want to use that, you can use webhook.site. You can use interact.sh. And one thing I will show you in a bit as well. All right, if you're not fully there yet, that's not a huge problem. If you have questions, I will be here for a little bit after the session as well. So you're free to post them, of course. Now, this cookie stealing script that we've made, let's try a different strategy a little bit, because here below we can see one that is without the infinite loop. You can see that all of these requests came in, so you can always use the one without the infinite loop, but you can also use a tool like XSS Hunter. And XSS Hunter can be used for blind cross-site scripting, for example. So here we go. And blind cross-site scripting is you insert your attack vector, but you have no idea where it lands. For example, if you open a support ticket, you might insert your attack vector, and an agent at the other part of the line might open their support interface and it might pop there, but you will never know that for sure. And that is why out-of-band servers are useful as well, because then you can see requests coming in. And blind cross-site scripting is where we don't see these requests coming in by default. So that's how we can test for blind cross-site scripting. So I hope that makes sense. Now, XSS Hunter, you will host it yourself these days. It used to have a web interface as well, but you don't need it. You can use XSS, you can use webhook.site as well. You definitely don't need it, that's for sure. All right. So before we go too deep into the alcohol, I think there's a few more things I wanted to show you, because now we've seen a lot of reflected cross-site scripting. I was already typing it. We have stored cross-site scripting as well. And the difference there is, of course, that your stored cross-site scripting attacks are stored somewhere on the system. Now that you've had a bit of practice with cross-site scripting, I'm going to make you look for cross-site scripting on this page for the last, let's say, 10, 15 minutes. And I'm curious of how much you can find. Should I be an asshole and disable most of the cross-site scriptings, or should I just leave them active? It's up to you. I can disable all of them if you want and just have you look to infinity, or I can enable all of them or disable some of them. Let's do you guys a solid and let's leave them all enabled for now. Yeah, I can be a dick sometimes. This is a website we also sometimes use for hiring, by the way, for testing people who we hire, because we can put how strict every exploit should be as well in here. We can put it more loosely or more strict depending on what we want it. If you found something, let me know, by the way. Do you guys think we should open source red site? Allow people, everybody basically, to make their own vulnerabilities and to insert it in there for themselves, of course. But it's not easy. Like, it would still require coding knowledge. You would have to still implement the issue, but the framework would be there where you can implement any issue you want. And you can implement the flags by just inserting them through the interface. Might consider it if I haven't already. Like, there's a good chance that it's already open source for a big degree. that GitHub that I've sent you, that security testing GitHub that contains quite a lot of things. Like it contains a lot of checklists already, some miscellaneous items, OSCP related stuff, practical demo of Zap, I believe. Oh no, practical demo of main app application hacking. I've made a big full demo of web application hacking at a certain point. Some scripts here, like text stream. I saw something coming in there from Michael, I think. Ooh, I had to stop video on accident. Good job, Michael, on this search. That's a what type of cross-site scripting is that? Can you tell me, Michael? Good job, man. Really good find. Yes, indeed, reflected. Good job. Good find. Can you find more? There are more. Just one more thing, and then I will let you guys work in peace. Then I'll shut my big mouth. This is the whole text stream Python script. So if you ever feel like you want to adapt text stream yourself, it's all open source, including the resources I think that are used for it. Although it's a bit of an outdated version, but Zap Strike Map is also a good one. This runs XSS Strike, SQL Map, and Zap in one script. This is an Ethereum smart contract scanner for Ethereum smart contracts. This is a JavaScript CSRF token stealer. We talked about this tokens. It looks for CSRF token, X is CSRF token, XCSRF, authenticate. You know, you can just add things that you think are useful. If you see other tokens that you want to be able to steal, then you can look for them and you can steal them with this token stealer. This was a script to add users to your Linux server. Autoscan is using different scanners such as Naboo, Masscan, ReconNG, and Nmap in one scanner. We have GoScan, which uses, I don't even remember which tools this is going to. Oh, this is just port scanner written in Go, right? Then we have GoBuster. This runs GoBuster in a certain configuration that I like. Initial scans on a target that I've used to do. This isn't even that relevant anymore, but still you can do some initial scans with Nmap. Then you have your port scan results compare and runtime compare. This was just running different port scans, seeing which results they found, and then how long they took for a port scanning course. And this is a multiple domain scanner script, SQL injection script, Xstream itself again, web app pen test script, which runs Nmap, Necto, Derp, SQL map, XSSor, WFuzz, Arachne, and if it finds WordPress, it runs WordPress scan, and if it finds Joomla, then it runs the Joomla scan as well. And in here we have XSS list as well. This is cross-site scripting strike, and we have Zap scan order, which is basically different ways of doing a scan with Zap. It starts Zap, it spiders the host and runs Ajax spider, waits for those to complete, and then it's going to run a full Zap scan with different settings, basically quick scan and full scan, and it's going to stop Zap. So if that's ever useful to you, the scripts are freely available. Feel free to just go through them. These aren't the latest labs anymore. These are quite a lot of, like, this is very pen testing specific. If you ever interested in how we do distributed pen testing, for example, I've uploaded my standard operating procedures. This is one of the things we do at our company that's very unique from others, is we share our information. I don't like hogging it. That's not where I am. It comes from good job, Jeffrey. Good job there. Also on the contacts. Awesome. Jeffrey, what did you find? Is that reflected or stored cross-site scripting? Might be interesting as well. I don't know even if these targets are still online. Probably not. We'll give you a more updated list of recommended targets soon, by the way. Yep, reflected. Good job. Good job. You guys are on fire today. Oh, these are word list collections. You guys asked me for. You see, I don't even know half of the time what fucking word lists I have, dude. Dude, I don't fucking know what notes I make. What a moron. Fuck. Sometimes, and this is because I take a lot of medication for my pain, and I forget the most basic shit, dude. Like I even have like an FAQ on here somewhere, I believe. And it's just questions that I've been asked quite a lot. It says room challenge. This is probably for. Nope, that's not the one. Try hack me, riddle me. This was a riddle I wrote a while ago. I don't even know where the fucking FAQ is. Is it in here? Yep, it's in checklists. So yeah, here are some of the questions that I asked a lot. Like these are the things that we looked at as well. Webhook.site, interactors, age, request bin, DNS bin. I don't know if this is useful. There's just too much shit in my notes. There's way too much shit. All right, good job, my friends. Good job. Also broken access control, by the way. Good job, Theo. Where did you get started, if you don't mind me asking? And where do I input this on the rat side? And register, sorry. Ooh, I'm a moron. So I'm going to register first my last name. Gonna make it this. I'm going to probably. Yep. And then log in, of course. And now I will go to the users page, I guess, user settings. And there I do have indeed a pop-up, two pop-ups even. Now here, if I look at home though, my home page, I don't really see my username and my other like shit anymore. Well, if I look at login with test, I can see something here, right? There's something here. So you're also onto something with that home page there. You're also into something there. Not quite it, but good job, Theo. Good job, man. What you'll also see is if you've tried a few of these things here and you submit this, you can't submit again sometimes. Sometimes it just don't work anymore because you've broken the JavaScript on that page. And that's frustrating because you have to keep returning to it if you want to check shit. It's really frustrating. All right, good job, my friends. There's a lot more cross-site scripting on here and no solutions for you this time, unfortunately. But I would like to end with one last lesson. We're not quite there yet. Let's look at CSDI. Why did I ask you to input that attack vector? Input that attack vector that I've told you guys to input everywhere in here once. Just input it and see what exactly transformation-wise is happening there. Just give it a shot. And the shit's banger. It's good that this shit is nearly ending because I am feeling hyped and I'm about to dance and you guys don't want to see me dance. I did that once on camera and it was the worst day of my life. Fuck, you guys are mean sometimes, dude. Those comments really hurt. You know that? Fucking worst dancer ever, all worst dancer ever, you. So you've tried that, right? What is the transformation that's happening right here? Can anybody tell me?
Working on that.
Yes, exactly. What's happening here is that sometimes we have templating engines, and these templating engines have functions because let's say that you want to insert my first name into here. You say, welcome Wesley, but you don't want to do it through any type of like backend coding. You want to do it through front-end coding. That's that's something called a client-side templating engine. I'm talking about Angular, Vue. Has anybody heard these terms before? This is like a new word development, basically. And these type of templating engines can be broken. And if you know what type of templating engine you're fighting here, what the version is, then you're already one step ahead. Now I'm going to go back to check customer support. And here I'm going to inspect the page. And it's always important that you know what versions are running. And I see AngularJS 1.4.6 here. So what am I going to do? I'm just going to go on Google and I'm going to go Angular 1.4.6 CSTI. And I see that it might be vulnerable to CSTI already. So what am I going to do? I'm going to look up CSTI payloads. And then I come across something along these lines where I do have a checklist where I can see, for example, 1.4 is not in here. So that's not useful to me in this case. Let's look at this one. Oh, that's the same one apparently. Yep, that's the same one. Ugh, the one I'm looking for is for payload all the things, by the way. This one, 1.4.6. Where is it? Oh, this is server-side templating engines. This is called the different side of the story, basically. This is not what I need. I need the client side one. So that's why it's not in here. CSDI. Come on, what the fuck? Ah, I was looking. Yeah, I'm a moron. 1 point. Nope. What the fuck? Clients. Okay, now I'm going to have to give you guys my payload for Angular specifically. One point four point. No, that's not gonna be in here. 1.6, 1.5. Nope, not in here, unfortunately. All right, I'm going to have to give you guys my payload list for this. Marius, if you're still in here, please remind me. I need to pass on my CSTI payload list. But basically, I would have to look at what, thank you very much, really appreciate it. I would have to look at what version of Angular I am working with here, and I see AngularJS 1.4.6, so I would have to go Angular 1.4.6 CSTI, some kind of payload things. Ugh, Jesus, here it is, finally. There we go. 1.4 point, and here I see 1.4.6 is within these ranges. And I can actually get an alert here again, cross-site scripting to client-side templating engines. And this is a very serious problem because normally client-side templating engines have what's known as a sandbox. But these type of alerts escape that sandbox, and these are what's known as sandbox escape techniques. That's what the cutting edge of cross-site scripting is looking at this moment. We're looking a lot at client-side templating engines and how to break out of sandboxes in certain versions. So that's where the research is going into most right now. Now, to finish off, we are at midnight, but I am not going to let you go home empty-handed. Of course not. What kind of a person would I be if I did that, right? If you are still interested in CSTI, have a look at these labs and have a look at, I think, yep, these labs as well. So the ad book labs, ad book 1, ad book 2, and ad book 3. You always just go, oh, they're all the same link. Yeah, that's broken. I'll fix that. But these, you really have to just look at what the templating engine version is that's being used, but you can know that it's basic CSTI or SSTI, so server-side templating engines also exist. Not going to go into that too deep in here because that's more technical, but this should always give you at least some results unless it's filtered or sanitized. But filters and sanitization for CSTI are rare. So if you're seeing a vulnerable version, you can really dig deep, and the chances of it being a rabbit hole are a lot slimmer than for cross-site scripting, for example, because there they could be blocking everything under the sun. But CSTI is often overlooked for sanitization purposes. So I'm going to leave you guys with this. I really want to appreciate everybody's. I really want to thank you all for your participation. I really appreciate it. If you have any questions, I'll be here for a few more minutes, so don't hesitate to ask me. But for those who want to go, I wish you a good night, day, evening, whatever you have in front of you. And I hope I will see you tomorrow. If I haven't scared you by now, you should also realize that tomorrow will be a quiz, just like today. So prepare, because you're going to be graded, just like in high school. No, just kidding. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Great lesson. You did awesome. Thank you, Jeffrey. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody. You did awesome. Now, who's buying pizza tonight? Marius? I will have a pizza fungi or something. I'll see you tomorrow, friends. Oh man, it's fucking right for every fucking situation. I wish I could order some pizza, but this place is dead after midnight. Like literally everybody's either asleep or jerking off in bed. Oh, according to my phone, I have a meeting at 3 hours ago. My skill says I can drink water for 3 weeks. Hey, Marius, you can have one slice of apple, dude. It's your cheat day. Poor Marius. Oh, Marius. Pizza, rice, kebab. You can pick for today, just because I like you. About 30 kilometers to the nearest pizzeria. Holy shit. And 60 kilometers. Holy shit. You can have two mate. Oh my god. Lol. Jesus, that's fucking savage. That's fucking savage. Yeah, my fat ass is eating tonight, it seems. It's maybe not a bad thing per se. I mean, I could lose some fucking weight. That's the good thing about theme parks, though. You walk all day and you just walk that fat off.
We have one question, Wes, if you check the chat.
Yeah, I have tested the site, checked the rate limit. Thank you very much, Marius. That's why I checked the rate limit, post method, and it returned 400, but after several times went to 401 and it was going down. And, don't check their fucking rate limit without their very explicit permission, because it seems like you're denial of service attacking them. It sounds to me like you're giving them a denial of service boss. Be very careful about that, bro. Be very, very careful. Yo, dude, that's funny as fuck. Bro, be like, let me test that shit. I'll fucking bring it down for you. If you guys have questions, by the way, don't hesitate to ask and feel free to roam around these labs. They're made specifically for you. So you have something to actually practice on. And in my opinion, one of the biggest mistakes that every single hacker makes, every single one of us does it, is we practice. And you might be thinking, Uncle Red, are you a moron? Practicing is wrong? What are you saying? But we practice with the wrong mindset. When we go into a lab, we practice when we know we are in a vulnerable machine, we are in a smaller environment, even Barker. Barker is fucking amazing. It's small compared to your average bug bounty program. And the problem is it's vulnerable as can be. Even Red Side, it's vulnerable as can be. You will never find it that easy. People are not gonna spend the time to build a huge ass web application just to put in one small vulnerability somewhere for you to find. But that is what bug bounties is. It's not like you see right here. It's actually a really, you have to keep your head in the game. You have to be smart about this. Bug bounties is very hyper competitive. And what I've noticed is that a lot of bug hunters will tell you part of their methodology, but not everything. They will not focus on the fact that everybody's practicing wrong. Here's how you should be practicing. Practice like you would attack a real target. Write down what you've tried. Write down why you've tried it. write down something that you can extrapolate into a methodology, and always assume that your target is not vulnerable, but that you're just testing it, and then go through it, make that methodology. And then when you get into a real target, you will be a lot more adapted to a real world scenario, because it turns off a lot of hackers. And that's what nobody will tell you. You have to really practice different than you're practicing right now, because it will lead to a lot of frustration once you get into a real world scenario. And it's unfortunate, but it's just a real life. We will not going to build some huge ass lab with one small vulnerability in it. And there's a possibility for it. But what I do is I prefer to do it more the way of, like, cheese book isn't even a really big one there. I don't know. They're like, for example, hacker rats. I will host 5 instances of hacker rats with 5 vulnerabilities spread over them. I will prefer that over hosting one instance with 5 issues in that one instance, because that's more realistic. That's why I've built RatSite. That's why I have this admin page right here. You will think that bug bounties is like this. No, bug bounties is more like this. Set all to random values. Bam. And now you have a bunch of random exploits that are different every time. That's what bug bounties is like. And you might get sick of testing RatSite in the end, but you know what's really good is if you go to this page, and remember it resets every 30 minutes, but go to this page and you click set all random values. I can even copy this link for you. Go to this page. Well, no, I can't. You have to log in. But do you have to log in though? Not sure anymore. Doesn't matter. But just to be sure that the password, I can give you that as well. Fuck, I can't give you that anymore. Log out. I don't think I can do. Oh, right. I can just go to that site like this, and I can click the button now. There we go. That's the password. Set it to random and hunt a few times on the same website, because now you know what the website's like. And here you can see all the issues. Of course, you can see all the issues, but don't look at this. Just scroll down and set all random values. Do yourself that favor, and that's much more realistic to a bug bounty target. And even clicking this is realistic to a bug bounty target, because they do regression. They bring out new features, which break old features, which introduce new bugs to old features. And you do that every 2 weeks to 2 months these days, with the agile principles being adapted by developers and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, if anybody ever tells you I have no fucking clue what the hell I'm talking about, I think I don't have to prove to anybody that I have a different style of hacking. And I say this because if you look at other people, if you look at Jason Haddix, if you look at Nahum Sek, they're all very technically adept. They do technical hacking. I try to get into the mind of a business owner, and I try to do more business-like hacking. It's different. And that's what I have as my unique advantage. And if you want to succeed in bug bounties, ladies and gentlemen, you will need your own advantage. You can try to emulate mine, but you will never be as successful as I am with it. Everybody needs their own style, and everybody needs to find their own way and fail in their own way. It's as simple as that. I not sent a report to them because I don't know how to explain that to them. Ask them if you can test for that. Say that you have reasonable suspicions that there might not be rate limiting on a certain endpoint, and that you would like to test for it. By the way, there's a reason why you usually see a Surfshark VPN thingy in my, like, I will not DDoS websites. That's not what I do, but I will, if I want to test them, I need explicit written permission. And let's say that they block my IP because I'm testing it, then I can just change it. Sometimes I also need a solid IP. So I need it to have the same IP all over. But those times I have to have my own IP and they have to whitelist it explicitly usually. So it's less important there. I don't know if the 7 people who are still in there, or let's say 6 people who are still in here, are in here because they're trying labs or they want to hear my bullshit or they're asleep. More jokes about pizza. Okay, we can get that. Right, best pizza joke. No. Why did the pizza go to the party? Because it was feeling saucy. That is fucking cheesy, bro. But my joke was better. Admit it. Admit it. Why did the pizza maker go broke? Because he couldn't make enough dough. That's horrible. Make it a sexy pizza joke. Why was the pizza so attractive? It always wore the cheesy smile and had a hot, saucy personality. Fucking cheesy, dude. Yeah. Oh, by the way, if any of you guys want to go for CNWPP or if you guys want to have coupons for anything, let me know. We can always give you a discount. That's no problem. There's an upcoming boot camp to which you will receive a discount for I think 40% off. So if you're interested in that, it's a week-long boot camp, 8 hours per day. Yeah, I know Mary's is a bit biased, but we take great pride in having a certification program like no other. For example, CNWPP includes personal coaching by former coaches like Mary, like Orgus and Marius. If you have questions, they will guide you there. They will help you set up your schedule for studying. And Marius is a very strict guy. If you don't send him your studying schedule, he will come to your house and give you a whooping. So you best believe that he's gonna come for you and get almost all of your courses, but not yet able to complete them all. Thank you very much, Theo. I really appreciate it. That's why you're doing so well. That explains it. Ah, now I get it. No, I'm kidding. Dude, my fucking ego is through the roof today. I shouldn't be talking. I should be shutting the fuck up. And I'm not even fucking, well, I could say I'm not intoxicated, but I've been smoking for like 3 hours now. So I don't know, dude. I don't know. Let's keep it at that. But yes, CNWPP, we do take great pride in being different from others. Our certification program includes real life adversaries that might come in and try to steal data from you while you're hacking. It's going to include shitty clients that are going to do scope changes in the middle of your exam. It's going to include properly reporting, planning, properly working with your maybe like Marius will complete them all first and try to do bug hunting and riddle of POC, then take CNW. The thing you have to realize about CNWP is that it's not about bug hunting. Bug hunting is different. It's much more, to a degree, it's more advanced sometimes in the technical sense, but CNWPP is much more aimed at customer interactions, for example, and documentation. If you look at the CNWPP syllabus as well, you will see, don't fucking go to clwpp.com, dude. Let's go to my freaking Confluence again. Yeah, we need to change that urgently. We look at 10% for what is pen testing, client interaction for 25%, documentation goes for 20%, and the actual hacking is only 10% plus 20% plus 5%, so 35 in total, with methodologies making up another 10%. So it's different. And we are having a 1-week boot camp upcoming where you will actually be taught for 40 hours. For a whole week straight, I will form people from whichever they are in their job now to pen testers, full-fledged pen testers. This is the same training that everybody who wants to be a pen tester at my company has to go through. That's what I'm going to, for the first time now, do publicly. You're doing awesome, by the way, Theo. You're doing really great. I think I might have, let's see, courses. Yep, there's a course coming out soon for people who are a little bit more in the starting phases of their ethical hacking cybersecurity career. And it's the core network concepts for ethical hackers. And we're releasing this soon. Going to introduce networking concepts, TCP, UDP, the difference, networking devices, IP addressing, networking services, LAN and WAN technologies, firewalls, IDS and IPS systems, and unified threat management and advanced networking concepts. This is written by a guy who has excellent Cisco expertise. Like, he has all of the certificates, he renews them in time. And that's called, the guy is called Marius, of course. CCIE, you will love Marius. You guys will get along. I got my CCNA and that's where I quit. Like, CCNA was the drop for me. That was more than enough. I went for OSCP next. Well, no, CCNA, I had quite a few in between. I had ISTQB, I had ISTQB technical test analyst. I wanted to go for ISTQB test manager, but why would I? I'm already working as a test manager in one of the biggest companies in Belgium. So what have I got to gain from getting test manager? I don't get it. CCNP, RNS, and SIG. His email address is marius@thexssrat.com, by the way. Feel free to reach out if you have questions. One of the ones that are upcoming soon as well is cybersecurity for small businesses. We're going to go into the introduction for cybersecurity, cyber incident response, cybersecurity awareness trainings, case studies, and a final project. This will be a smaller course that we will go through, not super high on our list, to be honest. Network fundamentals for ethical hackers might also come soon, where we go a little bit deeper into some of the more ethical hacking concepts, but this is not high on our list. Hands-on API hacking is more high on our list. There's somebody at my door, so I will have to go anyway. Thank you very much, friends. I really appreciate your time, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. With 7. Funny enough, that's how it always goes, but that's no problem. 7 is more than enough to hunt with. I'm going to, first of all, give you guys a little bit of a quiz from yesterday, because what would life be without a little bit of quiz, right? Yesterday we looked at cross-site scripting quite intensively. Can you guys explain me what the difference is between reflected and stored cross-site scripting? You can speak, you can type.
Maybe reflected is when you get to run the script in the browser directly, and stored is when you get it to be saved on the server side and executed sort of later on.
Correct. Really well done. We're going to play a drinking game. Every time you guys give a correct answer, I'm gonna have to take a shot. So, cheers. All right. Next up. No, I'm kidding. By the way, I just wanted to take a shot. What is, if I'm in the HTML context, what does that mean? HTML context. Anybody have an idea? Remember, we had different contexts, like the HTML context, the HTML comment context, the HTML tag attribute context. We had different contexts available to us. What's the HTML one specifically again? That's got to do something with the source code. Remember, if you insert into the source code directly, not into a JavaScript or not into an HTML tag attribute, that's the difference. Oh, you don't even need to set VMware. You don't need to, like what I always say is don't hack with VMs. It's such bullshit. Like I don't get why people do it. I understand to a degree because you have everything centralized, but I hack with my Mac. I don't hack with anything special. If I really need a Linux, I just have my VPS available to me, and that is rare. Just a tip that I can give you. You can hack with you can hack whatever you want. No, there's nothing obligating you there. That's the cool thing. Yeah, I can understand, but what I find frustrating about VMs is that a VM is really it's slow. It's much slower for me always. Like you can have your guest editions installed and shit like that, but it'll never come close to the speed of my host system. But again, I will use a VPS from time to time because sometimes I run scans that take all night and I don't want to run them on my own computer because I have a chance of power failure, internet cutting out. So I just do that on my VPS. All right. Good job, everybody. Now let's see, cross-site scripting, client-side template injection. Remember that in client-side template injection, we had those, in client-side template injection, you use a client-side templating engine like AngularJS. So you look at the version number, and then you actually try to see if there are CSDI bypasses for that, if you can actually execute CSDI in there. SQL injection, you try to inject something into the database queries, which will make the queries invalid, and you can execute your own queries right after that. Or you can, well, not invalid, the queries are going to be adapted because user input isn't sanitized properly. It's the same as with cross-site scripting, of course. And the really scary thing is that even though you might, like the lab that we saw yesterday for CSDI and red side, even though we filter there for cross-site scripting, we filter HTML entities, which is the recommended cross-site scripting filter for PHP in that instance. We filter HTML entities. It's no use because we're not using HTML code. We're using client-side templating code here. So it's a bit tricky to secure against things properly. If you're using a tech stack that is a little bit bigger, you really need to keep your architecture in mind there. Now I'm going to go onwards to sharing my screen for a second. There we go. And then we're going to go to the logic lab. So let's just go to, oh, by the way, you guys have really inspired me to start writing that business logic book. A couple of chapters are done by now, an introduction to business logic, and was working on understanding the differences between business logic and normal exploits. Going to go for the types of logic exploits, real world case studies, and how to identify those things, how to mitigate the risks, and how to integrate the security testing in your SDLC, and then also fostering a security mindset with the conclusions and how the future is looking for business logic exploits. So pretty soon you can see that appear as well. Now let's go to the enough advertisements for myself. Let's go to the login bypass pages. If you've ever come across a login page such as this one, you might be able to bypass it. Now, in this case, reflect piercing target injection into the application past filtered and filtered input. Start is exactly that, start in database form, etc. Without showing up right away. Exactly. Good job, Mitim. And that can occur on the get and the post, by the way. Remember that it's not only get specific, it can happen on post with CSRF as well. Now for this lab, I would like you guys to investigate the source code and see if you can break in. Let's take a few minutes to just investigate the source code for this lab and see if there's anything you could do to break in there. If you have questions, let me know, of course. I would say about 5 minutes should be more than sufficient. And if you have it, also let me know, please, so I know that you are done with that section. Good job, Theo. Nice. Good job, Boar. That wasn't too hard, right? That was just an indication of always investigate the source code, because if you view this source code right here, you can see the password right there. If we go back, and we log in with the password, and we have the flag. There we go. That was an easy one. So investigating the source code is going to be a big one. Now for the second one, I would like you to just try a few credentials, just try a few that come to mind just for a few minutes. Just there we go. This is the link, and just try some bypasses that come to mind. Some default credentials, I mean. Again, shouldn't be too hard, this one. Although a lot of people have trouble with it because this is not something. Good job, Boar. A lot of people don't guess that, so that's really well done. I'll give you guys the username admin and the password. Take a few more minutes to guess. Now, why admin test? Why admin test, you might be wondering. Ooh, did I type it incorrectly? Admin username, password, test. Why admin username test? Because if I am setting some shit up and I'm just trying it out, I don't know if I'm going to set it up yet or not. It's just a proof of concept. I might use password test because I'm lazy. I'm just testing shit out. It's the 50th time that I have to install this damn software. I'm just gonna use admin test, but now it suddenly works. After all these attempts, I finally got it to work. And I just don't change the password because I'm a lazy admin. It happens. It does happen. And it's messed up. Like I found password protected pages that had admin test as password, and it makes me cringe every time I see that shit. Now on number 3, can you open flag.php? Well, yeah, flag.php is just open in this case. Nobody gives a crap. What's the whole rhetoric behind this? If you have some self-built login system, something that I'm going to build myself, I have to secure every page myself as well. And if I'm a stupid developer who has a shitty Monday after a night of drinking shots all night and going out with my friends, and I come into work and I forget to secure a search page, isn't that convenient for me? I reported this on a vulnerability disclosure program where there was a search page open and I could see the records of people, personal data, and PII is very sensitive in Europe. Personal information, personal identifiable information, even such as an email address can be very sensitive in Europe. But I got that as full fucking information, so it was a big problem, and I recorded this on a vulnerability disclosure program, and they actually paid me for this. Normally, they don't pay vulnerability disclosure programs, so I felt really good after that. That vulnerability disclosure program was Randstad, I believe. So if you're interested, you can go hunt on that one. Would not really recommend it for beginners because it's more broad scope, but feel free to. And on number 4.php. Has any of you guys used wfuzz before? If not, just go to your terminal and do apt install wfuzz, I believe it is. Yep, apt install wfuzz. And we're going to download the list rocku.txt as well. And rocku.txt, rocku.txt, you can just find on GitHub, of course. I'm just going to copy that URL, copy that link address because I need to have it in my server itself. And that's what I mean. If I just need a VPS, I just go to my VPS. It's easier for me that way. And I think I have wfuzz installed on my normal terminal even. Wfuzz, nope. Oh, right. Yeah, the fucking the apt install doesn't work on my computer. Piece of crap. Apt install wfuzz. You can, sorry, my bad. We're going to you have to use Hydra for this one. So I'm confusing my tools.
What was the name of the tool again?
Hydra.
Hydra. Oh, okay.
So I will put this in the chat as well. You can just apt install Hydra. And this tool is basically for cracking passwords over the network on any protocol. Can be HTTP, can also be FTP, can basically be any protocol. Can be SSH, can be FTP, can be HTTPS, can be SFTP. All protocols basically can be cracked with this as long as you know how to use it right. This tool we need to have a word list for as well, of course. And here this password is going to stem from rocku.txt. So we're going to have to download rocku.txt, wget. Oh no, I need to have that link, of course. So I will grab that, put that in the chat as well. Copy the link address. Copy link address. There we go. So you can do wget. Do down with wget is not with capital. And now we have rockyou.txt in our directory as well. We can use Hydra. We get an example if we just type Hydra already. So Hydra -L, and the user is going to be admin in this case. And we have a password list of rockyou.txt, and we have the URL, but we have a post request, so we have to input that as well. But where is it? So I'm going to quickly Google that. Hydra post request. If we do a request here, we can see the same thing. We just need to inspect, go to our network tab and click login, and we can see 04. It has a post request with username test, password test. We can also do this with tools like Intruder, by the way, for our Burp Suite. That's also a possibility. But if we want to brute force a post form with Hydra, then we need to HTTP form post. That's what we need. And then we need to have the URL with the username, the password, and the list of username and password. So we can type that in. We'll go back to here, Hydra. We need to have a different. I will give you this command, by the way, so you don't have to type that in. And then we have our URL. And then we do HTTP form post. HTTP. I am not sure that this is going to work in that way. 1 second. Yeah, I thought so. That's going to be an invalid definition. I need to remove this. There we go. And then we need to add the URL or the URI fragment. And we need to add the parameters in here. So we go username is uname equals, and then user, and then we have to add the parameter for password as well, of course. If you go back to the image here, we can see, and password equals, in our case, that's going to also be the same, and password equals, and then pass. Then we can end our string. Then we have the message for invalid credentials. We can also see, of course, here that the username is admin again in the comments. And we don't have a specific, no thanks, we don't have a message really for invalid username password. So we can just, I believe, not use that. Wrong syntax, the required 3 arguments separated by a colon must not be null. So we have to add that argument, and we will just say invalid credentials. Not even sure that it's going to work like this, but we just to give it a try. And then we add the user, that's going to be admin, and the password list of rockyou.txt.
Sorry to interrupt you. You're creating the command line for this deck.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
You're creating the commands for this attack, or
Yeah, indeed. So for the 04.php. So this should be this command that we can use. In this case, I am not sure that that's going to work. I'm not 100% sure, because that invalid credentials message is not going to be the same in our server. But just to give you the command here, this is the command that you would use, but you have to have a message from the server saying that your login failed. So that's where that last part of that semicolon invalid credentials thing, that's where that comes in. You have to change that with the message you would normally receive if you actually get invalid credentials. I hope that makes sense. If not, let me know, because this is important. By the way, today I'm drinking from Spider-Man. I'm a real boy now. So yeah, this is just a password bypass that you can try. Just know that this is often not even allowed. These kind of tools are very heavy on the system, and that's why they are not allowed usually. Now, on the last one, I hope you guys still remember your SQL injections from yesterday and the cheat sheet that I gave you, because it's going to come in handy at the 05.php. That's a great tip already, I would say. And if we look at the source code, we don't really see anything in here. If you page source, so there is no more message of admin is going to be username, but I'll do you a solid and let you know that in this case it's SQL injection that we have to try. So this is a password field, right? Yep. You guys cannot see what I'm typing. If I paste it here, you're going to see it anyway, but oh, yeah. That's not going to work. I'll just type it in here, or 1 equals 1. Of course, yeah. I'm a moron. So I don't know if you saw that flash by, but this is the solution, of course. That's going to be your password, and your username is going to be admin on 05.php. Now, can anybody explain me that attack vector? What's going on right here? What I know that this is fake. This is fake SQL injection. So it's a little bit more difficult, but can anybody explain me what's going on?
I know it's something about choosing from, right?
Sorry, about?
Choosing one of table one, something around that.
Yeah,
So
1 equals 1, it's always going to be true. So yeah, it's going to comment out that password check, not really comment it out. It's going to say where password equals nothing or 1 equals 1. So that's always going to be true. And those dashes are what Theo was referring to. That's going to comment out everything behind it. So yeah, exactly. This is always going to return true if you enter it this way, even if the password is incorrect. All right, good job, everybody. Good job. You guys are rocking it today. Awesome. So we have a few more labs that I would like to go over before we actually go into a little bit of a break and then into a real bug bounty target. Let me grab them real quick. All right, so CSP is going to be one that we're going to also get into a little bit more, but we're going to, I don't know if you guys have done any of these labs, but we're going to go through them a little bit. So if anybody has done them, you're in luck. If you haven't done them, we're going to look for reflected cross-site scripting on this page. Can anybody give me an attack vector that might work for reflected cross-site scripting?
I did one yesterday.
Yep. Quite an easy one should work here. And remember, I sent you those files yesterday, those PDFs with those cross-site scripting cheat sheets as well.
Give me just 1 second.
Of course, bro. Give me 1 second to make me coffee. Good job, Theo. Can you give us the attack vector, what you've used? You can just send me the link, by the way. If you search here anything, you can send me this link and it should pop for me as well. Good job. Good job. Theo has used this classical script alert, but he has used a little bit of a variation where he upscaled the C for script. That's possible, but you can never do that for the JavaScript itself. JavaScript is case sensitive. HTML in this instance is not. Good job, my friend. Good job. Now onwards to CSRF. Can anybody send me a CSRF proof of concept for this lab? I'm asking you guys questions that we've done before. That's something you don't really see in boot camps, right? We do that on purpose. A lot of people are put on the spot a little bit. You have this vanilla syrup, and like every time at the top, there's like these white crystals forming. Shit looks like crack or cocaine or something. Fuck, dude. Next thing I know, I'm gonna have fucking cops here. Open up, bitch. Are you returning to class tomorrow, Jeffrey?
Yes. Yes. Yes, I can't wait for summer, man. Can't wait for summer.
Oh man, fuck that shit. Let the kids go to school, dude. Give me some rest.
Yes, man. Yes, and I still got to give them finals, and oh my god.
Oh, finals, dude. I love
Yes.
taking quizzes. As you can see, I love putting you guys on the spot. But the thing is,
Yeah.
I don't have to have like a certain passing grade. You have to have numbers, right? You have to have like so many people pass.
Yes, oh my
I
god,
think
I'm telling you.
I think they would give you like a pay cut if you had like only 20% of your of your class passed your exams.
Sometimes I'm like, oh my god, this is never gonna end. Crazy.
It's funny because for my certification class, like I think only 5 or 10% pass on their first try for CNWPP.
Well, you
Yeah,
see, if it's something that I really like, I don't mind doing it. But man, I guess too, like right now, I've been doing this for so many years that it's crazy. I don't want to do it anymore. Yeah, I don't want to do it
Yeah,
anymore. Put it that way.
Like the problem, in my opinion, with every pen testing certificate that's currently out in the market is that it's fucking horrible. And it's fucking horrible in a sense that the real world pen tests that you're going to encounter, 90% of them are going to be different from OSCP because we're moving into a world where I know Active Directory is still important, but a lot of the pen tests that I see are web pen testing. And I know I can only compare that with my own company, but I see that everywhere. And it's often feature specific testing. That's the weird part. It's very business oriented. Good job, Theo. Theo, you can, if you would like to, let's see. Um, you should still have that CSTI stuff. So maybe do the CSTI labs. Theo is doing that. I will load the other labs that we're going to do. The labs you guys are seeing here, by the way, are the result of years of work. So it takes a long time to do shit in this industry, but it's really worth it, in my opinion. It's really worth it. Almost half of former employees say their passwords still work. That's just fucked up. That's fucked up shit, dude. That's some fucked up shit. By the way, what do you guys think of this as a homepage for the ethical hacking labs instead of what we have right now? Instead of this, maybe this. This is what I was thinking, and then divide them into web app, network, because we have some networking as well. Wireless, mobile might come soon, social engineering. I'm thinking of writing a vulnerable mobile application. It's not hard. I know I I know I've done everything, but developing is something I do decently well. The labs will always be available, Mitim, so they will always be up. Yeah, I heard. What kind of dog you have, bro? These labs are things that I just keep up from my own pocket. I don't expect anything in return. It's just because I have a big platform. These labs don't cost me that much to keep up, and it's just what I see as a bit of a return for the community, what they've done for me. I don't want to paywall any of this. It's not, it's not something I like. By the way, just so you guys know, for the theme park tycoon, we have four pretty big issues there. There is like a Siberian Husky. Holy crap, isn't that requiring like a shit ton of attention? That mustn't be easy, dude. It's something that everybody overlooks, by the way. Just add question mark ID equals 5 to the end of it, and then you have some idle shit going on there. I have, yeah, I can imagine. How often do you take him for walks? Possibly 2 or 3 times a day. I can imagine, dude. Holy fucking shit. All right, everybody. I hope we still have. Nope. That's okay though, because we still have all the other shit. That's perfect. That's perfectly fine. All right, my friend. So if you are participating, just click the heart if you want to have something to do with the assignment. I'm going to assign everybody who clicks that heart one specific thing to look for, and I would like them to look for that in the entire website. I want you to remember to have your Burp Suite open. Remember, always have a man in the middle proxy open. It is super important in the background. Just click around, explore the application a bit, set your proxy correctly, and then I want you to send me your Burp Suite project files afterwards. I want to see what you've done. I'm going to look at those while you guys are actually hunting on the target. So I see Jeffrey wants to have an assignment. Jeffrey, I would like you to scour Kblog for IDORs.
Okay.
That was a deep sigh, dude.
Yeah, I'm eager, but yes, I gotta I want to learn a lot, man. I'm gonna try to do my best to learn as much as possible.
Of course, dude, and don't worry if it's not easy, but just try it and see if you can find anything. It's not, there's not a whole lot. Just explore it a little bit, see what's possible. You already found SQL injection. Good job, Theo. Nice. Like 2 minutes in, he's like, bitch, I got you. Good job, dude. You can look for cross-site scripting as well if you like. This used to be a much better lab, by the way. Unfortunately, I mangled it a little bit. I kind of fucked it up.
Now I have a question.
Of course, bro. Go ahead.
So when you're gonna search for IDORs, you search the request or burp intruder, or send which type of request, just to have an idea. Don't give me the answer, just to have an idea.
I'm going to give you a very specific scope. So you can look for IDORs here. Here it tells you very specifically, go for token of the user with ID number 9. So what do? You just look around, you see, okay, if I log in, where do I see a token? How do I get to the ID number 9? You know, is there
Gotcha.
an identifier in there somewhere from my user? And then see if you can find any IDORs in that specifically.
Okay.
Why am I telling you this? Because here it's very, very clear what you have to do. But soon, it's just to get some practice in. Soon I will let you on another lab for that's a lot harder to solve. Let me put it that way. And so while we are on it,
I'm working on this one.
oh yeah, of course, I'm going to give you a very specific assignment as well. Theo, if you want, you can look for cross-site scripting in that one. Anybody else want an assignment before if anybody else wants an assignment, let me know, Mitim, or if you guys want something to do, I have other things to do as well for you. Sorry, Bor, I almost skipped you. My bad. For you, I would like you to scour the entire website of a rat site in this case, and I would like you to find me the JWT exploit. After that, continue listing CSRF issues. Then, if you guys are done with that, let me know because there's more.
Okay.
All right. Good job, good job, good job, Theo. Well, no problem. What we're doing right now is we're testing websites, and you and my friend Theo can both test Jeffrey's HR system. And Jeffrey, if you are done, you can also move over to your own HR system. I put the link in the chat. It's not a fucking great looking one though. You have to up your game a little bit in that regard.
Yeah, no, I wasn't able to get it. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying that your labs look like shit. The ones that you
Okay.
the one that you just made. Like honestly, this HR system, don't get me wrong, it's good. It looks decent, but well, to be honest, it looks kind of shit, you know, username here, password here. You have to enter the username and password every time that you are going to submit something. If you submit something, it sends you to a non-existing page. So you have to up your game a little bit when it comes to your programming skills. But not only that, you're also making very insecure labs at the same time. I would advise you to get a pen test from our team. We charge starting from $1,000 per hour, so we are very cheap, as you can see. I do that fucking side. And one of you guys is going to tell me why the CSRF issue on HR systems from Jeffrey is not a real, it's not a real CSRF issue. There isn't CSRF. Somebody of you guys is going to tell me that. I'm sure of it. You guys are smart, so you can figure it out. That's I tell so much, dude.
It's good. It's putting me to think.
Yes, it is. Well, JWT token on red side is only used on that JWT section, so it's not used for authentication here. If you go to, let me see, where is it? Checker. So there's a page called jwtcheck.php, and that's where it's used. You can enter that JWT and you can see if you can get the flag there.
WTIO.
Sorry?
You said in where to get it, the flag in J. Put the JWT flag.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry, Poor asked. Poor had the assignment for the JWT on red side, but they asked where exactly the JWT was used.
Oh, my bad.
Good job, Por. Good job. All right. Now, if you are done, Por, then please tell me what the issues are with this lab. This is for Por. Everybody else is, oh, what are you looking for, Val? What the issues are? So you have this web application checklist that I gave you guys yesterday. If you don't have it, let me know, by the way. I can just resend it to you. But that you can use to check for web application issues, of course. I'm going to give you guys the solutions in a bit. But I think in this case, in the HR systems, maybe it would be interesting to look for something like cross-site scripting, maybe SQL injection somewhere along those lines, maybe even a bypass, because you have to insert these things, but you need to know username and password. Let's try some default credentials first. Let's try to insert something with, let's say, admin, and username is admin, of course, but password, I don't know. Just try something funky. Maybe you will get in. And when you can insert shit, then you can try stuff. And then CSRF might be an issue as well. But why is it not an issue here? I don't fucking know. I'm a noob, so you guys have to help me here. I'm sorry, I just lost my memory. It happens sometimes. You can ask Marius. Marius is like, dude, you fucking forgot shit again. And I'm like, thanks for reminding me. And we're a good fucking team. Honestly, you guys better keep your hands off of him. He's my fucking employee. I found him first. Fuck. I think I don't have a checklist. Oh, sorry about that. That would help if I give you the checklist. So you can just go to labs.hexpert.com/blog. If you ever need some kind of checklist, the chances are that it's going to be on here. And you have this web app exploit checklist that you can probably use to.
I think I got mine. So let me know if I didn't, but I'm gonna paste it on the chat.
Paste it, bro. Paste it hard. Come on, do it. I believe in you. You got it. You got to do it. You got it. You could. You remember Control V. Control V. Come on. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
fucking
it's-
with you. If I mess with you guys too much, let me know. I'm just like fucking with you guys.
let me know if I got it right.
So what do we have here? Yep, indeed. Good job, dude. Good
Yes.
job.
Just. Whew.
Nice. Now, can you?
I got it with Burp.
Since you have your own HR system now, you can just hack your own HR system for cross-site scripting, right? I put the link in chat, but good job, man. I'm really fucking proud of you.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, this one's for cross-site scripting.
Cross-site scripting, SQL injection, CSRF, but CSRF isn't really an issue here, and I would like to know why. I really lost my memory, dude. Fuck, man, I take too many pills. That's the problem. My memory's a mess.
Nice, okay.
It's just on convenient times that I forget shit, by the way. So, you know, during your exams, I might forget to give you some vital part of scope that you might have to ask me for communication. I might forget that it's impossible to test everything and push you really hard, and you will have to push hard back that it's impossible to test everything. I will ask you to change scope in the middle of the test because I forget that it's not the way of working. You know, I conveniently forget shit. It's fun. The HR system doesn't have CSRF because there isn't a session ID, right? Well, it doesn't have a CSRF token because there isn't a session ID, Val. But you're on the right track here. No worries. Welcome back, Dune. Good to see you again. You're right in time to get yelled at. Now get to work. God damn it. No, just kidding. Sorry. My humor sucks, dude. Fuck. You guys must think I'm a terrible for 20 go every fucking day, bro. Light that shit up. You guys know how it goes. Puff pass. Yeah, wake and bake 69 for 20 all day. We're recording indeed. I should keep my manners. Dune, we are hacking certain things, and I have put this web application checklist up here. Now, it might be a little bit confusing, so feel free to catch up, but I'm giving everybody assignments and shit to do. And I've given everybody, some people are on HR systems, but some people are already on this social media website that I've created. And if you look on the labs themselves, you can see this is red side. I asked somebody to do that. That's the checklist. And then if you go to the labs themselves, there's 2 new labs that are here from today. And well, you can click this last modified, by the way, if you want. So here we have Jeffrey's HR system, which has been last modified. And here we have issues in it. And we have this. By the way, it's funny, right? That it only shows you this shit that's from you. That's because I saved shit in sessions. I'm fucking awesome. I found a way to database list, do this shit. And then you also have the red pack new in here. The red pack shows you social media shit. You know, the standard depressing shit. Oh, I went on holiday to a beautiful destination and you couldn't come, you fucking loser. Oh, I had the best day of my life. You know, people bragging about shit they don't really have. You know what I'm talking about. That's red pack. Not my red pack, by the way. Not my red pack. You guys are fucking awesome. If anybody ever talks about my red pack that way, I'm gonna fucking find them. You can see we're hackers, not graphic designers. Dude, ChatGPT can do that shit for me. I am not fucking. It's one of my biggest problems is being disorganized because I make labs one way the other the one time, and then I make labs another way the other time. Just like, give me 1 second. I'm going to do something that's going to surprise you guys. So here we go. Let's see. Make go. Well, it's not perfect, but it's something. This is what ChatGPT made out of it. It's better. It's fucking better. Like, it's not great, but it works. I asked it to make it look like the early days of Facebook. AI, dude. AI is gonna take over my job in a few years. Fuck. I'm gonna be homeless, living on the street. I better get used to a fucking box. Shit, dude. Does anybody have a carton box they can spare so they can get used to sleeping outside? Or like a little violin to play sad music. Jeffrey's like, oh, poor guy. No, you know what Jeffrey's thinking? Fuck, I'm gonna be out of work earlier because
Oh, man. Trying to get this.
we are very nice to AI. I always tell Marius to be nice. I always tell him, say please, say thank you. You never know. Do you guys know Roku's Basilisk? Have you ever heard of that?
Roku?
Roku's Basilisk.
No.
It's a thought experiment. And Roku's Basilisk basically says that if there is in the future even a small chance of a superpower AI rising and taking over humanity, that if you don't do everything in your power to make that happen right now, you're an enemy of it. So basically, since you are aware of it now, you have to do everything in your power to make it happen. Because if you're not, you were unaware of it. So if you didn't make it happen, that's okay. But now you guys are aware that it might happen, and now you have to do it if you believe that it might happen.
Okay.
All right. Anybody find anything in Redpack or Jeffrey's HR system?
I'm working on that.
Redpack is missing CSRF, and you can store a JS payload which gets executed in the browser. Really well done, Poor. Excellent work. Good job. Good job there. Has anybody been able to even post in Jeffrey's system yet? In Jeffrey's HR system? Please give that a try. If you haven't, let me know, because we need to be able to at least post there. That's true, right? this is so fucking perfect, dude. This is fucking perfect. Perfect. Everybody, small scope change. Try to get a free course from this one. This one's perfect.
From this, the one last one you just posted.
Yep, the one. And then we can take a break.
Well, we need to find this one, the last one you posted.
Yeah, and then after that I'm going to go through all of the solutions, and then I'm going to show you guys everything. We have 8 people only working. Yep. That is a very good idea, Marius. Thank you very much. Just remind me of that. Well, everybody, we can say that now. I think there are quite a few great participants in here. You've all been working excellent. And I would like to offer everybody one free course. You can email Marius at thexssrat.com. I will send you the email address in chat. Marius at thexssrat.com. Of course, CNWPP is excluded, but if you want CNWPP, let me know. And everybody can get a very decent discount of 60% on that. Oh, thank you very much, Dune. But I don't know if you guys know that, but we have a shop as well, the thexssrat.com. And if you buy from there, you can get money back guarantee up to 90 days, which is different from the 30 days that Udemy offers. And I don't want to, like, if you feel like you're not going to use that course, you can always send an email for your money back. I don't want to do this to rip people off, if you know what I mean. So yeah, of course, we will not give refunds on free courses, just so you know. There is no business logic exploit there. But everybody can choose one free course that they wish. I make that 60%, Marius. We can do 60% of CNWPP. Sorry, I wasn't very clear on that. And take advantage of that, guys, because from June onwards, we're really going to raise the price from CNWPP. We know that we have no industry recognition yet at this point, but I've never had the intention of making CNWPP for industry recognition. My whole intent behind CNWPP has always been to certify people that wanted to work for me, and that has been working very well. And then other people wanted to take CNWPP as well, so we publicized it and we let other people take it as well. And it's not to prove to a company that you can hack, it's to prove to yourself that you can hack and that you can start your own company if you so desire. It's to prove that you can be a team lead. It's not really beginner certificate, but we will take you from beginner to where you really need to be to almost lead a team. After a few months in a pen testing company, you would be very far ahead because you know all of the methodologies, you know, industry standards. You are very aware of practices that you can only pick up on the job. We're going to make you avoid all the mistakes that we have learned. And right now we have a system where you first pass a 1 hour multiple choice quiz, 70% or you don't pass. Then you pass a grueling 1 hour verbal exam where you get barraged with 3 questions at a time and you are tested on your listening skills. If you're going to tell me too much, you're going to fail. If you're going to tell me too little, you fail. If you're going to tell me the wrong thing, you fail. And if you fail at any stage, you're going to redo your exam. And then you take your exam, which is first you have a few hours, get a scope, then you have to submit your test plan, and I'm going to do everything in my power to let you fail. I'm going to let you start without signing your test plan or try to. I'm going to send threat actors your way who are going to really cleverly try to get information from you. I'm going to do everything in my power I can to make you fail, and not because I want to see you fail, but because we are in a high stakes game. High stakes game. There is no trying here. There is no fucking. The thing is, I will never ask of my testers to work for 24 hours straight. If that is happening, that is horrible planning on my part. because I am the one who makes those test plans. I judge and I do the fucking wrong thing and I choke up the shit. And not them. They're not gonna pay for it. So the CNWPP exam is only 8 hours long. You have 24 hours to report, but I don't expect you to use 24 hours. I expect you to use a good 10 hours of that. And yes, 10 hours of report writing may sound silly, but I expect pages after pages of report because that's what we submit. And I'm going to grill you, maybe to an extent that you might be a bit horrified, but believe me, we are playing with millions of dollars here. My guys are insured up to a few $1,000,000 each, and it costs me a good chunk of money to insure them. But I am not taking that insurance so they can fuck up every week.
The one I chose, sorry to interrupt you. Do they fall in the
course.
category of? Check the one I chose. Tell me if I'm allowed or not.
Good job for the object property assignment. That is an issue for the username, but I didn't ask that. I asked to make yourself admin there. But it's really well found, Val. Really well found. Don't get me wrong. But that is self-XSS. Why is that self-XSS? And how can you still abuse that? If you can tell me that extra credit, there's no fucking exam, but I've taken 30 plus IT exams, but CNWP is a very unique experience. Give it a go. Definitely, even just to experience it, you will learn a lot. And again, there's 5 retries. So I don't want you to fail. I want you to experience the failure so you can learn from it. And if you don't fall into those traps, you don't have to learn from that failure. But if you do fall into those traps, you are going to suffer for it.
The one I chose can fall in the category of the free course.
Yes, definitely. The security scenes is no problem, bro.
Okay, so I should email it to.
Well, it's not really self-XSS because the URL stays the same, Val. The misconception there is that URL does stay the same, but it's because it's a post request. I could have just as well made it a GET request, and that would have been a bigger problem, but this is stored self-XSS. And the problem here is that I can't really make you do this because I would have to literally tell you, insert this attack vector right now. If I send it to someone, it wouldn't have a pop-up. Yeah, exactly. That's why you send a screenshot. But here, this can still be done with CSRF. Because if you enter CSRF issues in here, then you can insert the attack vector by giving me a proof of concept. Now, how do we do that? Do you still remember security.love/CS? I don't know why security.love. This website is fucking amazing in general, by the way. If you haven't seen this, go give it a freaking try. But here we can see if we go back to the labs and we make that request, we click inspect.
You're not sharing the screen. I think
Thank you, Marius. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. So this is the object. Thank you, by the way. If we go to network right here and we see this request, we get the request URL, which is what we need to put in that URI field right here. Yep, there we go. And I have something in front of it, which that's the wrong field. I need to go to my security.love website. And then we go and check the payload itself. We have username and we have account type in there. That's fucking funky, isn't it? But let's just set this to user for now. And we do equals and the account type is here. We do ampersand. We remove this. We go like this and we do download CSRF proof of concept. We have an issue because if we do it like this, that's perfectly fine. But then we need to do image source equals X on error equals prompt, for example. Prompt, not prompt. And then we see account type is user. There we go. We have our cross-site scripting. Now, this is fake because, yep, good job, Val. Good job. I love it. Awesome. This is really fucking cool. But yeah, this is also great. CSRF admin, but you don't even have to do this. You don't even have to do it in this regard, because if you just inspected the source code, like I always tell you to do, you can see that you have your fields right here. So let's inspect this. One of the fields is also going to be hidden, called account type. And here, if you set this to admin and you click it, go give that a shot, guys. Go do that, and then click that in the break. I'm sure that after this, you're never gonna give up again. Everybody been able to click it? Oh man. Yeah. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch.
Actually, sorry, may I have a few seconds?
Of course, go ahead.
That just reminds me of a case where I got a phishing email and the guy wanted some like PlayStation gift cards or something, and I generated a like huge amount of these gift card codes, sent them to him as pictures, and we had a really long discussion. Kind of, he wanted to get the codes as they are, and I was playing stupid and just wasting his time, and then ultimately also sent him Rick Astley or rickrolled him. So kind of it was a fun case.
You should have recorded that. That would be fun to see.
Yeah, true.
Awesome. Really good job, everybody. Of course, if you click this, you're going to get rickrolled. Yeah. So those are those labs. If we go to Jeffrey's HR lab, the username is admin, the password is admin. I think that's why a lot of people struggled a little bit with it. And then you can immediately find cross-site scripting in there. There is no CSRF in Jeffrey's HR systems because Jeffrey's HR systems, you need your username and password for this every single request. That's why I left it in here, because every single request you're going to need to enter that, which means that the attacker would need to know the username and password. So CSRF is not really an issue here. SQL injection is not really an issue here either, because if we look at Jeffrey's HR systems, we're going to see that it's not even really using a real data source. If we just look at the Jeffrey HR systems index page, you can see that it is just using your session, and the username and password is admin. It's going to open a session, and it's going to set employee data in your session. So not really even in a database. If we look at the red pack labs that we had, we also have the very same thing. Everything is saved in your session posts. So it's saved in a session variable. Here we do have CSRF because there is no username and password, but we can reasonably assume that the user has to be logged in to see this page. So there's CSRF potential in here. I hope that was clear to everybody. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask me. I would
That one got me
suggest.
sweating.
Sorry, bro, that one, the HR systems or the red bag?
Yeah, that one was good.
Yeah, I will make you guys work while we take a little bit of a break. If you don't have it yet, integrity.com. Ooh, fucking chat window popped away. Go to integrity.com, please, and make an account. I put the link in the chat. Make an account there, and then we're going to pick up some. We're going to pick up some targets after the break, and then we're going to hack them. Live bug bounties. I don't think you see that in many webinars where we're actually going to do bug bounties as a team.
Not in live, like live, trying to like with students. I haven't heard of them.
The thing is, you might not find anything. We might find something, we might not find anything. But it's
We're gonna use
about
Burp.
practice. Yeah, it's practicing the techniques. It's not about finding shit. That's what you have to remember about bug bounties. Bug bounties is a terrible name because it suggests that you're looking for bugs, but you're actually trying your skill set against a real life target. It's a different way of thinking about it because you're not looking for bugs. You're just testing if something is secure or not. That's how you have to look at it. A lot of people are testing for bugs. A lot of people are going for impact and exploits. But you have to remember security is coverage as well, guaranteeing a certain level of coverage. So you have to have that checklist. You have to have that mindset, and you have to look at every parameter separately. All right, friends, take a bit of a break, and I'll see you in a bit. I'm going to have a toilet break myself, and I will be right back. Today I made a post on Twitter saying that I can't even remember out of my head. See, that's what I mean. My memory really is fucked up. But this one, there are people out there that do want to work while you want to sit there and watch TV. I'm not saying you have to do anything, but you're competing with me. And this guy said, "What a privileged answer." I know I'm fucking privileged. I know like, I'm not saying that this is fucking fair. I've never said that it's fair, but there are people out there with kids, with fucking work that they have to do, and they are hunting. I was hunting in winter for 8 hours besides my normal work. So yeah, it's shit's fucked up, bro. Life is fucked up, but life is a competition. And I think that people, especially guys, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but people who don't feel that drive, I think they're a little bit low on testosterone, that they are just, yeah, I don't mean, like it's scientifically proven that their drive for fighting gets higher if they're higher on testosterone. And
I don't know, man. But there's always life is hard. There's a lot of people that are like
it's,
assholes. They want to be. They
dude,
just
life
don't
is,
have time to waste with nobody else, and they come and pick on the whoever they comes across.
I think life
Yeah.
is fucking disastrous, if I'm honest. You see the people who you love die like, very often, every day you have to live with the fact that you have to miss people that you really care about. And it only gets worse as you get older because you see people around you dying everywhere. And in the end, you're one of the few people who's left. And yeah, it's depressing. You have to drag your ass out of bed every morning to go to work. You have to do shit you don't like. It's fucked up. I had to go to my parents-in-law. I hate my parents-in-law. We both hate my parents-in-law. They're fucking assholes.
I can
Yeah.
feel you.
Life isn't easy, like you say, but nothing that's easy is worthwhile in my opinion. Like the easy dopamine fixes are just fucking lies. Like the fucking TikToks, for example, perfect example. 60 seconds of dopamine. You can really easily judge if you want to see something or not, if you want that dopamine hit from that. And it's a fucking lie. It's a fucking lie because the moment that you put that phone down, you feel like you've done nothing. And that's why I don't like gaming either. I know that people have to relax at some point, but I felt really enticed in the game. World of Warcraft, for example, I was a raid leader for the longest time. I did 14-man AQ and I fucking loved it. The chaos was amazing. Everybody was running everywhere. Nobody listened to you. Fucking the best shit ever. But yeah, when I turned down that PC, I felt like I had nothing. Like there's nothing come. And now, whenever I build a new lab, I have a new lab. It's fucking amazing. I have something that I can use to teach again, and it's different. It hits different, you know. It's a lot harder to do. It's hard work. You get me wrong. Like writing that book, it's hours of hard work, and it's going to be hours of revisions as well, where we're going to have to go back and forth and fix shit and write it properly or write it in a different way and review it and go back and forth. But I love endeavors that take a lot of effort. By the way, Dune, you also missed that I'm going to make that book that we talked about. We talked about that one book about the
Business side?
business. Yeah,
That would be great, man.
like I'm going to really go into some specific examples and how you actually hunt for business logic and hack with it, and we're going to sell it cheap as well. Like I can't pin down a price yet. I'm still thinking about it, but it'll be like the $2.99 to $5.99 range, somewhere in that. I kind of want to break the status quo that's currently in security testing. I think we have a lot of problems with overpriced shit. I know I might be talking smack about my competition here, but I really am not a fan of CEH, for example. I don't think it gives you any real world application. The only thing is it gives you job advantage, but the moment you come into the real life job, you will see how different it is from what you've learned in CEH. There's nothing like that, dude. It's like ISTQB for testers. It's just terminology that everybody uses to speak the same language. But yeah, then what? You still have to execute, and people who do CEH often land in more of a like not really a pen testing job. Say like OSCP, they do, but OSCP again, I'm not a big fan of the fact that they downplay web application and hacking so much. They say it's not really that important. I think it's super important. Of course I do. Otherwise I wouldn't be teaching so much about it.
If you run out of battery, then break. Okay. Lower the volume on the train, okay? Keep it as low as possible.
If you're really sadistic, by the way, on labs.hexpert.com, you can also find Red Nightmare 2.4 under that OVA. That thing is hell to solve. You will actually need blind cross-site scripting for it. How awesome is that? It's one of the only boxes that exist that have blind cross-site scripting as an attack vector. We were able to utilize a ghost browser working in the background that scans every few minutes and actually executes your cross-site scripting. So you can steal their token and log in as an admin, and that's all I'm gonna say. We do not mess around, my friends.
everyone was having fun. What did I miss? But when Alice's boy showed up, all ponies fell asleep. I'll have to visit them in my dreams.
All right, I think we can continue. I'm going to put some music on. Ooh, fuck. That's not what I wanted. Much better, some music for myself. There we go. All right, now, my dear Red Pack, take a few minutes, go to Integrity, sign in, and I want to see targets that we can use. I don't know if I still have an account here, but preferably accounts that don't require registration. But if the registration is required, no problem at all.
I really sometimes hate registering every time I get a target. I know it's
Yeah.
part of the game, but sometimes it's like, really?
Here, let me sign up real quick with me. I think I just forgot my account on this, so let's do info at thexssrat.com, and let's say forgot account so I can register as well. Forgot your password. I made an account specifically for these boot camps. Integrity password reset link. Reset my password. All right, and my password is gonna be pass1234, of course. All right, and we can log in as well. If you have a target that you think would be suitable for us, please do throw it in the chat. Let's see, we have some questions as well. So, yeah, of course, sport, take your time. Mary, this is okay if I take the bundle, which bundle is okay together, just single core. Yeah, preferably a more of a bug bounty bundle or something. But if you guys want, feel free to take the bundle as well. Which VPS service would you recommend? Something that is pretty relaxed policy, so there's no risk of getting banned for port scans. I use Linode. If you guys want, I can give you a Linode recommendation code, and I can make some money as well if you use a Linode service for a full disclosure. But you can get $100 free credit for Linode to give it a shot.
Send them my way. I'm interested. I want to see it.
What was that Linode partnership? Linode referral. There was an affiliate program. Linode referral program link. Oh, I will send it to you, Ray. Remind me, please, Marius, to send the Linode link for free credit for $100 free credit in the email to everybody. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. So, Oh, if you want, you can also take Udemy, of course, Val. We can create Udemy. That's no problem if you have everything on Podium. Thank you so much for your support, everybody. All of you guys have so many courses of me. I really appreciate it. You guys make me blush. Now I feel bad for yelling at you. Fuck. Do you really have to do that? Any programs that seem interesting for now? All right. Faster, faster. I used to love Edo games, by the way, because it's actually games that you can hack. BCM output and L. Let's see if we can find that. In BCM, BMC. Is it this one? BMC.nl. Does it have many restrictions? No, not at all, but this is a broad scope program, Forest Health. That's why I would not recommend this to start out with, because broad scope consists of finding subdomains that other people haven't really found yet, and then manually exploring them or doing your main application hacking method. So it's better to first learn main app hacking. Oh, no problem, Val. Please just send an email to Marius and he will arrange that for you. Oh, no, send an email to me. Marius can't do that. Or to Marius and he will remind me, of course.
I found the one for grocery shopping.
That's also
That's good.
I wouldn't recommend. Is that by any chance is that Colruyt or something along those lines? With COLRYUT.
Wait a minute. Where? Sorry.
Is that the Colruyt one?
The one I had this was an invite. I forgot I had this
This
account
one.
for long. Let me see. No, I'm sorry.
So CM, by the way, I work at CM, so I have some advantages there.
So we're looking for web apps, right?
I would say web app would be the best thing to start with, yeah. I have put my own old friends in the chat. I have quite a history with Enviso. I can literally tell you about a bug that I found about Enviso, the one that I've put in chat. And the bug that I found was you can make two types of accounts there. You can make an account of a venue and you can make an account of a reseller. And I was able to, my account settings, change the account type, but the reseller account was much more expensive than the venue account. So I got some pretty good bounty there. I've also found quite a few IDORs in this program. And this is a main application program. So we have here, we say one API, another API, another API, and most of these have documentation. And we see here a microservice and we have calls that are made. This is like a treasure map for us. This is all documentation. And for somebody like me, this is something I can spend months on. I'm not even kidding, months on this. I can spend a long time on this. And there's a really cool caveat here. So I don't know if they still have that. Damn, they have a lot of APIs in scope now. That's fucking awesome. But at a certain point, they had like Oh, and this API is also in scope, just in text here. So if you set your scope only based on these, you would have a problem. Now, are you guys okay with exploring this program?
Yeah.
All right.
I found one cake for banking API product. I think that will be complicated to work on.
Yes, banking is something I would not recommend at the start. Why is that? Because banking is a really secure one usually, and you usually have to be a customer there. Now, this is the leaderboard at Enviso, and guess who this dude is? Yeah, that's me. That is me. I loved Enviso. I loved Team Leader. I loved Randstad. I loved BloomUp. And this is one of my favorite programs. It used to be because I'm number 3 in the leaderboard here. And I'm still, after all these years, like after 3 years not doing jack shit in this account, I'm still number 1 in the leaderboard here. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to quickly. So if I go to, for example, my server right here, you can see clearly that that's me. I've always been the amazing ferret. That's been my pseudonym for a long time. I just don't like that to be public anymore. Why not? Because I've made a few fuck ups in HackerOne in the beginning, and I got negative karma there. And I never recover because I never went back there. And everybody keeps bringing me back to that HackerOne profile. Dude, my HackerOne profile isn't impressive. My integrity profile is impressive. I have 519 points. I used to be rank 19 on the leaderboards. I'm still rank 180. And this is no longer my Twitter, of course, but this is my LinkedIn. So this is more proof that that's actually me. So I hope that you guys can see as well that I'm not bullshitting out of my ass right here. I really know what I'm doing. For this program, you really have to focus on the functionality. So I'm going to explain you what this does so you have a bit of an advantage over other people already. What this program does is you are either a reseller or tickets, or you are a venue, like an attraction park, like let's say Six Flags or something. Six Flags would be a venue. And let's say that I have a magazine and I want to resell tickets for them. I can register for a reseller account. Or like Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster would be resellers in this case. And you can have a venue, but you can have a venue with different organizations. Remember that carefully, because these different organizations, you can already guess where I'm going, either broken access control, they are very prevalent here. You will see all these APIs in your requests. So if you have Burp Suite open, all of these APIs will be in there at some point. And here you can clearly see what these calls are supposed to do. You see the calls right here. Sorry about that. And then you can see the documentation right here of these calls. Can you see why I think this is a gold mine? Now, if you pick this program, you have to make one promise to me, and that is that you will not hack for the first week that you're on this program. I want you to just see how it works through Burp, and I want you to see how it works through like this documentation. Just explore it and try to get it to work. So right now, I want you to just explore it still for a little bit, just explore it. And I would say explore it for another hour or so with me. Right now, I'm going to give you guys about 20 minutes to just register an account, but I want you to be extremely careful when registering an account. You have your integrity username here, mine is the thexssrat. You always have a email alias. So mine would be the thexssrat at integrity.me. You only use that email address to register with. You made me that promise that if you attack this target, you only use your integrity, so your username at integrity.me. They say that very clearly here as well in the rules of engagement. Integrity.me, you have to use it. You have to use it. It's everywhere on the website. Get in this habit. Everybody has this alias. It will just be delivered to your mailbox. And you can make more accounts with your username plus anything behind it at integrity.me. Integrity.me. And why is that? Because that is also valid for, let's say, for example, your Gmail account. If you use your username dot or plus anything at gmail.com, you will also have the same thing there. You will see that there you will have an email alias and multiple email aliases. This is useful if you want to take multiple accounts. Now, I want to see notes. So I'm going to give you guys 20 minutes and I want you to type out your notes in a Word document. We are going to work in the same Word document. So I'm going to open a Google Docs. I'm going to open a document, a new one. And here we are going to hack Enviso. Our scope is going to be in the Enviso integrity page. And I'm going to share this with all of you. And I want information right here. Everybody's going to apply their own information. Just put your name here. Like, for example, Jeffrey, put all of your information under your own header. We're going to have Pork, and they put their information under the header. And we have Val as well. And everybody, if you want to participate, just add your information here. I'm going to share this document with everybody in the meeting. So let's restrict it to anybody with the link. And let's give you guys edit rights instead of just viewer. I want to see all your notes appear in here. Explore this a bit. Holy crap, dude. The dog is going at it. Doggy is not happy with your hunting.
So where we're gonna create this integrity username, integrity.me, where to the websites that are saying calls, those are the ones that are in target, right? In scope.
Yeah, like use your email address, put it in here just so you can copy and paste it. So what is your username on Integrity, Jeffrey?
I'll be there in a second. I'll tell you in a second. My username is Ghost787.
So just put up the document Ghost787. That's right? Like this?
Yeah, correct.
And what I recommend is that you make something along these lines. .venue, and that you add something along these lines as .reseller. So you have two separate accounts, and then these accounts can be used to represent each account type.
Okay, gotcha.
It's fun to have my own personal army. We should do this more often.
Yum, yum. We'll make a couple of these. Here's one blueberry. Some of that blueberry. Oh, here we go. One and two. Blueberries. Yummy, everything looks. All right, everybody. Oh, ponies are so hungry. Come on, boss baby. Aren't you going to eat? Told you. I only want my special formula. That or a California one. Oh, I would love one of those. Hey, boss baby, you should try some fruit. Maybe a cherry. Come on, boss baby, give it a try. No, I don't want. Come on. Oh, baby, no, not right. Don't do that. Told you. I've owned special formula.
Someone turn the TV down, please.
Looks like Applejack needs a little help eating her apple. Here we go, Applejack. Good girl.
Like
When it's asking for venue type, which ones should I choose?
You have two accounts, venue and reseller. Just make both. And then just note down what you have in there. You can put your passwords in this file for once. I know it's not very secure, but it's just a bug bounty account. So
Okay.
on the testing environment, it's not really that big of a deal in this game. So you can even put your passwords in the file to make it easier to remember.
Okay, gotcha.
You guys want to watch my screen for a second? This is exactly what I mean with using AI to your advantage. I'm asking it, I have documentation? Do you see any security risks here? And these kind of queries, they're not always going to. Sorry?
I can't see your screen. It's all black.
Oh, sorry. Can you see
No,
it
it
now?
looks good. No. Jeffrey, you have to check something because I can see that.
What? What do I need to check?
Yeah, I can see what there was the screen. So
Seems like it's in your end, Jeffrey. But I just asked ChatGPT, I just threw a documentation. I just copied and pasted documentation. And it is going to give me security risks. I tell it, do you see security risks here? Yes. I see JWT that might be an issue. I see rate limiting that might be an issue. I see no data validation or sanitization that might be an issue. You guys have no idea what kind of a revolution GPT-4 has been and is going to be for the world. It's a fucking disaster. It's like, it's better than the fucking iPhone. People compare it to the iPhone. GPT-4, it has brought us to a level, I think, where we can make speeds that are, of course, we have to do manual verification, but we can make speeds that are uncomparable to what we have done before. Sam Altman put it very, very well. There is a supply shortage. What does a supply shortage mean? A supply shortage of code. There is big need for coding in this world, but there's not enough good coders to fulfill it. So AI can take a big part in that. I'm going to tell you guys something. You know Jeffrey's HR application, you know Red Pack, right? Those labs that we've done today, all three were generated while you were doing exercises. All three were generated in about 10 minutes each. If that doesn't shock you, I don't know what will. All right.
Oh, I can see you.
1 second. Yeah. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, Marius. I really appreciate it. I fucking love AI if you haven't noticed it yet. Yeah, guys, AI is the future, in my opinion. And yeah, I am going to obligate Marius to use AI. That's the cool thing about working for me. He has to do what I say. Love you too, Marius. Thing is, I don't see a lot of notes appearing. Why not? Why do I not see notes appearing in there? Can anybody answer that? Why are you not taking notes? Because everybody should be taking notes.
I'm writing my creating my second account.
Perfect. But why are you not writing down what this application does? If you have to quit now and come back in a week, do you think you still remember what the shit is doing? What the fuck this is?
No, you're right. You're right.
I may be tough, but I'm much more tougher on my pen testers themselves. So you guys are lucky that you're not in the CNWPP class. Just for an example, for CNWPP, today I gave the guys an assignment to make me a test plan for hacker rats. That's all I said. And people who send in their test plans fail that assignment. What the fuck are they doing? They don't know what they need to test. They don't know what the fuck they need to fill in there. They need to question me. They need to push back because I said I need it in an hour. Are they Jesus, think. Do you really think you can make a test plan in an hour? No, stupid customer. I have to educate you and do it in a friendly way, of course, but that's what we have ChatGPT for. I am not even fucking kidding. Like this guy who sent me a message, an email, asking me if he should buy the cross-site scripting course and shit like that. And I told him you can buy that or you can buy CNWPP, etc. Just a little bit of advertisement, you know. And that guy was like, he was like, bro, you sound like somebody who wants to sell shit to me. And I sent him a message with my points in it, but I thought it was a bit aggressive. So I just propped him into ChatGPT. And ChatGPT made something really nice out of it. Really nice. I can't really find it anymore, I think, but it was a really nice email. I will see if I can find it again. And the guy actually replied nicely to it as well. Marius, I'm going to forward you an email. Can you please give the guy a coupon for a free course of his choice as well? What the fuck am I doing? Reply. There we go. CC. Thank you very much, Marius. Really appreciate it. I see more notes appearing. I like that. Created the account and I can see it. So, yes, good job there. Good job, Jeffrey. Describing shit. I like that. Now, what I do, and I was making a little bit of a diagram already. What a venue can do, what a reseller can do. So we have the sales. That's a bit different than I expected. That's okay though. I was just scribbling. That's not a problem. We have booking, we have guide centers, we have capacity center, we have direct selling, basket center. So there's a checkout. Basket center is only going to be for the resellers in this case. I know that from experience. So basket. Now, what I will do is you do have a venue, you have a reseller, log in as them, see what they can and can't do. And if you want, you can put your passwords in the document as well. I'm going to log in with your account for a second, Jeffrey, because I'm a dick. I'm just too lazy to make an account.
All right, I'll give it to you the password in a second.
Thank you.
No
I
problem.
like what you're doing there, man. Sold tickets per month and revenue from tickets for sold tickets and scan tickets. Yep, I like that. So you basically have two overviews, right? You have the reseller overview and you have the venue overview. Let's make those into separate lists, and your reseller can basically resell tickets from venue. They can connect to a venue, right? That's correct. And they can offer discounts if venue allows. Reseller has a basket to check out. The seller can make payments or receive payments. Payments go directly. So we have payments in here as well. You can see that I'm writing a lot more down than you guys. And why am I doing that? Because I have a horrible memory. So if you're sure your memory is better, then no problem. Number belongs to different locals, can run in different modes. Oh man, this program has changed so much. It's itching my fingers. The reason I don't do bug bounties this much anymore is because, not because I'm lazy, but because I don't think it's worth my time. Like I can do pen testing, I can create courses, I can teach people, I can do QA in the meantime. There's so much that I can do other than just bug bounties, but I will do it from time to time just for fun of it, just because I like it. I'm hungry. Marius, I would like pizza. Can you order me pizza, please? Good job, pal. You're also noting stuff down. So you have payments indeed. I also noted down that this. No, I didn't. Payments might be high risk factor. So yeah, we need to add that in as well. Good job. Yeah, I thought so. That's not a huge problem. I don't think that's too much, right? Any security risks? I have noted down the risks that ChatGPT gave us for the payment API, Val. So good job there.
Let's put my password there.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Now that's not really secure. How dare you? I'm gonna fire you. Oh wait, you don't have shit. You don't work for me. I need Orgus here. Where the fuck is Orgus when you need him? I want to fire somebody. Who has their Burp Suite open and who doesn't? Raise your hands.
I have it open.
Good job, dude. Good job. Has anybody got the URL to log in? Is it at the very bottom?
So should I take a look on Burp?
Do you have the link to
URL?
log in by any chance? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. All right. Has everybody get their accounts ready? All right. Jeffrey, can you please get me the login URL and paste it in the Word document? Or can you tell me what a reseller can do? Sorry, can you list the venue functionality, please? I'm going to put this on your end. And then Val, can you please do the same? List the reseller functionality, and I will put what I have in here. Oh no, sorry, Val was busy with the payment documentation, right? Yes, yes, very good. Please continue. Sorry, Val, please continue. You're doing really well. I'm going to put this on Theo's head. Please list me all of the reseller functionality, if possible with documentation, if you can find that, of course, would be really useful. Thank you for adding your password in there, June. Really appreciate it. Can I please ask you to investigate what it means to make a, how shall I put this? To look for, do you know, give me 1 second. Let's see. So we have this, the ticketing widget. That seems like an interesting one. Can you please investigate what the ticketing widget is? What the hell that does? Ticketing widget. Just write it down in your own words. That's perfectly fine. It's so cool to have my own private fucking army, dude. I should do this more often. I've been thinking about this for a while, but I think it's a bit exploitative. Like paid hunting sessions like this. People may think it's exploitative, but I don't want to keep the money. I want to teach you guys how to hunt. And right now we have to explore. That's just the problem. But with paid hunting sessions, we could say, let's say that we do like 2 or 3 sessions per week, where you can subscribe to either 1 or 2 or 3 sessions, whichever you prefer. And then in between, I just give you guys things to do. Hey, by next session, please do this, please do this. And while we are here, we hack and we do it guided. That sounds silly, but like I call Marius all the time just to watch my fucking screen. Like I pay this guy plenty of money every month, sometimes just to watch my fucking screen while I work. Jesus Christ. But I love him, dude. Marius is fucking awesome. He's doing great in the company. I'm really proud that he's with us and actually helping us grow. And believe it or not, but Marius has made us much more profitable than we were before. He's an awesome manager, and we are not super profitable. Don't get me wrong, but I would like to. For the first time, I have been able to pay myself an actual paycheck in like 3 or 4 months time. How fucking crazy is that? I didn't pay myself a fucking paycheck in 4 months time, and Marius made it profitable. So props to him. Let's see here. So what else do we have? I knew it never gets sold. This email is not a valid email address. That is strange. The email field is not a valid email address. I think it is just for your username. I don't think it's for your email address in this case. I think it's just giving you the problem there. It should be a valid email. So, and by the way, how many of you guys are using my attack vector single quote, double quote, greater than image, broken image source equals X, some text, 7 times 7. Who is using this attack vector?
I tried it yesterday on a target on a long bounty, but I got blocked very fast.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. But if you can use it, it's cool in some fields. It's always worth a try. It's not allowing
But
me
I
to.
guess it's like he knew it was gonna give me some information, so maybe it was like, no, you can't go in here.
I used to get that for one of the labs that he gave us. Yeah, that's possible. If you guys see broken labs, by the way, don't hesitate to send us an email at support@thexssrat.com. And if you want to stay informed, you can always send a ticket to support at the XSSRAT. I'm typing this, by the way, so you don't have to remember, .atlassian.net. If you send it here, it will create a ticket in our system, and I can see that. And you can stay informed of the status of your tickets. We're working on forwarding support at the thexssrat.com to there, but might even forward help at the XSSRat or something. admin's email address. It's gonna be G. Yes. So I made an email address, friends. Help me at thexssrat.com. If you send an email there, it will send an automatic ticket to us and we will know about it. We will be informed about it. Sorry, Wesley, it would not allow me to create an actual account. That's okay. So during you can in the file here, some people have put their passwords in, like Jeffrey. You can use their accounts for a moment. And right now, I think for you, yep, just investigate the documentation a little bit. Just look at the documentation for the ticketing widget, which is all of this shit right here, components, documentation, and just read the fucking manual. Learn to read the fucking manual. Do me that favor. If you guys can do that, I think you're well on your way. You're better on your way than you might think. See if we can get tickets now. I've put the documentation in the document for you, my friend. I'm sorry if I'm a little bit aggressive. I'm not this kind of person, but I need this myself. I need to be fucking fired up because this is so fucking competitive. And people, I'm sorry, my friends, but people are lazy. They don't read documentation. They don't get to the core of an application and get to know it properly. I make flowcharts. I make mind maps. I do everything in my power to know how these things work properly. I really work hard when I do this shit, and it's important for me to read, and especially if I have documentation. And if I don't have documentation, I will just look on Google for possible documentation. And now you guys are thinking, when is the actual hacking coming? It takes a little bit. It takes a long time. But right now you are exploring a website a little bit. And you're all gathering the information that you need for this website to make it run, which is fucking awesome. Because now when we work together, we can all cover part of it. And then we can just read the documentation and know what this website is fucking about. That is awesome for me. That's a major win. That's a problem on your end, friend. Somebody has blocked their website. I don't know why. That's a problem on your end. I don't know why. What's happening there? I'm sorry, I can't help there. Cisco, that is something Mary is better suited for. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. That's your network administrator not wanting you to do the shit that you're doing right now. You're probably fucking it up, bro. Why are they fucking this up? I told you don't fuck up the shit, but you fuck. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry. I'm such a dick. Why are you guys even here? I don't get it. You're getting yelled at. You're getting yanked on. What do we have right now? Welcome back. No, not to integrity, to the website itself. I'm sorry, Dune. I'm a moron. So, Jeffrey, are you still there, bro?
Yes, sending requests through Burp Suite and investigating.
Can you copy the link to log in to the website? Can you copy that and put it in a document, please?
Yes,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
not a problem.
That way, I will put it in the chat for you as well, Dune. That way, we can use his accounts to log in. We're just going to make a little bit of a leech out of ourselves, and we're going to latch onto Jeffrey for his notes, like back in high school. You know, he would always ask somebody for their fucking notes. The public key is not useful, Theo. Public keys are not useful, unfortunately. But it's a good find. It's a good find. You're working on it. What you're seeing there is you have encryption keys, and you need a public and a private key. And that public key is, as the name says, public. But the private key is something you can't know. So your encryptions will not work. But you can decrypt it because you have the public key. So you don't have the private one in this case, but good find, good find. Now, what did you find here, though, is a list of API endpoints. This is valuable. This is really valuable. So, good find there. Copy this and put it in the document, please. That's a really good find. Good job, Theo. Now I'm going to ask you guys a question. Which sites are specifically out of scope? Can anybody tell me this?
The production sites, I think, the not staging ones.
Exactly. www and just inviso.com. And you can see that if you go back to the program and you scroll all the way to the out of scope section, there it's visible which are out of scope and which are not. And Dune, if Jeffrey has pasted the link in the chat, so we can use that to log in.
Should we see your screen?
No, not at the moment. Well, you can, but there's not really anything there. Good job, or 3 main sections for the unmanned trade and the sales. And we can see user management on the admin, role management, and additional and Visa Cloud Super and the trade venue, the visitor settings, license management, sales point, and transactions. All right, really well done. I like that. I love that. And then you have the templates that are for your sales and for your tickets and shit like that. So yeah, really good. And then you have your support and your help for your documentation and the settings. Settings is an interesting one for me. I always like settings. Look at the post request of the settings. Now, if you have Burp open and you've been clicking through it, remember to put that filter on for only showing parameterized requests. It's that little bar at the top that says filter, semicolon. You click that, and then you can enable that filter for only showing the parameterized requests. Remember to put that on as well. And remember to, in your proxy, go into your options and click that unhide hidden form field thing. If you're interested in more into the settings deeply of that, I have a video on my channel as well for Burp Suite that I recently released, and it goes over all of these settings. That is maybe interesting to go through if you have a bit more time. Click the link and let's open a new browser and put it login details. But yeah, Jeffrey, the login details don't work. Are you sure that that's the correct password that you put in there? We can't log in with that password. I'm sorry, but could anybody share their usernames for integrity, please? No, not for integrity. What am I saying? For the website that we're hacking. Just their username and password. I see a lot of usernames in here, but if anybody can add their passwords, that would be awesome. I know you shouldn't share your passwords through this, but we're only sharing it for bug bounty
That's my
purposes.
users and the password I gave you.
It doesn't
just
work.
paste.
We can't log in with it.
But you're using this username that I just put on the chat. Try with that username.
That you use that username to create your accounts.
Yes, try with that maybe.
Okay, no, that doesn't work. But you know what I'm gonna say, right, Jeffrey? Only ever use your integrity.me account for registering, of course. Never use anything else. It's super important that you get that in your head, that sort of mental exercise. Because sometimes if you don't use it and you find something, they don't give you a fucking bounty. They can take your bounty away for not using your integrity.me account. Because using that account signals that they're not actually under attack, but that it's just a bug bounty hunter. Whereas if you just use your own email, they have no idea if they're under attack or not. And even their alerts system might trigger.
So I create another integrity account with that information, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll work on that. Okay.
All right, friends, it's midnight. Why am I saying that? I'm not leaving, but if you guys want to leave, you are free to leave, of course. I don't want to keep you longer than we originally planned. I will be here for a little bit longer. Look at that document, print it out and read it while you're shitting on the toilet. Print it right before you go to bed. Read it and right before you go to bed. Read it while you're having coitus with your partner. Go doggy style, just tape it on their back and read it while you're going fucking wild. I need you to really understand your target and sort of be obsessed by it. It's a strange thing, but when I get into a hacking mood, I get in the mood. And for me, finding an exploit and getting money for it is better than fucking coming. And I'm not even joking. It's such a fucking awesome feeling to fucking own a target so bad. And sometimes you find some really good exploits. So feel free to leave again. If you have questions, just mail helpme@thexssrat.com and we will get to you as soon as possible. I would really appreciate it if you guys can leave us a Twitter tweet or like a LinkedIn post just tagging me, Wesley Thijs, or the thexssrat, giving your honest opinion. I don't want flattery if you don't think it was good. I want your honest opinion about this. And we will also share the course evaluation forum with you. We would really appreciate it if you took a few minutes to fill it in because it helps determine the future of these kinds of courses. Now you have my web application checklist to hack. You have my videos on YouTube. They explain every single exploit that's on there in excruciating detail, sometimes distributed over multiple videos even, which all explain the exact same thing in a different way. And I recently released a script for SQL injection, which is more of a sarcastic, funny way even. I just try to mix it up sometimes. Just go through what you have in your documentation right here, right now. I will stay for a little bit longer. I can't stay for too much longer either because I'm honestly knackered. I've done like a 90-hour week and it starts again for me tomorrow. There's no Easter Monday for me. Fuck days off. I can rest when I'm fucking dead. If you want to stay, I would suggest that right now you make a second account for Jeffrey and you look for IDORs. That's what I suggest you do. Look also for broken access control because we can create different users of different access levels. You see that in your settings, in your administration settings, you can create users. You know how to create users with different aliases, your username plus alias at integrity.me. It's very, very simple. Create multiple accounts, look for a user with low privileges and try to test with high privileges. Here you can even look in the JavaScript for functions to execute. So that's something I recommend for you. Look for CSRF issues as well if you can find them. Dune, you see more of a methodological, disgusting. Sorry, you seem somebody who's very methodological about this. So for you, what I would recommend is that you really focus on getting a business logic down. Find out the logic of this application and try to get it down. And for core and for PO, I recommend more SQL injection for site scripting, more technical tips. But for all of you, I recommend that you look at every single parameter. And in a week's time, I want you to be able to tell me exactly what every parameter on this website does. Run, request, open it, parameter X, Y, and Z. What the fuck do they do? I want to get an answer. That's how good I want you to know your targets. I hope that's clear. Yeah, I know, but it's just for demonstration purposes, Dune. You know what I mean? I think you're better looking at business logic exploits. I think that's your forte more, but find your forte yourself. I am giving you suggestions. These are not rules to follow. I just think that judging from your past experiences here, I think you guys are more in that direction that I just said. Are you forgetting anybody? I hope not. Because, again, sorry if I do. My memory's horrible. But we have Jeffrey, we had Por, we had Val. Oh, sorry, Val, of course. Val, for you, I also think you're somewhere in the middle. I think you're more of a generalist. I think you're going to have more fun looking at a broader picture and maybe seeing the whole overview of everything and then trying to exploit certain exploits on certain things. Oh, there's a query here. I might dabble in SQL. Oh, it seems like a reflection here. I might dabble in cross-site scripting. But you know what I suggest? I suggest that the people who want to work together after this put their email addresses in here, and they just keep this document up to date. If you want to work together with people, make good from the start. You say who gets what percentage of the bounty. Because I've seen this before. Fucking hacker groups fighting like crazy because their bounty wasn't determined properly in the beginning. Don't be like that. Just say who gets how much bounty. Just do that and distribute it fairly. If you think you don't deserve any bounty because you hardly did any work on the target, give the bounty to your mates. They deserve it more than you. If you think you fairly deserve that bounty, that's a different story, of course. But just be fair, be reasonable, and don't be suspicious. Like there are groups who have found $10,000 vulnerabilities and they split up because the triagers didn't assign them that bounty. But one thought that the other was hiding shit from the other one. But they weren't, they just didn't get bounty. Like I know these people. It's fucked up, but friend groups really fucked up that way. So yeah, I hope you guys found this useful. Thank you, Jeffrey. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you found it awesome. If you have any suggestions, I would love to hear about them. If you think we can make this better in any way, I know that I have been technically very overwhelming, but now everything is up to you. Everything is up to you. Look at the videos from the past few days, go back through everything and make sure that you understand everything. And how much should you practice versus execute? There is no real rule for that. Just practice and execute. Just do it. If you don't do it at all, you're making a mistake. If you're doing the balance wrong, you're making experience. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate you being here. And if you have questions, once again, help me at thexssrat.com. We will send you the evaluation form and we will also send you a coupon code for 60% off CNWPP if you're interested. That will expire in 6 months or so, so don't worry too much about that. But yes, once again, really appreciate everybody being here. And you guys did awesome. I think you guys can see that you've grown quite heavily in the past few days. It's been only about 9 hours, only one full work day. Imagine what you can do if you do this for half a year, every day. Of course, you're not going to do this every day for 8 hours, but let's imagine 2 hours every day. And you have a cheat day, Sunday. You may even have a fucking weekend. Fucking 5 days a week for 20 weeks. That's a lot of fucking hours. That's 300 extra hours that you gain on people who are just sitting there on the sofa. You're lapping them with every single step you take. Keep rocking, my friend. This one's to your health. Breathing in the fresh air. I'm a moron, dude. You guys are awesome. Thank you to Dune. You were awesome. It was unfortunate that you couldn't be there. It really was unfortunate that you couldn't be there for the whole boot camp, but the times that you were here, you really grew, and I'm sure that you're going to watch back everything that we did while you were away, and you're going to rock it. Soon I want to see you guys in the freaking top 10 for integrity, okay? Like tomorrow. Thanks, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Theo. Really, really well done. 100%. So tomorrow you're in the top 10, Dune? 100% sure? Awesome. That's the spirit. That's what I like to hear. Fucking set impossible goals, my friends. Fucking do it, because you don't reach a goal and feel the dopamine. You feel the dopamine on the way to your goal. They say that the journey is better than the end, and there's a reason for that. Thank you very much, Marius. Exactly. Everybody was participating really well. We ended with about 10 out of 20 people. Normal, believe me, that's normal. Not everybody likes this style of boot camp, but I don't honestly think those people aren't really gonna make it in bug bounties either. If they're not willing to do a few exercises to learn and just be lost for a little bit, they have no chance in bug bounties, dude. They have no chance because you're gonna be lost in a maze of fucking confusion every single day, but you're gonna learn to love it. That confusion, when it all comes together after you've hacked on your target for today and you're going to go to sleep and you're going to open it tomorrow, you're going to remember more and more and more. And Theo, just what am I saying? Jeffrey, just look for IDORs. Just look for broken access control. You have the tools. You have Authorize and Burp Suite. Just fucking do it. Now it's up to you, my friends. I can keep coaching you for hours and weeks on end, but there's no use if you guys don't make it happen. That being said, I believe in you. I believe in every single one of you. I see journeys. I see what journeys you still have to get there. I see, Jeffrey, you still have to. I'm going to be fully honest here. Don't take any of this, what I say, personal. But Jeffrey, I honestly think you're going to have a lot of technical expertise to gain. Build websites, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, MySQL database on top of that. Learn how shit works. Learn how authentication works. Use AI to build it for you. Tell it to build you shit and look what it's writing. Actually implement it. See how this works. Separate the database to a different server from the web server. See how these connections are made. Like secure your database. You're going to get far, but you need to put in effort in your technical area. Whereas Theo and Por and even Val, I think you guys are really well on your technical areas. You guys are really well on your way. Put in a little bit more effort there, but mostly put in more effort into exploring your application, getting to know it well, and noting down, making good notes for yourself. That's difficult. It's extremely difficult, but with practice, you will get there. And if I see Dune, I think you are also a little bit more generalist and a little bit more in the middle, but you do also need more technical experience here to a degree. I haven't seen a whole lot of you. Let me be very clear there. You are doing extremely well, all of you, but I do think I struck the right notes there. If I haven't, let me know. If there's something I've misjudged, I'm not too bad to admit my mistakes, but these are just tips I can give you. And I honestly think, Dune, you're going to have a little bit more trouble with the technical stuff than Jeffrey, for example. But don't let that stop you, because I have a lot more respect for people who persist, even though they face difficulties, than for people who just fly through life facing no difficulties at all. I hope that makes sense. You will get there. You will get there if you persist. Exactly. Just put in the time and you will get there, bro. Thank you for being so receptive, everybody. I really appreciate it. Am I forgetting somebody? I don't want to forget people. And I'm sorry if I'm forgetting you, but that just means I haven't, oh, Mitim, I'm sorry, bro. You're also pretty well on that technical front there, but you need to also spend more time reading shit and just going through everything. Just take your time and chill. And that attacking can come, but you need to explore every parameter first. Forrest, I'm sorry, I haven't seen a whole lot from you, my friend, but well, I don't honestly know. I can't give you honest advice if I haven't seen stuff from you. I'm sorry, mate. All right, my friends, I'm going to leave you here. What I would like to do is I would like to organize a 30-minute follow-up session for if you guys have questions. Marius, please remind me to do that for in about a month. Let's plan it for next month somewhere. We're going to do a follow-up session, not obligated for anybody, but just a 30-minute session where you can ask your questions if you have them, if you don't want to ask them through email. So you have a place to become like accountable. If you want to show me what you've done, show me you work there. I want to see what you've done. Show us all. Show what you've done and learn and teach us all a little bit. Would be awesome. All right, have a good one, my friends.
Hey,
For me, as
sorry,
sorry, Por, go ahead.
sorry. May I ask a question?
Of course, of course.
How would you recommend us to set up the Burp Suite scope here? There are a bunch of URLs listed on the integrity webpage. I can see that
Finally.
some of the requests are going outside of those URLs, but still not hitting the ones that are out of scope. So kind of should we like define each of these URLs in the Burp Suite scope, or should we like have a like a larger scope and then sort of try to figure out if it's in scope later on? I hope you understand.
Definitely, and this is definitely not my best advice, but it is the truth. You are better off just setting off a wide scope and later off seeing if it's in scope or not. And this is not something that you heard from me. It's not good to go out of scope at all. But here you have the added bonus that some things are in scope, but they're not really clearly defined. So it's a little bit more difficult. And like you say, adding 50 items to your in scope every time for your Burp Suite free edition, because you can't even save that shit, is impossible. I'm not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. Nobody's gonna do that. So it's better to have that broad scope api.staging-and-viso.io. That's what I would put there.
Great, thanks.
My pleasure, dude. Great question, by the way. Great question. All right, my friends, if there's no more questions, if there are questions, let me know, of course. I will answer them with pleasure. But if not, I will go now. Good. I will see you later, friends. Thank you so much for your attention and your cooperation. You've been awesome. My name is Wesley Thijs, and I will see you later. Bye-bye, amazing hackers.